Yo, what's going on? It's your boy OTK. Open the knowledge. Got my sister Dulcinea in here.
Peace and
Sorry we
love.
starting a little late. How you doing today, sister Dulcinea?
Doing good. Can't complain. Thank you.
Of course, of course. Peace to you and the family. Of course, my brother back there. I know he's listening. Peace to the other sisters and the queens of Unscrambled Minds. Peace to my goddesses from BCU. Definitely, and my chiefs from BCU. You know what I mean? Um, we're gonna start it off with a little music, and then we'll go into a little presentation. Man, peace to Lucchini. Oh, my brother. You know what I mean? I'm gonna drop the link. I would love for people to come in. We're gonna go over. I'm gonna do a little presentation on the American Indian slavery that was in my debate. I'm gonna do that, and I just want a little input on it, and we can go into certain things of the debate. You know what I mean? Of my presentation, if that's okay with you, Sister Dosey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let me go ahead and pull this song up. I'm gonna start with this, and, and let's see. And Dosey, thank you for coming too, because we having windy and rainy weather here in the South, man. I'm talking about baby tornado type winds going through. So internet is kind of rocky. Um I restarted the computer and everything, but I'm thank you for being here to back me up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got it. Okay, you're muted though if you're playing music, so you probably have to go and unmute.
Okay, and just throw a one up. Guess we can throw a one up, man. Straight smoke in here too, man. Shouts out to Straight Smoke. Okay. Let's see. All right. Mm, mm. I know y'all probably can't hear that country life through the mic too, man. Animals and stuff in the wilderness. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear that, man.
Keep yourself unmuted. We could hear it before, but you got to unmute.
And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no advance or plus no need. That's why I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. And I know I keep it 100. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no advance or plus no need. That's why I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is. Come the way I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know. The L is the stain and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but you keep it on the little. My bloodline is filthy. Most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master count for decimals. Bigger situation, so I keep my heat sensible. I'm really old, and my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cat they help me get it right. Try to take it from me. My deepest fear is who pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots. And try to I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no advance or plus no need to ask why I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no advance or plus no need to ask why I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And I know I keep it 100. I I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to rush it. And Uncle Dan, he was a boo. He didn't care about too much. The suit taught us that drug dealing lasts too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. Every song. Just around the corner, Lord knows where would I be without you, wanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, you boy Ben, honey, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know wounds that was killers that committed suicide. One thing for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I never sell my soul. Never show you until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. No need to ask why. Can I? And I know I can't do it. I can't. And I know I can't do it. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. No need to ask why. Can I? And I know I can't do it. I can't. I know I can't do it.
Yeah.
You there? You're muted again.
All right, Dosey. You got a song, Dosey, that you want to play real quick? You got something queued up for me, sis?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and play another song. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Yeah. All right.
And I won't put it on the screen just in case they're all about it because it's mainstream.
Okay.
Is that loud enough?
Can't hear nothing.
You can't hear it?
No. You sharing
Okay.
it also?
Let me try to do it another way. 1 second.
I'm glad it ain't just me having technical difficulties. Out there in Texas, too. They're having difficulties. The weather is real.
Now, people always complain about this daggone speaker. It's loud as hell here, though, I promise. But you gotta tell me where it is to get the maximum amount of sound. So hold on. Here.
Oh, yeah. It's the hard nut.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustling my way. Choppers a throwaway. Hustle the overweight. That's why they follow me, huh? They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Balling the solo way.
Down, baby.
You said turn it down?
No, you went down all of a sudden.
Oh.
It was beautiful at the beginning.
And then it just started. Yeah, I see that. Like,
yeah, Straight Smoke was like, yo, it got reduced to like 12%.
Yeah, and it be doing that on the show too. And I'm like, it's so loud here. I'm like, what is happening? Why doesn't it work? Okay, this.
All right. Y'all hit the like button too, man, on the way in, man. please.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do.
Go back up, Dosey.
Choppers a throwaway. Hustle the overweight. That's why they follow me on. They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Ballin' the solo way.
Dosey, you can't look that up through YouTube or through StreamYard and pull it up.
Yeah, I gotta look that up.
Can you pull that up through StreamYard?
Take you exposure range. Take you across the tracks. Make you explode the
Definitely.
face. Now you official now.
I want to hear that.
But you got a soul to say. I just been cooking that note. I'm about to drop in a few. Think if I call it the grand, the people gon' call it the truth. I ain't really trip on the credit. I just paid all of my dues. I just respected the game. Got my name on in the news. Tripping on all of my moves. Quote me on this, got a lot more to prove. Remember I came in this bitch, fresh out the county, nothing to lose. No, when I got on you, but I don't do this shit for nothing. No, not at all. You got my money real, that you do. So I don't do this shit for nothing. You, not at all. I told her I don't do this shit for nothing. Not at all. Back in this bitch like I never left. Scared for some shit that you never read. Passing through stages in life, through the ups and the downs like it's all just another test. Live by the rules like a fucking breath. I got respect in 100 sets. Too many chains need another chest. Playing no games if it wasn't chess. Cut from that cloth that you couldn't stretch. Come from that circle you couldn't test. Heavily pressured and under stress, even though niggas ain't sure if it was a mess. Honest and tip playing 10 left. Judge a young nigga by their dress. If there's no option, what they expect? Only thing we knew for sure is the baby set. Fuck living basic, I'm taking risks. Fuck what they said, I'm saying this. Don't waste your time, it don't make you rich, it don't mean nothing, so fuck them, let's make a grip. Double up, triple up, make assist. Ballin' so hard you can pay a bitch. Lead to the lake if they wanna fish. Make sure them niggas around you stick to the script. It should be written in stone. You should come visit my zone. Don't take my word, double check all of my flows. Ask them how hustle got on, but fuck what you own. This for who walk down that road. Sold everything but they sold. Straight off the curb. Real niggas rich as you nerds. Address the home and make it sound. I don't do this for nothing. No. Yeah. But I don't do this shit for nothing. No, not at all. You got my money real. I still that you do. That's why I love. So I don't do this shit for nothing. I still am out. No, I still am out. Not at all. Oh, I told her
Okay. I think that's all it's giving me. But I had to look that up. Just I saw that the brand of audio through StreamYard. I know where the brand is and putting it, but we have to actually put music here. We should do that with Hustle too and download that as background music. I was seeing if Hustle was on streams, like any kind of streaming music. Y'all should do that.
Yeah,
it should be on Spotify or Tidal or something.
I can't even find the song no more. You talk.
Well, because it was on YouTube and it looks like all his YouTube is down. But you need to have it on streaming services too, like SoundCloud.
Right.
So then, if it's not on YouTube or something happens with YouTube, we can just play it through SoundCloud. Right. But we should download it through the brand, so it's automatically up there. But peace, everyone. Thank you guys for coming through. So where you want to start?
Let's start with it. And I'm on my phone too and back up just in case. Yeah, Straight Smoke. Yeah, you definitely can come up, brother. The link is in the chat. Yeah, hit the link. I want everybody to come up. Anybody is welcome, man. You know what I mean? I'm an open panel, man. I don't care if you come up, you know what I mean? I don't have no problem with that, bro. I want people to come up to engage with me, man. It only make it better. Uh Straight Smoke, I see you when you in the back. The link is in the chat and it's also on the screen. Lucini, you also, man. Anybody, y'all all welcome. Um, let's see, Dosey. I hate to try to pull this up and my computer start
No, I got it
acting up,
pulled
but
up. If
I'm
you're
gonna
talking
try
about
it
the thing
anyway.
already, hold on.
Um,
Let's go ahead, and then I can just rewind it to
let me see
wherever you
something.
want
Let me
it to
see
be.
something else.
You see it on the screen?
No, not that. Okay.
Okay.
Dosey, go in your email.
Okay.
Go inside your email and you me going over the debate with BAP. I think is that the original one I just sent you a little while ago?
I see your OneDrive. I have that up. The
Yep.
presentation, you mean? Okay.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Make sure it's the presentation that I sent you.
Okay. Yeah.
I want
So
to
let me know if
see.
that's good.
I want to see if this. Okay. Straight Smoke
He's
is
straight
here.
smoke.
Okay. Um. Peace Smoke. Peace Smoke.
As
And
always.
those. Let me know if y'all can put a one in if y'all can hear this.
No, nothing yet.
Yeah, I know. I got like 38 bars out of 5. That's how high my internet is right now, and it's still acting up. Bond Dog, man, peace to you, brother. I saw you the other day, Bond Dog. Bond Dog is like, yo, I don't usually get into this type of stuff, man, but I gotta protect my brother on this, man. And hey, I'm gonna tell you, dog, you will be one of the ones that I would love to have in my corner, man. That can tell me when I'm wrong, also roll with me when I'm right, brother. Peace to you, Bond Dog.
Yes, peace,
Let me
barn
know if y'all
dog.
can hear this.
Okay, now
Yep.
we can hear you.
Yup. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay, y'all can hear that? Okay.
You still on
Okay.
you
Well, my
still on your
computer
phone,
working, doing a
OTK?
little bit better.
OTK, you still on your
I'm on my
phone?
phone separate just so I can keep up with the screen, but I know I'm on my actual. Now I'm actually on my computer right now, man. It's just the weather is so crazy. That's why I was
Yeah, I
going
know.
in and out on y'all when we was on Sister Bethany earlier. But when I'm on my phone, yeah, when I was on my phone, dog, I didn't have no problem. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's just the
so
weather
crazy.
right now. You know what I
Yeah, we
mean?
getting hit with
So
30 here. 30,
you
30,
know,
30 plus mile an hour winds here
like,
right now.
yep, we about at the same. Where you at? Where you at? Straight? You say you in
Kentucky.
Kentucky, right?
Yeah, for real, for
Right.
real. Just we
Mm.
man, yeah, you know what it is. If anybody ain't seeing it, I don't know what to say.
Black, me brethren. I know that's right. Girl, what you talking about? The guan from ya. Let me know if y'all can. Let me see. What is this? What's this? Something's coming up late. I want to play a song for my ladies real quick and can't even do it, man. It's
Bruh.
crazy.
You should just upload
I'm
it
gonna
into
leave that
your
alone.
StreamYard.
Dosey, you got it up. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to upload stuff in the brand. I think like
Yeah.
another day we'll have to come in here and upload some
Yep.
songs.
That's all you have to do. And you'll be straight from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. Okay, okay. So it's like uploading it, so it'd be already downloaded, so you don't even have to worry about this.
Right.
Okay,
You
so
gonna press the
Dosey, you can
button
make
and
the
it's gonna
screen
go.
bigger, or do I?
I can make the
Right,
screen
right,
bigger.
right.
Good. I can start the
Yeah.
slideshow.
Hey, sister Dots, how you doing, man? The link in the chat. You can come on up if you want to. All right. So, Dulcinea, I know you're gonna work with me on this. I'm gonna just go through this real quick. I'm gonna read as I read it. You know what I mean? You can just click and go to the next screen, okay?
Okay, sounds good. And then when you want to pull up something, I guess just let me know. You can drop it in the private chat, and then I can pull up that screen too. And you can start dropping your
Well,
links
actually,
already.
Dosey, you know your boy already ahead of the game, and that's why I called you before the debate. Like, yo, how do I put my links in it? So once you get the certain slides in my presentation, you're gonna see the link is already in there. All you have to do is click on it and open
Okay,
it.
perfect.
Yep. So I don't have to put nothing in the private chat. Okay. So,
Okay.
you know, appreciate y'all for coming through for this presentation. Go ahead, Dosey. You need to say something else real quick, Goddess?
Oh, no. You got it.
Okay. Straight smoke. You all right? You good?
As always.
All
As
clear?
always. I wanted to see
All
this. Come
right.
on with it, brother.
All right. Bet. So this is actually a presentation that I did for a debate over there on Aboriginal Power Channel, man. BAP. Make sure y'all boy go and subscribe to him, man. He got a debate league that's going on over there. He don't care who you is. Just come over there and debate because it's about the information and we getting this information out here. You know what I mean? So I took the opportunity to say, you know what? I haven't heard a debate on the American Indian slave trade yet. So I said, well, let me do this. So you can see the topic and let's go into it. Did more American Indian slaves get shipped out of Charleston than African slaves brought in at any time? So it's more of like a question because I want you to say, you know what I mean? I want you to think of it. And you can go to my next slide, Dosey. Um, when people first think about the Indian slave trade, they don't know. So the reason why I chose to name my title, The American Indian Slavery in Charleston, is because I feel that is needed. You know what I mean? And in my studies, I learned a lot about slavery, about American Indian slavery, which was one of the first slaveries of America. So you can't talk about any other slavery in America without talking about the American Indian slavery first. And when I say the whole American Indian slavery, I'm talking about the Caribbean islands, the Hispaniola, South America, also North America. But when I get into more of this presentation, I'm just going to narrow it down and stick within North America. You know what I mean? So you can go to the next slide for me, Dosey. So what I'm going to show you is what led to the slave trade, the Indian slave trade. How many Indians was enslaved altogether here in South Carolina, where they was being taken to, and that more Indians was shipped out of Charleston port than Africans was brought in during a certain time period. So let's keep that in mind with these time periods because that's a timeline. You got to have a starting point. Whether or not you have an end point, because we're still in the end days, we're still going on with time. But you got to have a starting place so we can so you can give people a reference point so where they can go and try to cross reference the stuff that you're bringing. Go to the next slide, Dosey. Okay, so how I'm going to do this, I'm going to show a little paperwork, paper trails, sources, maps. I didn't get to the maps inside my presentation. I mean, my debate, you know what I mean? But I got pictures, South Carolina history, and plus early colonist accounts. Because the early colonists that came here are the people who we need to look for. See, people be looking in Spanish history and expect to get all of North American history. No, the Spanish did not conquer or either try to colonize. They tried to, but they did not colonize all of North America. So you have to go into French, you have to go into British, you have to go into English, you have to go into even some Irish history now that I'm finding out. Because some Irish also has some history over here, how they talk about how they was dealing with the I'm gonna say native. I'm gonna keep it with the native people of this land. And when I say native, I'm talking about the first people. I'm not talking about the Native American who we are talking who we know of today. I'm talking about the Native American, the first. So I'm talking about us, the natives of America, before it was given to anybody else. You can go to the next slide, Dosey. Okay. So that's just my closing. So this is just my talking points and all of that. I broke everything down together. I took a lot of time and pride in my work and getting ready for this debate. And in this debate, my other part didn't have what I felt kind of felt like I was disappointed in my stance. So, Dosey, you can go to the next slide and let's go ahead and get into it. The American Indian slave trade. So, this is called the real original sin. And the reason why I put an apple in it, because when people think of original sin, they like to put it on the woman, they like to put it on an apple, even though they never gave the specific fruit, the specific fruit that they ate. I'm going to say the apple and I'm going to stick with it. So, Dosey, if you highlight that and you click onto that right there, we can go into this actual highlighted article. And the reason why I did it like this, because I wanted people to see so they can type it in their own computers, they can write it down, and they can go into this history themselves. So they can read exactly what I'm reading. So if you got a problem with what I'm showing you, then you got a problem with the people that's writing it. And you have to go with it. So in this Slate article, America's other original sin, and this is by Rebecca Onion. You know what I mean? They say Europeans didn't just displace Native Americans, they enslaved them and encouraged tribes to participate in the slave trade on a scale historians are only beginning to fathom. So now, if she's saying this, that they're just, you can scroll on down, those who as I talk. If she's saying this, they're just beginning. So this right here makes me think like, oh, nah, they ain't just beginning. They didn't want to know this. They just bypassed this. You know what I mean? And this is what this article is going into. It's going into the Indian removal. It's going into the side wheeler steamboat and all of this. But the reason why I showed this article too is, Dosey, I want you to scroll down. Yeah, you see it up there. Say Connecticut, English colonists in Connecticut have and been defeated, were sold to plantations in the West Indies in exchange for African slaves. So tell me, did anybody know that? Did y'all know we was getting exchanged for African slaves at a certain point? Nah, a lot of people probably didn't, but go into this article, man. Scroll down a little bit for me, Dosey, and keep on scrolling down. I just want to get into the key point. They can go and read this article themselves and go deeper into it. It's a lot of interesting things in this article. Right there. Okay. So between 1670 and 1750, more Indians were exported into slavery through Charleston than Africans were imported. So once I showed him this in the debate, that pretty much killed the debate, because now he's on the upward battle of this, because now I proved my point. So on the right-hand side, if you look, it say the practices dates back to the earliest history of the European colonists in the future United States. Take the example of the Pequot, who were enslaved in 1637 after clashing with the English, as Newell writes in a book, Brethren by Nature. New England Indians, colonists, and the origins of the American slavery. So not only are my articles not showing what I'm saying, it's also giving you more research to go look into. And I'm telling you, man, you talking about a rabbit hole. There's gonna be a rabbit hole that could take you from the East Coast to the West Coast. you know. So by the time the ship Desire transported the defeated Pequot men and boys to the Caribbean, colonists in New England, desperate for bodies and hands to supplement their own meager workforce, has spent years trying out various strategies on binding native labor. So now we're going into the why the slavery was so important. Scroll down for me, Dosey, please. Okay. So during the Pequot Wars, which was initially scroll back right there, good, which was initially instigated by struggles over trade and land among the Europeans. Okay, so now here we go. These are the reasons why all of this was happening. For struggles over trade and land, and I'm gonna go into what the trade was. So the Pequot and the rival tribes, you know what I mean? So colonists explicitly named the procurement of captives as one of their goals. Soldiers sent groups of captured Pequot to Boston and other cities for distribution, while claiming particular captured people as their own. Soldiers, Israel Stroughton, that's a person, wrote to John Winthrop, which is a college here in South Carolina, Winthrop College, having sent 48 or 50 women and children to the governor to distribute as he pleased. And this is the little article, and I say this is the fairest and largest. I saw them among them, and it goes into the description. Going down, Dosey. I want to flow through this at any moment in time too. If y'all want to stop me, anything, scroll back up just a little bit. If y'all want to stop me or anything like that, just stop me, and then we can go into it right there. So, a few years after the conclusion of the war in 1641, the colonists of Massachusetts Bay passed the first formal law regulating slavery in English America. In a section of the longer document known as the Body of Liberties. So I don't know if you could click on that, Dosey, because it's in a presentation, but I want people to look up the Bodies of Liberties. Look that up, And the section's language allowed enslavement of those lawful captive taken in just wearers and such strangers as willingly sell them or are sold to us, and left room for legal bondage of others the authorities might deem enslaved in the future. The Bodies of Liberties codified the colonists' possession of native workers and opened the door for the expansion of African enslavement. So now, this is telling you that because of the American Indian slave trade, it opened the door for the so-called African slave trade, or the people who was brought across here that was calling themselves Africans. And we can get into that too. Go ahead, Dosey. In the bottom of this paragraph right here, it lets you know that, the colonists didn't start slavery over here, that we was already enslaving each other and stuff like that. But stop right there, Dosey. Go back up a little bit, Dosey. I want to correct this narrative about the slavery that we had. There are many slaveries, and colonism brings different slaveries into contact with one another. Historian Christina Snowder, who wrote a history of native slavery in the Southeast, told me, contacts push native practices to change over time as tribes contested or adapted to European demands. But broadly speaking, natives' type of enslavement were often about kinship, reproductive labor, and diplomacy, rather than solely the extraction of agriculture and domestic labor, or domestic labor. The difference between these slaveries are European bondage of Africans was great. So the historian Pika Hamulian in 2009, the book of the Comanche Empire, writes of Comanche users of slavery during the period of dominance of the American Southeast between 1750 and 1850. The Comanche exercised humanity in a part by numerical superiority, and enslavement was a part of that strategy. So he writes to put captives through a rigorous process of enslavement. So this dude right here, this historian that's writing, he's writing that this is when they started going through captives started going through rigorous enslavement, because they whole thing was, in
OTK.
order to catch an Indian, you need an Indian. You know what I
OTK.
mean? So, and
OTK.
this goes farther into that. Yo, go ahead.
Hey,
Go
I
ahead, brother.
gotta say this. I gotta say this. Doesn't that sound like a choice? Whether these people is gonna go along with it
Yes.
or not. Because
Yes.
me and
Either
you
you
both
get
know
down
this.
or you lay down.
Or you lay down. You know what this is.
Yes. Point blank. Point blank. So he was doing them boys, they was beating them, they was whooping them, mutilation, starvation, and all. Scroll on down, Dosey. I don't want to get caught up in this one article because I got a bunch
I'm
to
sorry.
show.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you good,
I'm
brother.
sorry.
You good. No, you good. You good. So it keeps on going into that. So we know New France. We know what New France is. That's over here also. So don't get it twisted. You know what I mean? Go down. It's a certain part that I want in this dossier. If you keep on scrolling down, I want to. What was the title of that one right there? That section. Okay, keep on going down. Keep on going down, baby girl. Yeah. So in this article, they talking about the raiding and all of that, and it was crazy. Okay, stop right there, Dosey.
This is Slate, right?
Yeah, this is Slate.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know exactly what article you're talking about now.
This is Onion. She wrote this.
Jesus. Oh.
So
God.
now this part of this article right here goes into the Westo Indians. So anybody that's on the East Coast, they know about the Westo Indians, because those was the one doing the capturing. Those was the wild Indians, and I'm talking about not wild Indian like me.
West.
They was wild to the point to where they didn't care what you was doing. They didn't care about how peaceful you was. They was all about the money.
Sounds familiar in this day and age, considering the West.
Yes. So they came up, they spoke the Iroquois language, and the Iroquois already got pushed out by the Algonquians from Canada. So they got pushed into Niagara Falls. So now they like, you know what? If this get done to us, now we about to do this to other people. You know what I mean? So, at a certain time, a bunch of groups got together and they said, you know what? We're going to get these Westos. We about to get them. So what they did, they ended up, siding with some of the colonists, got the weapons, you know what I mean? And the Carolinians and all them boys there and the Savannah Indians, you know what I mean? And they broke the Westos, you know what I mean? And the remaining of them got sold into slavery in the Caribbeans. All right. So you notice this common effect. Scroll down, Dosey. As I'm reading, I'm showing you exactly where these people are going at. They all are going to the Caribbeans in the West Indies. So now this part of the article talks about these Indian agents. So when a white man moved into a native location, usually he was to work as a trader or as an Indian agent. He will own African slaves if such a person also had a child with a native woman, as was not uncommon. So it's saying it's not uncommon for Africans to have a child with a native woman. The half European the slave owner will have a child by the American Indian also. So the half European, half native child would inherit the enslaved people and their children under white law. Remember earlier what we was brought up about how the Indians got classified as whites in that earlier Bill Straight Smoke that we was doing over there on Sister Bethany. Shout out to Sister Bethany channel too. Scroll
As
down a
always.
little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
All you're pointing out is this. At the end of the day, get down or lay down. This is harsh, man. And I don't think a lot of people are really looking at it for what it's worth. Keep going, bro. Keep cooking.
Bad. So Dosey, yeah, Bon, y'all, we gonna be in here, man. I'm gonna go through this. So Dosey, slide down a little bit. So okay. So with the white, so go up just a little bit. Go back up. I want to finish that little article. Okay, with the native woman, right there. You good. Okay, it was not uncommon. Boom. So underneath the white law, as well as the right to use tribal lands under tribal law. This combination puts such people in a position to expand their wealth, eventually operating large farms and plantations. This was the story of James Vaughan, the father of Joseph, the steamboat owner. The elder Van's mother was a Cherokee while his father was white. So because his father was white and his mama was Cherokee, he was automatically being able granted land and was able to do whatever he wanted to because he had European. So if y'all didn't see this movie, The Killers of Flower Moon, please go watch that because that is a real story. And it shows how these people was marrying in with these Indians and then killing them off to inherit their land. But that I'll let the story describe that. Go ahead, scroll on down, Dosey. This also goes into the Apache. The Apaches and other plain peoples were sold through Quebec to the Caribbean. So they was getting sold through Canada and then getting shipped to the Caribbean. Why are all of our peoples getting shipped to the Caribbeans from here? From North America. The East Coast primarily, but the plains is over there in the West Coast. That's like the Southwest Coast. So scroll on down some more, baby girl, Dulcinea. And thank you too, Dulcinea, for putting in my slaggish internet. So so the US government and Congress considered itself in charge of the Indian affairs starting in 1780s. They established a series of governmental structures meant to manage tribal relations. Had really clear ideas about what it meant to be civilized. This included a different gender differentiation of labor. So men were supposed to stop hunting. They were supposed to come back and farm. Women were supposed to be in the household. And enslaved people were supposed to be out in the fields, helping to produce even more crops and eventually allowing the native man to have more of a supervisory role. Indian agents, white men appointed by the Congress. You know what I mean? And it keeps on going into that, man. So the marital success of slaveholders such as Van did not, in the end, save the Cherokees from removal. So this letting you know, even though they did that, it did not stop what was happening. So all it did was help them in a way. Once they did what they had to do, boom, they was able to stay and was granted the land that they was already on, but the natives who was already on that land had to leave. They didn't get saved by marriage. So if you was rich in the Southeast, you got to basically start all over again with a captive labor force, Miles said. You know what I mean? So I advise you to look this article up, man. Scroll on down, Dosey. Let me keep on flowing. It's the main part in this article that I want to show. And I want to show about from let me see. Okay, scroll back up real quick. Scroll back up real quick, Dosey. I'm gonna show you something else. Okay, boom, right there. Slave narratives. Stop right there, big. Thank you. They are works progress administration oral histories given by black slaves who were once owned by Cherokees and other tribes report favorably on the experience of being held by natives. Miles told me that she thought the historian should take these narratives with a grain of salt, pointing out that there are also many stories of native slaveholders selling or punishing their black bondsmen. There were more ways to have a margin of autonomy in a Native
Here, here.
American context. There are examples of Native people freeing their slaves and then marrying them. But at the same time, there are many instances of violent behavior that tended to take place on the larger plantation. So it depended on where you were enslaved and who you were enslaved by. So some natives who held Africans on small farms where they might eat out of some pots as master, Mao said, treated them as kindly as family. You see what I'm saying? So this right here is going to do something major because they always talk about, oh, the Indians had African slaves too. But yeah, look how we treated them. They was family. They actually could marry in.
OTK.
Go ahead, bro. Scroll
Guess
up
what a
to Dosey while
bondsman
she's
is?
talking.
Guess
Go
what a
ahead.
bondsman is?
Yeah,
A
the bondsman who
slave.
we have today. Go ahead.
Is a slave.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Right. So is a bondsman a slave or is it an indentured slave?
A bondsman
Can
is
you
a
buy your way
person that
out of slavery is what I'm saying.
no OTK. I'm telling you, bro. Like real spill. A bondsman
Mhm.
is a person that will put their own body up for the bond of the person they have to go recover.
Right. Right. So that's why I was asking you. So is it like so when we think of bonds today, we think about somebody going to jail and they paying a bond to get out. In order to fulfill that bond, you have to go to court. If you don't, whatever you put up is taken away from you. That's how it works. That's how the bonds work in the South. Is that how y'all bondsmen work?
No, I'm saying a bondsman in that time frame was a slave that carried out a bounty. That was a bondsman then. They went and got the person because they were a surety of the person that had a bond.
Okay. Okay. All right. I follow you now. I got you. I got what you're saying now. Okay. Okay. Indeed. I agree with you. I'm into this damn I'm into this
The help,
presentation now,
bro.
so my head
I'm
cloud nine.
sorry,
I'm
it's the
looking over
help.
what you're saying. My bad, bro.
I'm sorry, it's the help.
My
This
bad, brother.
this
I'm
is the
thinking.
help. When you say a bondsman, that's the help of the
Yes.
colonial. I'm going with you. I feel you. Go ahead. Keep cooking, bro.
Right. Right. Okay. All right. So Dosey, you can scroll back up, scroll up some more. I want to get into this where let me see. It's a part inside this article. No, I mean scroll down. My bad, sis. Go ahead, scroll back down. It's a part in this article where they talk about chicken saw becoming a part of the system, African slaves and Indian. Hold up. the Yamasees, boom, 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 boom. It's a part in this article where they talk about how, no, scroll back up some. I must be missed it. Hold up, scroll back up just a little bit because it talks about something. All right, stop right there. Stop right there, Dosey. Okay, let me see. Boom. The fact that the native people so often assisted in the enslavement of people from other tribes make this story a complicated one. Yes, Europeans did have native assistance in implicating and implementing their ends. They were also the ones who put native tribes under this existential pressure that forced many Indians to sell fellow natives into slavery. This tragedy does not make for so clear a cut narrative as say, but the bravery of the fugitive African Americans who took the Underground Railroad to freedom, yet it is a tragedy nonetheless.
Mm.
The many stories of the native slavery force us to think about the strategies native people used to respond to the relentless European desire for labor. Some, like the Yamasees, who, with their allies, excuse me, rose up to challenge British colonists in South Carolina in 1715, 1716, fought enslavement with violent resistance. Some, like the warriors who brought the long coffle of the Sioux to Montreal in 1741, or the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, and the Choctaw, who took their African slaves to Indian country in 1830s, tried to adapt by becoming part of their system. So that right there let you know that they was adapting. So during the King Philip's War, oh yeah, man. Oh, so later some work with European law, with European law to challenge the tradition of Indian enslavement. In 1739, a native man known only as Caesar sued for his own freedom in New London, Connecticut. He argued that his mother, Betty, who had surrendered during the King Philip's War in 1676, which I have a bill on that too in the same presentation, should have been set free after 10 years of servitude rather than enslaved, and that he himself should have been born a free man. More than a few seconds and third generation native slave brought such cases in New England in the 1730s, 1740s, and in so doing, writes Margaret Ellen Newell, they fueled New England's growing abolitionist. So here goes the beginning of the abolition now, okay? Forcing men in power to reconsider the legal basis of enslavement. Natives were thus part of history of American slavery and its beginning and its end. So we not only been there from the beginning, but we also been there to the end. So I think that was the end of that slide. That actual article. Is it Dosey? And then you can scroll into the next one, man. Please hit the like button, man.
Yeah, it
My brother.
was. It was just giving the what they
The
actually
sources, yeah, the
sources and
sources
yeah.
at the end. So yeah, so straight smoke. So now that you see that at the end where they say that they had 10 years of servitude, you with me, straight smoke? You still here with me,
Of
brother?
course. Of course I am.
Okay. So you see where they say they had 10 years of servitude and then they should have been set free.
Mm-hmm.
So do you remember a story? Have you heard of a story about the two Europeans and the one black? The two Europeans got set free after their years of servitude, but then the black, or let's just, I'm saying black because that's why they used it. The black or the American Indian at that time had to stay into servitude forever.
Am I
You
familiar
remember?
with that? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. Have you ran across any research that says that?
I'm gonna be totally honest with you, OTK. I'm gonna be totally honest with you, okay? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and well put together. Well put together. I like how you presented that. Um, in the same vein, I always will lean the same way. I will always lean the same way. What options do certain people have at the end of their service.
Mm.
Is that a
Mm.
fair assessment?
Yes.
If you didn't put no money
Yes.
to the side to build your own, what do you have afterwards?
What
After
do you have
your
after?
decades of service. After your decades of service. Seriously.
Right. Right.
Because what I'm starting to look at is this. You were made into a citizen and forced into a citizen and taxed as a citizen. Now the agreement wasn't kept. That's all. I'm gonna be totally
Right.
honest about it. I'm gonna be totally honest about it. And all I can say is that it was seriously who did what at the right time and who didn't.
And who didn't?
And who didn't. I'm not about to
Who
throw
didn't?
stones at anybody for just laying down. It was a reason that these people laid down. Apparently, it was a reason these people laid down.
Facts.
I'm not even gonna sit
Facts.
in and sugarcoat it.
Yep.
Once we
There
get
you go.
past that, we all good. Come on, bro. Me and you go somewhere or whatever, who off the bam, and me and you chilling, whatever. It doesn't matter of what we're doing, but if somebody's there that somebody don't like, how is it gonna work out?
It ain't.
I mean, on our side, it's gonna work out great.
Right.
I'm serious. On my side of the ball, it's gonna work out great because I'm going home.
Right.
You know, I'm not worried about the next man doing no other stuff. That's the problem. There's no more men no more. I don't know what's going on. It's just what are we doing? I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
No, bro. Don't be sorry about expressing yourself, man. That's what I want this presentation to do. I want this presentation to bring out other thoughts, just like Bond Dog. We know Bond Dog, who Bond Dog is, man. You know what I mean? This brother, this is interesting. He's like, yo, man, because I got to go and pick up my nephew. I want to hear this. So that right there lets me know that I'm on to something, and it's something different. You know what I mean? Nobody knows. I never was taught in school about no Indian slave trade.
You
And I
can't be
went to
talking.
Chicago schools to South Carolina schools, bro.
Right. Right.
Yeah, we were
That's
kind of
my
talking
whole
about
point
that
right
the
there,
other
bro.
night. No one really was until it sounds like later, people in the 2000s, once they started demonizing Christopher Columbus and saying, okay, no longer Christopher Columbus, it's Indigenous Day. That's where like kids that are going and they're, going to high school in the
Notoriety, though.
2000s. Those are the ones that started to get some of the story of the Indian slave trade. Before then, most of us had no clue of that. I always say, like, it started with the Trail of Tears. That's what you hear. And when you hear Indian, it's synonymous with Native American.
Dulcie,
Uh-huh.
I gotta say this.
Go
I
ahead, Straight
mean this
Smoke.
wholeheartedly. This is with the narrative that they have to paint. This is the narrative. Me and OTK talked about this, you know. How did we break down that timeline, bro? That timeline don't
Seriously.
depict what they saying. It don't.
It don't. It don't.
It don't.
And that's something I'm gonna show you too, Dosey. Man, brother, this brother, 60-year-old brother now, he came to Sister Bethany channel and he brought some gas to the channel tonight. And me, him, and Straight was in another separate talk, and he brought some more gas to us where he brought American Indian timeline.
Timeline. Never
And guess
seen
what,
nothing
Dosey?
about it.
They don't even got the civil. They don't got the Civil War
Civil
on
War
the
in it.
timeline.
Whoo! Cook!
They don't got the Civil War on the timeline, Dosey. I'm gonna build with you and Sword on that. You already know, Dosey. Me, you, Sword, and Sweet
Okay.
Feather. We gonna go in.
Kind of like it's like a source as it has the timeline. We'll talk.
Yes,
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 yes, yes, yes. It's a
yes.
timeline starting from the 1400s on down,
1492 all the way to now.
all the way down. Yes.
1492 all the way down. It's cold blooded. I ain't never
Yeah,
seen
and
nothing like this in my life.
it's so much in depth, Dosey, to where each topic each year that they post something on that, we will be able to take that year and make a whole we can make a whole topic off of just that year because of what
Just
they
that
put
year.
in there.
Oh my
That's
God.
how deep that timeline is. You got to have a starting point,
You
and
got
that timeline gives us a starting point. Shit, that
I mean, of
timeline even tell us
everything.
about
What
what that
was it? What
timeline told us
was it?
about
OTK. It
how
was
much
all fucking
buffaloes they
cataclysmic
killed.
shit, wasn't it?
Yep,
It was
how
all
much
cataclysmic
buffaloes
shit.
they killed to get rid of the Indians over there. They'd even talk about like 20 million. It was like 20 million buffaloes that they killed for the
Yeah.
trade, and
To
also
starve them
they
motherfuckers
started
out.
hunting them for sport.
It's
Crazy,
crazy.
Dosey. Crazy, Dosey. Crazy. But I'm definitely gonna put you up on that, Dosey. So yeah, straight. If Dosey, one of y'all got something y'all want to add on in, go ahead real quick, and then we can go into the spiral effect, man. It keeps going.
Hey, bro. You already know where I'm at. You know where
Go
I'm
ahead,
at.
go ahead, and click on that right there for me, Dosey. All my slides got a source. That's why I say, boy, I took my time in this, man. I ain't did all that typing. I just did the source. I'm gonna bring up the natural article for you. The natural. And this is Smithsonian, baby. You know. Go scroll on down. Oh yeah, what did I bring this up for? I don't remember. It's the spiral effect about how it keeps going on and on.
Mm, mm, mm,
Mm,
mm.
mm, 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 mm. Okay, boom. Let's start right there. All right. Yeah, right there. In the Western Hemisphere, the very mention of the word slavery brings to mind images of Africans transported across the Atlantic, sugar plantations in the Caribbean, or the American Civil War. African slavery was surely a defining aspect of European colonialism in America, but it was not the only one. Native Americans were subject to parallel system of bondage as degrading and vast as African slavery, a system that has nonetheless remained hidden and poorly understood. In our hemisphere, indigenous slavery occurred in every major area, both predating and outlasting its African counterpart. During the 4 centuries between the arrival of Columbus and the beginning of the 20th century, some to 2.5 to 5 million native people were enslaved. What you think about
Can you
that,
say
Sword?
that again? Can you say that? Go back a couple sentences again.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, I
But
mean,
it was
this is getting funny, man.
African slavery was surely a defining aspect of European colonialism in
Hey,
Americas,
yeah.
but it was not the only one. Native Americans were subjected to a parallel system of bondage and degrading and vast as American slavery, a system that has nonetheless remained hidden or poorly understood. In our hemisphere, indigenous slavery occurred in every major area, both
Right.
predating
Here's the part.
and
Here's the part.
outlasting its African
African.
counterpart.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Okay. That's crazy, right? That's crazy, right? So now you see, dog, that I really was just, man, JB saw this. Shouts out to JB, man. JB saw this. JB was like, hold on, man. So OTK really just practicing right now, because from the first article I brought up, I ain't even show you that yet. I put him on the defense. And these further articles just coincide with my topic. I stayed on point with my topic. Okay. So let's skip a paragraph. Let's skip that. Ironically, right there. Yeah, stop right there,
Ironic.
Dosey. Thank you. Yep. Ironically, beginning in the Columbian times, the Spanish crown prohibited indigenous slavery, except in a few circumstances. So in 1542, it banned the practice entirely. So from here on, no Indian could be made into a slave under any circumstances, including wars, rebellions, or when ransomed from other Indians. Unlike African slavery, which remained legal and sanctioned by empires around the world for centuries, the enslavement of Native Americans was against the law. Yet, this category prohibition did not prevent Spanish colonists from taking enslaved indigenous people all over the hemisphere and even them from the Philippines. Okay. All right. So now we got the Pacific slave trade included too. Here we go. To get around the royal prohibition, slavery colonists and interpreters and entrepreneurs, in collision with some royal officials, resorted to legal subterfuges, carved out exceptions, and devised cleoscopic labor arrangements such as, oh man, we got to get into my Spanish now. Let me get into my Spanish. Encomiendas, repartimientos, no brodas, convict leasing, or Indians in deposit, debt pointage, or many others. Excuse the language of this. Y'all can go back and read this, man, and get y'all own thing. All the sources are up. So this is telling you that, yeah, they say that slavery stopped in the Colombian area in 1542. So they're not talking about North America now. We're talking about South America and the Caribbean islands right now, because those are where the Spanish was at. You understand what I'm saying? So they're saying, like, boy, them boys say, F that, man, we still gonna enslave them. You know what I mean? So the Spanish, they was doing some horrible stuff down there. So indigenous slavery long predated the arrival of Europeans in America. This one we're gonna go into the Mayas and the Aztecs and stuff like that, and all that, the Iroquois, about the sacrificial victims, the Iroquois waged the mourning wars on their neighbors, which they was beefing with the Algonquians and the Powhatans and all of that. Scroll down for me, Dosey, and they can keep going. They can keep reading this, and they got archaeological evidence and all this. So this ain't just no bull job and no article. Yeah, you can keep on going. It's showing like pretty much this article is going into all of the slavery, no matter what. Stop right there at that picture. Go scroll back up to that picture real quick, sis. Not that one. Yeah, scroll back up. All right, stop. Smoke. When you see this picture, what you think?
A narrative. It's class warfare, bro.
You see the peoples?
That's
so
class warfare.
You see all the peoples on here, right? All right. So now let me bring something to your awareness. So when the Europeans saw this mural on the wall, if you look to the left, you have 6 in different dresses. You look to the right, you have 6 in different costumes. This is how they came up with the concept of the 12 lost tribes. Here you go, right here. This is the mural of it. 6 on the left, 6 on the right. If you notice, they are all different people, different types of Indians. You see what I see straight? You see what I
Of
see,
course I do.
Dosey?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Look at their hair. Look at them dreads, boy. Look at look at them dread. Them some dread head people, man. You know what I mean? And that's Mayan. And look what it said: Mayan lords standing over defeated and enslaved enemies. So it's 12 lords, the 12 disciples. So this is, you know what I mean, this is what they saw, and they was like, oh, these are the lost civilized, these are the lost tribes. You know what I mean? And peace Geechee Slow Motion, and peace to the Hurricane, man, JW, man. Peace to Nisha too, peace to Darvis, peace to the chat. Thank y'all for tuning in. Go ahead and scroll on down, Dosey. Unless y'all wanted to comment on that picture real quick. Y'all wanted to give me y'all input on that picture after I tell y'all that it's the 12 civilized tribes?
Not at all. Not at all.
Which,
I know
okay.
exactly what that is.
Okay. Go ahead. You can keep on scrolling on down, Dosey. This article, you know, this is the Smithsonian, so you know they gonna go extra and extra. Okay, so you see the same 12 right there, Dosey? Stop, Dosey. So now you see 12 different looking people right there at the bottom and 12 different outfits. Look like, you know what I mean? Or 6 and then 6. You notice the numbers now. So just keep that in tune. Keep on going up. That just to let you know that numbers wasn't just significant over there. That numbers
Warfare.
were significant here too.
Warfare.
Right. You
Damn,
can keep on
OTJ.
scrolling up, man. This is going more into the slavery.
Damn.
It's a reason why I brought this article up. It's something in this article. Keep on going. Dosey. You can just scroll down slowly so they can look at the murals or whatever.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yep. Keep on. So they talk about the California gold rush, you know, the mining, and all of that. They talk about the centuries.
Oh,
It's something. Oh man, these articles that I got in here, straight smoke, man. They are like each article pretty much you can do like a build off, man. And that's why I think I did a little bit too much because I wasn't able to go through all of it. But I thought, you know what I mean? I thought it was 10 minutes was like a long time. But it wasn't really. Yeah.
it's how you
See
encompass
right
the
there.
information.
Stop, Dosey.
How
You
you
see right there.
encompass the information.
How did I?
No, I'm saying it's how you encompass the information. That's all it is.
Oh, right.
Everybody keeps focusing
So
on delivery. It's not delivery. It's the information. Period. It's how you encompass the information. You got it, OTK.
right. So if you look at this is also showing the price value on our females too,
Ooh, shit.
and on our peoples them too. This is slave. And Calhoun is a major street here in South Carolina right now. Calhoun Street, downtown. So this right here, see, this article has so much information, man. You know what? I'm gonna do a more build, and I'm gonna go more in depth on just these articles because these articles can take us into other places. Go ahead, scroll down. White person, that's speech to 13. Yeah, you can go ahead and scroll. Keep on going down, Dosey. Keep on going. Yeah, they talk about how we're all still living in slavery and sweatshops and all of that. That might be the end of that. That's all the sources. Is that the end of it, or is there something else at the end?
The last page looked
Okay,
like
so
source.
maybe I had that article in. Yeah, I had that article in there just to show that slavery was real and where it started from. You can go to the next slide, Dosey.
Okay.
Hey, OTK, if I could, real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Um, I see how you're mapping this out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And the best part about it is that it's it's something that people need to actually go and look at.
Yes, and
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
all I'm
Don't
trying to do. Yeah, I'm just trying to put it on your mind.
that's
That's
all.
it. That's all. I'm just
That's
trying to
all.
put it out there. No, you can go back. You can go back one, Dosey. They forgot about us.
It's very clear what's taking place. The age of
Yeah.
ignorance is over, man. It's a choice.
Yes. The age of ignorance is over, and the age of not having. If you want to be a bum, you can stay a bum. You don't have nothing. That's all on you.
Correct.
This is, you know what? This is the age of information and also the age of opportunity.
Correct. Because information is opportunity.
Yes. Yes. You still
I
with me,
concur.
Dosey, or
I
you
concur.
popped off?
I'm still with you. I'm just trying to get the link. It's going to the next one, so give me a second.
Okay.
Thank you
And
so
that's
much,
crazy,
Dulcie.
right?
It's good to be around you, you know? It really
Thank you,
is.
brother. It's good to be around you too, bro. You know what I mean? Man, I like to be around like-minded people, even if we don't agree.
Correct.
You know, even if we don't agree, so what? So
There's
what if
still
we
some
don't
facet
agree?
in truth. There's still some facet
Right,
in truth in everybody.
right, right. I'm gonna get something from you, and you get something from me. That's what it's all about. Okay. So you notice how I how I put that background up, you know what you know what I mean? Oh man, I was going deep though. See, boy, I'm trying to tell you, I'm talking about for the whole week. Man, I was going to work. I was getting off at like 2 o'clock. I'm like from 2 to 10, man. I'm strictly researching. To my eyes was getting water. You know what I mean? Trying to put this together because this is actually my first presentation. And thanks to my sister Dosey, she actually helped me with this, with creating this, and show me how to put these links in there. The rest I had to figure out because she had her own stuff she had to handle. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Correct.
though, so you can go ahead and click on that link right there, the forgotten story of the American Indian slavery. And every article that I have on here pretty much talks about the American Indian slavery until I get farther down because I was like, you know what, just in case you have questions, then I'm gonna have this prepared for them. So uh when Americans think of slavery, matter of fact, this is the article that I blew up that I was reading and I lost my spot during the debate. So when Americans think of slavery, this is another one that starts like that. Our minds create images of Africans inhumanely crowded aboard ships, plying the Middle Passage from Africa, or of blacks stooped to pick cotton in southern fields. We don't conjure images of American Indians chained in coffles and marched to ports like Boston and Charleston and then shipped to other ports in the Atlantic world. Yet, Indian slavery and an Indian slave trade were ambiguous in early America. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from the Gulf of Mexico to Canada, tens of thousands of Americans' native peoples were enslaved, many of them transported to lands distant from their homes. Our historical mythology posts that American Indians could not be enslaved in large numbers because they too readily succumbed to disease when exposed to Europeans, and they were wedded to freedom and allow anyone to own them. Yet, many indigenous people developed resistance to the European disease after being exposed to the newcomers for well over a century. So now I'm gonna
Mm,
stop right there real quick because now I'm
mm,
gonna go this. I'm gonna go into
mm,
this malaria thing, okay? Because if you talk to somebody, they say, "Oh boy, if you got a trait, if you got sickle cell trait, oh man, you're African." No, no. So I asked brother Ali Muhammad, I know one who I call a master teacher too. I asked him, I was like, brother Ali, follow me when if I ask this question. And straight, I'm asking you pretty much. If this article is saying we built up a resistance over their diseases. Now we know one of the main diseases that was killing us off was smallpox or whatever like that, smallpox and malaria. So they said that if you have a sickle cell trait to fight off, because sickle cell trait developed in the body to fight off malaria, correct? So if that trait was developed to fight off malaria, what is our trait called that we developed to fight off our malaria here? Because we had malaria here also. So what was our trait called?
I can't give you the specifics, but I will say this. This is why you have different bloodlines. I mean, when I say bloodlines, blood types, because
Mm-hmm.
all blood types does not have the same problems. That's
Mm-hmm.
just fact.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
any seriously, any migrational thing dealing with any insect or anything of that nature can only be stimulated in kinds of ways. Two kinds of ways.
Mm.
And I'm going to say this, and I really wholeheartedly um, believe this myself. It wasn't so much that what a lot of people don't understand, we didn't have immunization back then. That's it. There was no governing body of pediatrics. How about that?
Right.
Let's start at the
Right.
smallest point.
Right. Right.
There was no governing body on pediatrics. That lets you know people were having kids way before medicine. How did they
Uh-huh.
treat a lot of things? Well, where I'm from, we eat greens.
Mm-hmm.
And the deeper,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. These are things that heal people. Teas, you know,
Mm-hmm.
liquid tinctures. We didn't have that type of immunization going on at that period in time. People relied on your local witch doctor, if you want to call them that. Mm.
Yeah. Or shaman. Yes.
You understand what I'm going with this?
Uh-huh.
So
Definitely.
the whole
Midwife,
thing is
shaman. Yes.
right, right. The whole thing is this: that 7-day chicken soup that my wife cooks out for us all the time. It takes 7 days for her to make chicken soup. That's called bone broth. That's all it is. It's called bone
Wow.
broth. You getting the marrow out the bone.
Getting everything out the marrow.
You
Right.
getting everything out the marrow.
Right.
That's that stuff that make you
Right.
hot on the inside.
It's crazy because I told one of my little cousins the other day, I said, boy, my mama throwing away this big bone. I said, boy, grandmama would have slapped her off. I said, my grandmama would have took just that bone
And
and
boiled
would
the
have
shit out
made a gravy and a stew out of just that
the
bone.
bone. I'm serious. A lot of
Just
people, that's
out of
what I'm
the
saying.
bone, bro.
Everybody is getting away because what they're doing and they're inadvertently doing is they're giving their silent okay and giving away their outright nature. They're
Yep.
silently okaying to stuff that they know is going to harm them. That's what they're doing. I mean,
Right.
I really want people to understand this. You know, you're locking down yourself to capitulate with something that means you no good. Seriously,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
What you think, Dosey? Uh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
now,
definitely. When we're talking about developing a natural immunity to things, and even when you're talking about here having its own malaria and its own yellow fever, I would
yep.
have to look deeper into it. But when you're developing that immunity, what are they doing to really separate it? What are they doing to really say, oh, this is separate from this one or anything like that? Where I
Right.
know they have the retroviruses, but to me, even that, I'm not sure of how distinct they are being with just being like, oh, there was a sickness at a certain time and this sickness is all over the world. So I definitely believe, maybe you can have something that looks similar to sickle cell trait or is like this doing the same thing because of the malaria here. But it doesn't mean that
Right.
that's enough evidence for you to be from another place or anything. It would
but
just
we
be
have
Right.
community.
we have to understand that sickle cell with sickle cell. If I'm correct,
It's two
you have
different
to have
types. Now you got
insulin.
sickle cell anemia, and then you got the sickle cell trait.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So your body is
Mhm.
not processing sugar at some point, right?
I think that's anemia.
Mm-mm,
I don't know if that's
mm-mm.
the trait. I know the trait was developed. The trait, the reason why it's called a
Develop,
trait is because the body, they say the body
develop.
developed it to fight off malaria.
Right, but
Now
I'm
you about to
saying,
take me deeper. Now you about to take me deeper. Go ahead on in, bro, with the sugar thing.
but
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying it has to
That's
be
like
a
diabetes
deficiency.
almost.
It has to be a deficiency within that person. So all deficiencies come from people that has crossbreeded within. I want you to really understand that.
Okay. All right. I got you.
That's where
Mm.
your deformities, majority of the deformities come from. That's why you were saying these pink people with tails. You ain't seen that?
Well, you
I know you seen that. Stop it and cut it out. Yeah, this is generational deformities. How do you have generational deformities? Seriously, I
Yeah,
don't mean to sound
interbreed.
like this.
Definitely.
I'm sorry.
Mm.
I apologize.
No, no, I mean, bro, listen, it ain't nothing you can say that a person shouldn't go and research. Now, them be knowing me, they know anything somebody tell me, I'm gonna go and research it. You know
Please
what I
do.
mean? I'm gonna, you know, yes, definitely. So, all right. So now the reason why I say that because now, like I was saying, so now they can't really separate and say, okay, because you got the sickle cell trait that you're from Africa. No, they can't say that because the
Exactly.
Indian over here also has a sickle cell trait
Yep.
because we've been had malaria over here.
And Europeans had it too.
You know, shit, they couldn't even stand it. You know, during a certain time of the year, they had to leave from South Carolina, bro. They couldn't
No,
even stay here.
I'm saying
Yeah.
overall, even in
Uh-huh.
Great Britain, they had it too.
Uh-huh. They had malaria over there. Somebody even told me that they had malaria in parts of Egypt, I heard.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This
Okay.
is not no
Okay.
closed off system.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no,
Right.
no.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me go back into this right here.
Yes,
So,
sir.
yet many indigenous develop a resistance to European diseases after being exposed to the newcomers for well over a century. And
Mhm.
it is a racist conception that inferior Africans accepted their debased position as slaves, a
Mm.
status that American Indians and Europeans presumably could never accept it. This is a gross misconception of history. We are just scratching the surface of what this all means. For the enslavement of Indians forced us to rethink not only the institution of slavery, but the evolution of racism and racist ideologies in America. In the 17th century, Europeans, Africans, and American Indians all accepted slavery as a legitimate social institution. The treatment and status of the enslaved varied greatly from group to group. War captives provided most slaves through the Europeans, made slavery inheritable. Africans and Indians did exchange slaves as commodities. Okay, it said Africans and Indians did exchange slave as commodities. So now they're telling you that Africans are slaveholders too, right here, right? Or am I misreading?
No,
Or are they talking about the white
no,
Africans?
no,
Am I
no.
reading this correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. So Africans and Indians did exchange slaves as commodities, but Europeans introduced an international market economy for labor as colonial plantation
Stop,
societies developed. Okay, so now I understand. What they're saying is in Africa,
stop.
the Africans did it. In America, American Indians did it, but the Europeans introduced it to an international economy for labor.
Say it one more time so everybody could
Oh,
understand that.
okay. So the Africans
What was the labor?
enslaved their own people, the American
What was the labor?
Indians enslaved their own people, but the Europeans introduced an international market
Market.
economy for slavery. A market,
A market. That's why I said this is business, bro.
big business.
This is business, bro. I don't understand why nobody is understanding this. This
Mm,
has to do with trade, bro.
mm,
Everybody at this time was looking to get the product, bro. That's all this is.
mm,
If you cannot just step back and look at what you just said right there, this is big international business back then. That's it.
mm.
Everybody want to call it. They use the term slave. No, no. These people were actual indentured servants. Some got treated
Mm,
better.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
And
it.
I'm about to get into that.
That's
Let's
it.
go get into that too.
But
Some
you're
of these
still a
articles will
slave.
get into that. But you still a slave.
But you're
Even
still a
even if
slave
you wasn't a slave and I was the head of the household, I would mark you down as a slave for the
for
benefits. And you could have
the
been my
benefit.
mama. And you
Because
could have
I'm
been my
getting
mama.
taxed on you.
Right. Right.
I'm
So my
getting
sister
taxed
Dosey
on you.
and Swordfish are the beasts at these senses. Oh man, they are a beast. They did a wonderful build on this, man, and I can't wait for part two to come out. But yeah, man, we all over with this thing, man. Everybody got their lane, and we conquering that lane, bro. And we bringing this information out. You know what I mean? So the economy, the international market economy for labor, as
Mhm.
colonial plantation societies develop an
There it
insatiable
is.
demand for workers, spurring the African slave trade. Okay, so this is what started the African slave
African
trade
slave
to
trade.
America.
Exactly.
Okay, right, as well
Damn.
as various forms of bond labor for impoverished Europeans. So they go your indentured servants.
Say it
In the
again.
American South, they go your, here we go, spurring the African slave trade, as well as various forms of bond labor for impoverished Europeans, broke, poor Europeans in poverty. The slave trade was also a various form for them. Yes. So not only was they trying to bring them African slaves here, or so-called, they also was taking the poor Europeans who wanted to come and work to get away from where they was at. They was poor over there. If they had so much money over there and everything was so great, why
Why
would
would
they
they
have
leave?
impoverished Europeans coming over here?
Why would they leave?
Why would they leave? Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
so I'll say this to you, okay?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Not only am I gonna revolutionize and nationalize, I'm gonna show you how to do it.
I'm gonna show you how to do it.
I'm gonna show you how to do it.
I'm gonna
Think
show
into
you how
what
to do it.
think about what I'm saying. That's all they did. Y'all think it's small.
Where
Every country had their own ideology on how to pull it off. Some failed. Hold on. Out of the 3, I'll really say 4. They showed you what it was. They showed you this.
right?
They revolutionized. Yeah, they're showing you.
They showing you. They showing you. So check this. It gets deeper. In the American South, European traders, mostly British colonists, operating out of Charleston, South Carolina, engaged local and distant American Indian tribes to undertake slaving against their neighbors, who could be made to walk to ships that would carry them to Barbados. They go my girl. They go my girl
Yeah.
Dots. They go my girl Dots. New York. We was getting even sent up north. Antigua. And other parts of the Atlantic world where they would work as slaves. The South Carolinians used some of these slaves to work their own plantation. But check out these wild Indians, but because the ability of captives to escape over familiar territory among familiar peoples, their captors prefer to export most of them elsewhere. Capital from selling Indian slaves was used to fund plantation and purchase Africans. Capital from selling Indian slaves was used to fund plantations and purchase Africans. It was as if one could create capital out of thin air. The only effort lay in capturing the prey and transporting it to market. Native peoples engage in slaving for a variety of reasons. In exchange for captives, they receive European trade goods. Many also hope to forge closer relations with the British.
Exactly.
To refuse to become slave raiders, they risk becoming categorized as potential victims with their enemies, then filling the role of slavers. The result, a frenzy of slaving infected the region, as native captors not only their enemies, but people they have never met. Some went farther and captured their friends and allies. Small scale
See?
raids with attacks and fewer than a dozen people involved in large scale wars with the British and their American Indian allies, seeking captives in the thousands, extending southward from Charleston. British and native raiders follow attacks upon the native peoples of Georgia with a massive onslaught against the Indians on Spanish missions in native Florida. Systematically, the raiders extended all the way to the Florida Keys. Simultaneously, The English established important ties with the Chickasaw, who became the key slavers of the lower Mississippi Valley, extending their attacks west of the Mississippi, south of the Gulf of Mexico.
Can you stop right there?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
Can you stop right there?
Get down
Does,
or lay down.
doesn't it sound like somebody had a dispute over money
Oh, yeah.
in a family tribe? Think about what I'm talking about, because the biggest trade right now is fur.
Right.
Fur
So
and fuel.
actually, right now,
Fur and
during this
food.
time right here, so right now, during this time right here, is not only fur, it's the American Indians.
Hold on. I'm saying it's
Mhm.
the equivalent of having someone that knows how to grow food.
Oh, yes, yes. I got you. Go ahead. Go ahead on there, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point in this. It's to show you how they took certain people from certain areas. Now, we want to call it slaves. We want, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to say slave this, slave that. I get it. I get it. But at certain points, I have to say these people was employed.
Yes. Yes.
Now, did they get the treatment they deserve? Who's to say? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. But these people was employed, man. Fuck all that bullshit. These people was employed. It was just harsher
Oh,
treatments back in the day.
what's up, cuz? Peace, cuz. It's Straight Smoke.
What
That's
up,
my
Darvis?
cousin Darvis, man. You probably know him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
that
course.
cuzzo, man.
What up, Darvis?
Peace to the gods, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. How y'all doing today?
As always, as always.
What's going on with you,
Peace, peace.
kinfolk?
Man, chilling, man.
Yeah.
Sitting down, chilling,
All
man.
right.
So I turn see what the fuck on YouTube. I see you on live. I was listening to
Yeah,
the
man.
information. I mean, I've been dropping.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually from out of my debate, but since I didn't get to go through all the slides in the debate, I said, you know what, Dosey, you want to go with me tonight and let me help me go into the debate, you know what I mean, into the presentation. You know what I mean? So if anybody have any questions or anything like that, man, just so we can start a bill or anything off of anything, you know, at any moment in time. If we get into a bill, it's cool with me. You know what I mean? So but I'm gonna keep on going. So the Chickasaw, surrounded by enemies on all sides. So now here we go. A situation of get down or lay down. Uh-oh.
Yep.
All
Well,
right.
she got it.
The Chickasaw, surrounded by enemies on all sides, use slaving as a way to strengthen themselves as their enemies at their enemies' expense. But great losses in slaving wars weakened them immensely. The numbers are difficult to calculate, but I estimate that 30,000 to 50,000, perhaps more, American Indians were exported from Charleston. 1,000 more were exported from ports like Boston and Salem, and on a much smaller scale by the French from New Orleans. Untold numbers, which scholars are just beginning to calculate, will ultimately include the thousands who were not exported from their region but lived out their lives as slaves on plantations in Virginia, as farm laborers in Connecticut, and as domestics in New France.
There it is. That's it
What
right
you
there.
think, Dosey? What you think, Dosey, about that little paragraph right there?
Yeah, it's definitely going into that, just showing that they don't even have all the numbers, but they're saying, without a shadow of a doubt, you're seeing some large amount of numbers, 30,000 to 50,000, perhaps more American Indians were exported from Charleston. Okay. Without a shadow of a doubt. And
Hold
then
on.
you have to show, he was just I remember him in part of the debate, but what he never showed is okay, give a figure that's more than this being imported in. But all he would just say is the amount of slaves in there that would take these totals. The slaves exported out and the slaves coming in. So no, we need to know the number of Africans that were imported in.
And if I could
Right.
elaborate on this,
Go ahead, bro. Yeah,
if
definitely.
you
And I want to hear what you'll say too. Go ahead.
if you really take it in full context, it's showing you they had to send planters to different climates.
Hello.
That's all they had to do.
Okay.
They're letting you
They
know
had to
that
separate.
we had to send somebody that know how to grow to different areas of the world. These people don't. That's the whole thing. Life. Food. Food is the driving force of everybody. Am I correct?
Yes.
There you go.
Facts.
That's it. So you can call them indentured servant. You can call them a slave, whatever you want to call them. Guess what? They took the people that they needed to do a specific job.
Facts.
That's it.
Facts. And they knew exactly where they needed to put them at.
Exactly.
So you heard of the combine, right? The combine that the NFL holds. You heard of that, Straight Smoke? I know you heard of the combine, right? Where all college players go through before they get drafted. So they had a combine here. That's actually where it gets its name from.
Exactly.
So at the slave market downtown, it was like a contest. It was like who can lift this much, who can do this much, and that's how they. Man, it's deep, but that's how the combine. Them boys actually they was like, okay, we gonna ship your ass here. We gonna ship your ass here. We gonna ship your ass here.
Where you get your athletes
in
from?
other words, if I'm an NFL team and I need a running back, goddamn it, they gonna send him to me. You know what I mean?
Your running back was the one that was breeding women, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. See, that's a whole nut. That's a
what
whole
I'm saying.
nother story.
A lot of people don't understand this, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. How don't you know the breakdown of class warfare or society?
A lot of people don't, bro. A lot of people don't.
I'm sorry, OTK.
You good, bro.
Man.
Jarvis, what you think about that first one, or you want me to read this last little part real quick before I go into the bottom part? Before you comment real quick.
I was like, based on the research I was doing, I mean, a lot of the research I read and listening to what you doing now, I understand that. I think a lot of this one-sided story. I mean, a lot of stuff really ain't quite happened the way they said. Like, I'm thinking a lot of people usually leaving off, they're not necessarily slaves. They're all getting paid. And everywhere they go at, and everywhere we go at, they got bloodline ties.
Right.
The same people we call French, they got bloodline ties in America.
They got bloodline ties.
The same people we call English, they got bloodline ties in America. Yeah.
Right.
This was a coordinated effort, bro.
These were employees going from company to company.
Big business.
Say it again.
Big business.
Thank you.
What you say, Jarvis? They was employees going from company to company.
Company to company.
Or
company to
straight
company.
Up, man. Stop. Let's stop all the being naive.
Oh, okay. So I have a question, controversial, I guess. Like, so when Florida and DeSantis is saying, "Oh, we shouldn't call these people slaves. We should just call them migrant workers," are they correct?
You said migrant workers.
You said DeSantis talking about the dude running for president.
Wait.
DeSantis, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, from
I
Florida.
gotta put this correct because I'm of now on this.
They
I'm gonna
indentured
ask you,
servants, baby.
I'm gonna ask you. You said DeSantis was talking about who again?
The slaves and changing the textbooks as far as to take slaves out and put migrant workers in.
Okay.
And I agree, and I would think that that'll be wise
And that,
because a
and
lot of
that's
people
what we just
misunderstand
got
that word,
saying.
and
Right.
we use that word now contemporarily. I mean, but it had a totally different meaning back in the 1700s and earlier.
Yes, yes. And
Believe it or not,
straight, you just
that was a nationality.
and straight, you
What
just
is the
said that.
longest
They was
standing
getting
title?
paid. They was
What
getting
is the
paid.
longest standing title?
Yeah, I agree with some of that. I would say that some of them definitely were getting paid. I think the problem would be the ones that weren't, the ones
What
that
is
were
the
taken
longest?
advantage of, the ones that they put into a long period of servitude and tricked into
I
it
hear you.
and
What
stuff
is
like
the
that.
longest
Where how do
standing
we
title?
separate the migrant workers from that?
I
What
said the
is the
Right.
slaves
longest
were a
standing
particular
title?
nationality, and they were actually
Mm-mm.
bred just to be that.
No,
And then you got
no,
other people. You got other people
no.
what they
What
call
is
this.
the no? What is the longest standing title?
What do you mean?
It's only one.
What you mean? Well, you said title. There's a lot of titles. I don't
Oh
understand what
Talking
you
about
yeah,
mean.
slave, as far as like
this
the
is the longest
slave thing.
standing title.
Slave,
What is
right?
No,
Should it
what is
be migrant workers and prisoners of war?
no. This is what
No,
everybody keeps. And I don't understand it, but I'm gonna say this. What is
Go
the
ahead.
longest standing title?
Go ahead, say it, King.
Prostitution.
I wouldn't say it's the
Mm.
longest one, but I understand what you're saying because
No,
they were
it's
dealing with
probably the
prostitution
longest.
all
He's
over the
probably
place.
right on
Listen,
that.
No, I'm
Yeah,
telling
yeah.
you,
I
prostitution.
I got
When
that.
I say prostitution, I'm not
I know
talking
it.
about women. I'm not
Yes.
talking about women.
Just
Talk about
the
pimping out
idea
the
of what
work.
it is, of
The
industry that it is.
whole understanding of what prostitution is.
Prostitution
It is not
is
about
pimping
what you
out.
think.
You got an owner and you sending out your workers to go make your
Say
money.
it again. What is that called nowadays?
That's a business owner.
That's a business owner. Thank you very much. Let's
I guess
go ahead and keep the ball moving.
I guess you can
All
say
right.
that. In some ways, you can look at it like that.
Except
But
for
difference between
the
a
one like
prostitute,
that you
though,
read earlier,
Right.
that
But
his
it's
you got different
mom
kinds of
should have
prostitute.
already been freed
prostitute.
10 years ago, but they kept her as
Yeah.
a slave because she was an Indian.
Mhm.
So they kept her as a slave, kept the son as a slave, and the slave had to go, and the son had to say, "Hey, I should have been free. I should have been born free.
Right.
My mom
Right.
was taking longer." So we definitely had to say that there's
Mhm.
migrant workers, definitely. Even when we say the indentured servants, which Big Chief brought up in our presentation, the Jacobites. And you got to understand, like, all of them weren't impoverished Europeans. Some of
They
them
were
were
not.
prisoner of war, lost the war. The Jacobites lost the glorious war. Then they brought them over here. And after their servitude, they're getting land, they're getting tobacco, they're getting resources. So they're not just these impoverished indentured servants the way you would
Say it
think
again.
them as. So there's all these qualities of what everyone's getting and how they're getting their piece of the pie.
How do
Right.
Yeah,
you
but see,
attain
indentured
land?
servant
How
is
do you
employee under
attain
contract.
land? How do you attain land that you have never ever seen?
You work for it.
What?
You work for it.
No, you take
Oh
it.
God.
No, King, you work for it.
Yeah, they worked for it, and then the people
Yeah.
were marrying in.
That's how they got paid. They got paid in land.
They were working. Well, they were
I'ma
working
say
for
this.
the companies that were trying to take over the land. The people that were trying to take over the land, they tried to do different shiesty things, like you said, business, prostitution. They tried to say, "Oh, okay, well, no one's claiming the land. Can we claim it?" All this other stuff. It took them a long time, to the 1700s, before they really started, like, really getting off of, like, okay, this is how we can attain the land from the people already here. But then once they had those people coming in companies, they would bring people over to war sometimes to fight and different things like that. Sometimes they bring them in just to work, and then they would promise them acres of land, resources, or anything just to do that.
Dulcie.
I could agree with that to an extent.
Hold on, Dulcie.
Go ahead, Straight
OTK
Smoke.
and
Hey,
I
Straight
have
Smoke.
a
Hey, Straight
timeline.
Smoke. Turn your mic up just a little bit, Straight Smoke, because we don't know if you're talking in the background or if you're talking to us because you're coming in so smooth. Just turn it up just a little bit so we know where you coming in, bro.
You got me?
Yep, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
So Dulcie, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. OTK and I have privy to a timeline that is unheard of. I mean, totally unheard of. Because as it stands, there is no way all of these things can be happening in the same summer. It's not.
Yeah, and that's another thing we found, Dulcie. Boy,
what same summer? What do you mean?
At the same time things was going on the East Coast, we find things was going on the West Coast, and things was going on over there in Europe.
Oh yeah,
and in the Midwest.
So you know how Top
exactly.
Cat, you know
That's why I brought up the Jacobites specifically, because they are something that's going on in Scotland and everything, and then you see them conquered and brought over here as indentured servants, but then ending up with acres of land. Like
I think the Jacobites got kicked out. They wasn't indigenous to that land over
they
there.
lost.
They lost. They had to go back home.
They lost 2 wars. They tried one war. They had to go back home. They were looking like they were going to win the next war. Didn't happen. Still lost. And then some of the prisoners of war were taken here and then end up with land.
Yeah, but see, remember what Trump the boy was doing to the Mexicans?
What?
Remember how Trump was doing to the Mexicans when they first when that shit was going on?
Families up. Yeah, splitting the families
they was kicking them niggas out because they wasn't indigenous to that land. And they came with the Inquisition. Those that adopted the Inquisition, a lot of people that didn't adhere to the Inquisition had to either convert or go back home. A lot of them people went back home. If you check their bloodlines, them boys indigenous to here. That's why they would never call Scottish or Celts or Anglos or Saxons or whatever. They set up a company over there.
Saxons, huh?
Same way they did over here. They set up this company, and that company became the government.
I told you, OTK. I told you.
And so, being that they set that company, these aristocrats set that company up through trade. They got rich doing trade back and forth. They set up a country.
Yeah,
companies became the land.
Are you trying to say that all the Scottish are indigenous to here?
No,
I'm not saying all of them. No. I'm saying, but Scottish, the Scotland, the Scottish, they're not the original people. That's the name of the company that was set up.
Right.
And they call it, these are companies they set up. These are not the actual land.
Yeah.
The name of the land was never really England or the UK or
that. These companies that were set up, there are people and then there's companies, right? So the companies didn't just white people and say we're going to call these people Scottish. No, there was the Plymouth Company.
But that's over here.
There was the Scottish Company. It wasn't established by us over here.
What I'm saying is this, right?
By other people.
I know, but the people who did it came from here.
Exactly, and they were
they came over there, went over there, and they set up these companies.
And a lot of times, those companies are established by those Europeans.
We can look at the West.
Yeah, some of them was, but most of them came from over here. We were doing trade.
India company, Dulcie.
Yeah, it's got like a damn mountain.
Which company did you use, Straight Smoke?
You can look at and get a very clear picture from the West India Company.
Right.
You can get a very clear picture.
Yeah, because that's one of the successful ones, and that's what they were doing. Pretty much, they were setting up companies like that. Some of them were successful, some of them failed, and then they had to go to the next company.
No,
like, this ain't working.
Yeah, but the companies.
These are the ones I'm talking about are the ones that's well documented as far as who they did business with. I'm looking at the business aspect of everything. That's what I'm looking at,
Mm.
the business side, because all things have to flow through business to keep the commercial world afloat.
It's all a trade thing. It's
It's all a
all a
trade.
trade.
That's
It's
and that'll
all a
make it
trade.
so that's what make it so interesting, man. Because before they became these names, there were names before them, but they were also companies before them. After this little,
Mm.
I don't say we will say war religion that happened.
OTK
Those
Uh-huh.
people that start getting backed by
Anyway,
the
never mind.
church, they became Christians, and these companies were Christian companies
Yeah.
set up under the old Morris companies, on top of the old Morris ones.
Source that, Darvis, before you bring up some stuff.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it
Hey,
again
man,
because
South Carolina,
the
the
first-
company in South Carolina
the first
was once called Alderman.
the first recorded thing, it wasn't so much as Moors as more. It was more so Muslim.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But see,
All right.
Yeah.
yeah,
So-
I understand that
so
too now.
let's
But see,
go
remember the
ahead
term Muslim,
and get-
the term
let's
Muslim
go
wasn't that
ahead-
old
hold
though.
on, hold on. Let's go ahead and get
Really?
past the disparages, because
Uh-huh.
we're not going to keep rewriting people into shit. Fuck all that.
Exactly.
Shoot,
But you
okay,
got
I'm
to look
sorry.
at what it
sorry.
is though.
Yeah,
No.
if you're
So-
talking about as early as 1682 in Virginia, they're called the Mohammedans. These are Mohammedan people.
Mohammedan.
This is not
Yes.
just like the
Yeah, but that was-
companies. When we talk about the companies, they're well documented, and there's more than
Well.
West Indian. I bring up the Plymouth Company because we see that King Charles chartered
Ooh.
the Plymouth
James.
Company.
Ooh.
No,
James
King
did that one.
Charles. No.
Charles.
King Charles chartered
Tell you what.
the Plymouth Company. I have the primary source.
I
can
got one
show
too.
you.
I got one too. But listen, we're not
So
I
in
we'll
the
go back and forth about that.
1600s, King Charles chartered this
Charles
Plymouth
came
Company
afterwards,
and
too.
was trying to
Yeah,
come
I mean,
on
Charles
but
came
James came
before.
in first.
but they couldn't acquire land. They didn't end up acquiring land until like the 1700s. So when Plymouth Company
Right.
failed, because it failed, he was like, okay, we got to go on to the next company, dissolve this,
Right.
and let's move on to the next thing. And that's where you
Right.
start seeing the Virginia Company and all that. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong about there was existing companies that the
Yeah,
European.
everything was a company. Every one of the names we got was
I would
companies.
want to know what company was previous, and then how was it overwritten?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Cool. All right,
It
we
started with
understand.
Charles. then
No,
James,
let's start with Charles.
George.
Let's start with James. Start with James. James came over here. What I think it was 1606. And he set up. He came with the 3 patents. King James. He came with the 3. He made the 3 patents, and that was 1606. The Plymouth, the London, and the London Company and the Virginia Company.
Okay.
Yeah, that was under
You
James.
said both.
James
Okay,
came
so
over here in
King James. did
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Before
And he used that same
the
book.
Bible would be the 1612 Bible, right?
1611 Bible.
A
Right.
1611,
The Bible
right?
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
law.
and he,
Yeah, that was place that law over this
he had
company.
these patents. Who you said that he wrote over patents that existed or companies that
Yeah,
existed?
these were trade rules that already existed.
Oh, okay, we get that.
Yeah.
We get that they're trade routes. I
Yeah,
thought
they already existed. They just
company
the
existed.
Christians just came and took over it.
Right,
It's for the
exactly.
same people, just
company
under different law.
came and tried to take over the
OTK,
trade
didn't I
routes.
say that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
OTK.
they're the same people that's under different law. Basically
all
doing the
about
same
trade.
thing,
Remember
trading
that?
all
And
over
then
the world.
It's all about trade. Is a
Everything.
big
That's everything
business, man.
about trade.
Started with furs, and then it's turned into the people.
Started with food.
Definitely, it started with people. It started with furs in South Carolina in Goose Creek.
No.
It started with the deer fur trade.
No.
and it turned into the Indian.
No.
I tell you
It
what,
started
dog,
with food.
chill out. Don't say no. Chill out. Put your mute on mic and let me finish going in, and I'll show you about Goose Creek and about how it started. I got more to come in this. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm gonna go into that. Just save that thought. I mean, not put your mute on your damn mic on mute. My bad. Hold that thought.
And Darvish,
So
I
when
think
I go
Darvish, you're
into that
talking about a
part
further
about-
back thing, and we're staying more present. Just to your point, because I think you're talking about where trade originally started, and we're talking about more present day of the trade established in these lines where they're
talking
masking
about
it as
trade
slavery.
document.
Cool. Now I got you.
Yeah.
Now I got you, Mama. I understand what you're saying. I know you talk about people. I'm saying, but it started off with food.
Right,
we start
right.
doing
You're
other stuff.
going to
Yeah.
the beginning of time. We
No,
understand.
not the beginning of time, but the beginning of that movement.
No.
If
All
I
right.
could, real
Okay,
quick,
we can go. We
if I
gonna go into
could,
that. We're gonna go into that. We're gonna go into that with
All
the
right, 'cause you
Americans.
gotta remember now, most of
Okay.
these fur stuff came up north and other side of Mississippi.
that's no, Jarvis. That's not
Yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah,
Christopher.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
Just eating. We got
Jarvis,
agriculture here.
no.
Word, King. Word. Listen,
I'm
I'm from here,
telling
King.
you,
And I do my
OTK.
history of here. I've been doing this history
No, I'm
of
Okay,
trying to
here.
we
tell
go.
you.
We
Oh,
hold on.
all
I
right,
don't want to
bro. I'm
shift
not
this.
about
I
to
don't want to
dispute
shift
you,
this. I
bro.
don't want to shift this
Cool.
too much because I got stuff that's inside this presentation to where we gonna get back on this conversation. Seriously, I bull jive you not. Let me just finish this little piece right here, and then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna jump into that so we can follow this bill. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
we do with the domestics in New France. So I'm right here with the although second paragraph down. Although the scale of enslavement pales in comparison to the African slave trade, it is notable, for instance, that from 1670 to 1770, far more 1717, far more American Indians were exported from Charleston than Africans was brought in. Scholars long have known about the Indian slave trade, but the scattered nature of the sources deterred a systematic examination. No one had any conception of the trade's massive extent and that it played such a central role in the lives of the early Americans and in the colonial economy. So we're not talking about food now. We're talking about the human trade, how it's boosting the economy. Slide down some more, Dosey. Indian slavery complicates the narrative we have created of a white-black world, with Indians residing outside on a vaguely defined frontier. The Indian slave trade connects Native and European history so that the plantations and the American Indian communities become intertwined. We find planters making more money from slave trading than planting. Okay, so if you're making more money from slave trading than planting, that means the slave trade is way more popular than food. And if
If
we
I
look
could,
more
OTK.
closely, we find Indians not only enslaved on plantation, but working as police forces to maintain
Thanks.
those plantations and
Thanks.
receiving substantial rewards for returning runaway slaves. We are also learning a great deal more about American Indian peoples. More importantly, we can now tell the story, the tragedies that befell so many people who were killed in slaving wars or spent their days as slaves from their homes. They, their peoples, have been largely forgotten. The Natchez, the Westos, the Yamasees, the Yuchi, the Yazoo, the Tawasa are among the dozen of Indian peoples who fell victim to slaving wars, with the survivors forced to join other native communities. They are tales that Indians themselves have not told, just as the story of the Indian slavery was excluded from the European past and was largely forgotten in American Indian traditions. Americans often wish that the past would just go away, save those symbols, save for those symbols we celebrate. Pocahontas saving John Smith, the noble savage, and the first Thanksgiving. The images of pilgrims and Indians sharing a meal is one of the most cognate images we have of American Indians and of the colonization of this continent. Indian slavery is an important part of South Carolina's history that many know nothing about. No other states has as many historical documents that chronicles Native American slavery as South Carolina. As the historians Lauber concludes, American Indian slaves were most numerous in South Carolina, and the number of Indians exported was larger than any other colony. Indian slavery intermingles with every aspect of the colonial records of South Carolina. Indian slavery began soon after settlers arrived and persisted through the colonial period. Knowing about the Indian enslavement is important, impressive, and persistent role in the history of South Carolina, and because it has affected Native American citizens of this state. Indian slavery contributed to the development of the colony economical, agricultural, I'm reading too fast. Agriculturally, politically, and legally. Indian slavery in the colonial South Carolina made a large and indelible mark upon the tribal histories of American Indians, not only South Carolina, but of the southeastern United States. In short, the destiny of many of American Indian tribes of the region was influenced and determined by Indian affairs, which centered in Charleston. Ooh. Scroll on up for me, Dosey. It's a part that I want to get into this right here. If I'm not mistaken, no, I mean scroll down, baby. I want to keep going. I'm sorry. It's a part in here. Okay, the disease. Well, yeah. Yeah, they talk about the slavery. Boom, 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 boom. Port Royal. That's what Top Cat you go. Okay. Go back up real quick. Go back up real quick to the beginning. Okay, boom. Indian slave trade was expanded when a Scottish colony started at Port Royal in 1684. The first law relating solely to slavery was passed in 1691. This law was operative for almost 2 decades. The Assembly passed a regulation for slaves so comprehensive that it deserves to be called South Carolina's first slave code. Much of the verbiage of this slave code was borrowed, in large part, from the Barbados Slave Code in 1688. The South Carolina statute defined any Negro, mulatto, or Indian who had been brought or sold as such to be a slave, and the status was extended to the children of such persons. So this right here is going to get deep now. It gets deep. Although the laws of 1712, 1722, and 1735 recognized the children of Indian slaves to be slaves, they also recognized as free those Indians in friendship with amenity with the provincial government. The presumption of the law PF 1740, which continued Indian slavery, was in favor of freedom and placed the burden of proof upon those who claimed Indians as slaves. In the colonial records, 1683, 1699, 17 Indians were mentioned. Undoubtedly, there were more. A total of 100 Indian slaves by 1700 and conservative estimate by 1703. So now they're talking about how many slaves that by year. 17 persons, approximately 17 persons living in Carolina. The estimate did not include any of the isolate native communities who were not counted, but focuses on heavily populated areas, of whom 3,000 were African slaves. So now the Indians getting not counted, but they counting the African slaves. In addition, there were 350 Indians, 100 men, 150 women, and 100 children. Indians constituted over 10% of the total number of slaves. 5 years after, the population total approximately 8,100. Over one half were African slaves. Keep scrolling down for me, Dosey. And I'm gonna read a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna let it go. Go ahead, Dosey. Can you scroll down? I mean, yeah, so we can go farther down. Okay, where was he at? Okay, right there. Over one half were African slaves, an additional 1,400 Indian slaves. there had been an increase over 400% in the number of Indian slaves since 1703. From 1704 to 1708, this is documented 4 bills of sale and 3 wills, which involved a minimum of 19 Indian slaves. Within this period, the number of Indian slaves increased by 1,050. Many changed hands for some ready sums of money with no paperwork required. This is partially explained by the fact that the Indians were not as expensive as African slaves at that time. We're in a reasonably good supply. Some planters used them in their rice fields until they could afford the Africans. So they used the Indians until they can afford the Africans. Okay, here we go. Oh, go ahead.
How does someone from Africa know how to plant here?
Good question.
They had to be taught.
Or maybe we misunderstand that word Africa or African.
No, I'm going to use it in the. Hold on. Hold on.
Maybe they was
hear
already
me
in
out.
Barbados. Go ahead.
Hear me out. Those people still had to be taught about the soil here. They had to be taught. I don't care how you slice it up. They still had to be taught. You're not coming from another continent, coming to another continent and thinking that you know how it's going to go. It just don't work that way. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm being totally honest with you.
I understand what you're saying, Ken.
Because your method of Germanization is not the same Germanization we have here. We stay in 2 different continents. You get a whole different weather pattern. I mean, let's be logical about shit.
I understand what you're saying. I feel you.
Because
and this little
the more and more OTK sits here and put this out, it's showing me one thing. And you know what it's showing me? The commodity wasn't the fur. The commodity was you, the worker. That's it. I mean, what don't people get about this? You were overallly the commodity. You was the one that was being sold because of what you knew and what you can do for these people.
Right.
Stop it and cut it out.
It's crazy. And let me make this point. Now, I'm not one of those ones that say the slave trade didn't happen. I don't have enough information yet. I'm not one of those ones that have enough information to say it didn't happen. I'm from South Carolina. I know that slaves was brought through that port. Now, who were they? All I can do is go off what I'm reading. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. So
but my whole thing,
it was African.
That's a good thing about cross-referencing.
African, but are they from Africa? We don't know.
Hold on. We have to be very clear about something. OTK, I'm serious, bro. We have to be very clear about something. Do you think that these people didn't bring help? Of course they did. A
lot of stuff that's
but the people that came here was coming back.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. You think that these people did not bring their own help to endure their own thing? Seriously.
I don't think so. Not like that, but
oh yeah.
I'm serious.
I got some free Africans coming on. Coming on the boat, and they was free, and they came on the boat too. They was not slave. The first African to hit South Carolina was not a slave. He was not on a slave.
Where was he from in Africa?
I'm just saying they call him African. That's another thing. That's what I'm saying.
That's another thing. We gotta look into that term.
Call him that African construct, so I'm gonna leave it like that until we find out his name.
You understand what I'm saying? But the term, when you use that term Africa, that don't necessarily mean they came from that continent over there.
I'm not saying that.
I don't necessarily mean they were even black.
Hold on. Darvis, I'm gonna say this. If they put it in their logs as such, who are we to say it's not correct? That's their logs.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is we got to understand the words. The
I'm
verbiage is the
saying,
key.
but that's
Because
still
Without a
you
law.
can see
name,
that word. I know, but you can see that word Africa,
Hold on.
and you would
Did
think
Hey
we
they?
talk
y'all,
about
hey
that place over
y'all.
there.
Hold
Dots
on.
just
hey,
came on. Peace,
hey,
Dots.
Doc,
So let's
peace,
go
Doc,
ahead and get
peace,
some
Doc.
other energy as far as to see like what some other people
Yeah,
think about it.
As well.
yeah.
Hey,
What's up, Dots?
Right.
1,000
Hey,
pardon.
Doc, how you doing? How you doing, Goddess? Thank you for coming, Queen.
hey. I don't want to interrupt the conversation. I tapped out and I'm back in. Yeah, what's up, y'all? I just
Did you see the earlier part about the Barbados? I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in a little more about the
no, I
Barbados.
stepped away. I stepped away, and I literally just came back.
Okay, I was showing you that damn near everybody who got all the Indians who got enslaved on the East
Yeah,
Coast and
yeah.
even Quebec. And what they said, the Apaches over there, they got shipped through Quebec. They got shipped to the Caribbeans too, to the
Oh,
West
really?
Indies, all of that. Y'all,
I have to
Barbados,
read
all
about
of that.
that. I gotta read up
Don't
on
worry,
that.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I got a little bit more into that in here. So let me keep on going with this. You know,
Yes.
so in 1704, the General Assembly passed a law making their trusty slaves available in time of war. A list of all able-bodied Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves was prepared. Consequently, Indian slaves fought for the colony long before the American Revolution. If the slave was maimed or killed in the action, the owner will receive compensation from the public treasury. Ultimately, there was an extensive slave trafficking of Indian captured during the Tuscarora War of 1770 and the 1711 and the Yamasee War of 1750 to 1760. I had to laugh because I'm like, damn, if you were a slave and you fought in the war, your money wouldn't go to your enslaved wife or your enslaved kids. That shit go to your owner. That's why I laughed just now, because that money was coming straight from the public treasury.
Could you
Oh
imagine
man,
being a trustee though? Could you
word.
imagine being a trustee?
Oh,
That's
man,
hopping Bob. That's hopping Bob.
up and Bob, Bubba. Tell him about the gun line, boy.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
Okay. The slave trade even deployed that assistance of other American Indian groups and therefore encouraged many intertribal wars, unrest, and disagreements among American Indian peoples. Interestingly enough, the European colonial powers recognized the diplomatic potential of American Indian slaves. Sometimes these countries return American Indian slaves to their respective tribes to gain peace, friendship, and military alliance. The British practiced this along with the French and the Spanish. Although some historians contend that the Indian slavery dwindled after the Yamasee War, but the opposite is true. There were more Indians to be slaves, and their labor was in demand. This was there was an estimate of more 2,000 Indian slaves in South Carolina in 1724. Indian slaves were branded like cattle. The most common spot for branding men was the right or left breast, with the first or last initial of the owner. Ooh. So now all these people who say that, oh yeah, you know he's an African slave, he got a brand. They go our branding right there.
Cattle
Okay.
brand.
Okay. The slave codes of 1740 was determined the legal destiny of slaves was to endure to the end of the 18th century. This code dated. Let me hold up before I go into this. All I'm trying to show is that the same thing I heard Jabari said it one time, and I don't like bringing people name up. Jabari said one time that people over here are trying to steal other people's history. That stuck with me. That stuck with me for damn near 3 years now, 2 to 3 years now, I swear. But now that I see articles like this, how can we steal something that we went through?
Well, maybe the whole shit was a lie.
But I'm just saying though, even if it wasn't a lie,
Come on.
forget all that theorist stuff. This is right here in
Yeah.
the paperwork. Let's go off the paperwork was being written. What these
Yeah, but
people
that's
is
an article,
written.
Let's see, OTK, here's the confusion. But here's where the confusion comes in 2024.
Go ahead,
Almost 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So you're talking about almost 700 years later. So just because of the history of the Americas and then colonization and all that other stuff that comes in, like, you know, racism and all the constructs, right? Separating based on how you look physically was in essence standard, right? We know that that is what Darwinism was based off of. That's what all this kind of racist ideology, doctrine, talk comes from. So when we say when initially when you see the word American Indian, right? In 2024, it immediately is going to say, what does phenotypically, meaning how do they look physically, right? Did they resemble OTK? Did they resemble Dulcinea? Did they resemble Dots? Did they resemble who else was on the piano? Straight Smoke? Did they right? Because we've been trained and programmed and raised, this is our culture, that is what you look for to identify a person. So when you are showing records from the 1700s, right? And we are in 2024, we know that there's a lot of mixing that went in from 1700 to where we are today.
Yes.
And so I think sometimes that's where the conversation can get disrespectful and weird when we start talking about hair type. Like, oh, everybody in my family light-skinned. Everybody in my family got curly hair or long hair. Like, what the hell does that mean? What does that
mean nothing?
really
That
mean,
don't mean
right?
nothing.
But that's how we were raised. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's where the confusion in the conversation comes in, right? It's sort of like, so American Indian, that's great. I want to know what the hell an American Indian look like. And if it don't look like what you're talking about now, what happened? Now we know what happened. I know what happened. You should know what happened. We all talk about it. We talk about how we're all mixed up. We talk about the genealogy. We get that, right? But that's the complexity. That's the nuance in the conversation. And I think oftentimes that's where the confusion kind of gets in the mix. I just wanted to say that. It's a lot of nuance because you're talking about 700 years, right? You're showing an article from 1740 and we're in 2024.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Can I say something one really quick? Because I think that what you said is really and then sorry, right after you, and I'll make it fast. I think what she said is really important because we understand we're all mixed up, but now we're understanding too in the story there's more to the mixes than we didn't even know. We think we're mixed up with just 2 things or 3 things. Okay, I'm mixed up with African, I'm mixed up with Indian and all this other stuff. And now we're learning that no, you can be mixed up in different ways from different people and just like the story be more complicated than we've ever even heard. Because we thought, okay, simply white people came, they enslaved some people, they mixed some Indians and Africans, the white people mixed in with the Indians and Africans, boom, that's us. And like, no, the story's way more complicated. Especially people hate the term to hear, but when we say these Black Europeans and that you're mixed with them, so like it is a very complicated situation altogether. Okay, sorry, I don't know if I cut you off, Straight Smoke.
No, I got one better than that, Dulcie. And OTK to know this to be true. We had a mulatto problem.
But we
had a mulatto problem.
Go ahead.
That was the problem. That was the whole problem. We had a mulatto problem. For real. Everything that we've been seeing up in all this time, it's not so much. I want everybody to understand this. Seriously, when you're involved in trade, that is considered goods and services. Okay? Trade is
Mhm.
goods and services. So when you're trading goods and services. If you're an employer, guess what you have? Employees. So you're trading services.
Mhm.
Okay?
Right. Right.
I
Right.
want everybody to keep that in their mind because that
Mm.
depicts two things. Either the people was with it or they was not. These are choices
Right.
people made. Do not
Mhm.
be misconstrued just because we see what the depiction is from someone that is depicting their narrative.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
We have to be very factual and dip and pick apart their narrative. So their narrative is telling you this is what's going on. These people,
Mhm.
in my view, were not slaves. Not all. I'm not gonna say it wasn't like that. I'm not gonna say that.
Right.
But at
Right.
certain
Right.
points, this was an auctioning off of employees from another company. This is
Mhm.
business.
Yeah. And believe it or not, the slave trade, the Indian slave trade, helped these companies come together.
Yep.
Right. But with these businesses, you have to talk about the other side, right? Like you say, we have a problem. Well, mulatto doesn't come from business, mulatto comes from sex. So we
Right.
have
Right.
to
Right.
talk
Right.
And
about all
trade.
the aspects of this because marriage comes into this, sex comes into this. And even though it's still a business, there's still outside factors of this that we have to understand of even to say how we got mixed.
And what's the biggest business again?
Mm. Damn, Bond dog, that's crazy. My bad, y'all. I'm looking at the chat. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead. Straight smoke. Y'all sorry. Let me
And
mute
what's the
up.
biggest
I'm
business?
reading Bond dog in the chat.
Well, I get that when we're talking about prostitution, but we got to understand too that no, that they're not, all these people aren't forced to mix. All these people
No.
aren't saying, oh, this is a business and we're mixing because of business alone.
No. No.
Like these people are marrying. There's other things that are happening. So yeah, there's definitely family ties, business that goes into it, but I wouldn't say that sums up like what Dots was saying of how mixed up things or we are.
Oh
We can
no.
become different people.
No, not that's not what I'm saying, Dawson. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying that when you conduct business with somebody, everybody knows how business goes. What I'm saying is that and this is all of us is doing the same thing. This is a pretty much our overall of what we're seeing as far as information, correct?
You
My
mean the
biggest
sources on the screen talking about
no,
overall?
no, I'm just saying, even with the sources on the screen, how we are dissecting this, how we're dissecting this. This is letting us see on the inside of what could have happened or what has happened that was documented. So, in my stance of everything is that the regulation of the trade had to happen in order for us to be where we are today. Had to happen. That
I
was the
feel what you're
whole.
into, man. This is what I look at it, man. Because a lot of time we dealing with these historical books, man. We get these words misunderstood sometimes. Like you need words like African, slave,
Exactly.
Indian.
Yep.
These terms, what they were the way we use in the day, wasn't used like that in history. So
Back
we did
then.
with historical books. We
Yeah.
got to break down these terms because we use
Yep.
slave. That was a nationality in the 1600s. You got people that was what they call Mongolians that was coming here, since 1000s, and they were also considered as Indians. So when you hear the term Indian, what people are we talking about? Because there's a lot of different Indians. We know understand the original Aboriginals, but there's also people that came under that term also that wasn't Aboriginal to the land, and there's a
He
lot of them all over the place. Same thing with the term Africa.
Exactly.
When we dealing with historical documents, legal documents, and somebody come from a continent, they have a nationality. They list their name and their origin, or their nation, or their country they come from.
Oh,
When you
shoot,
see the
I
term
didn't know
Africa, that's something you got to look
Dorothy
into
was
it.
on the panel. Hey,
Huh?
Dorothy. I said, oh shoot, I didn't know you was on the panel. What's up?
What's going on, Mama? You good?
Yeah,
He
can't
talking to you,
complain.
Doc.
All is well. Can't complain. Can't complain. Sorry, I didn't mean
Sure.
to interrupt you.
Shut up. Forgot what I'm about to say anyway, man. Y'all go ahead.
But no, you're
Hey,
making
boy.
a good point of like
Yeah, go ahead.
understanding these terms as social constructs. Who made the social constructs and what they actually stood for at the time in which they're being used is important because they are being used in a particular time. And I think we do all agree on that part and understand, you know, that's where Straight Smoke is coming from when he's saying we have to look this as a business and employees. I wouldn't necessarily say slave is a nationality more than a status, which a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
it came
us
from
are
a term
statuses.
Slav. A Slav was a particular
It,
people.
it doesn't matter.
Well, at this time, it wouldn't be
doesn't
based
matter.
on a Slav.
It is though.
This
That's
time,
what
it's going to
that's
be
what it
I
came.
based
hear you,
on
but it
the
doesn't matter.
status.
They've
Yeah, but it
already
does matter because
hold
when you
on,
look at the word
hold on.
slave in
Darvish,
the
me and you
17,
both know.
1600s, they would
Hold
talk
on,
about
Darvish,
Slavic
me and you
people.
both know they already
No,
did
they
it over
weren't.
there.
I just
So
pull
the
up.
term applying here is and is not the same meaning. This is a company faction.
Yeah,
This is
and the
how these
word
people
had a
started.
meaning in those days. The meaning the way we use it now, it wasn't used back then.
Right.
Like you can have a so-called melanated person in slavery,
Or
and that term can apply.
enslaver.
But you talk about a slave, that was a Slavic person.
Enslave. Oh,
Jarvis, you know as well as I do that I can show you a law in 1682 that puts Mohammedans and Indians as slaves. So cut it out. They
No,
used
I said
slave,
no,
and it wasn't just for Slavic people. They used
exactly.
slave in the 1600s.
no.
It wasn't just
Well,
for Slavic
I'll
people.
tell you what. Bring it up.
Yeah, I was gonna
Bring
ask him what he
Bring
meant
up
by
the
that.
word. I can look at etymology.
Don't just look at the
I-
No,
etymology
no.
of the word.
No,
We're
Because
talking
the
see,
about
word
how
meant
it was
that.
used
It
at
was
the
talk about a
time.
people in those days.
No,
No,
not
No.
just
Yeah.
Slavic
not just
people.
people.
no.
It was a
It's more
status
than
at the time.
Slavs. Yeah, more than
Exactly,
You
it's
have
a
to use
status
that in
at the
full
time.
context.
Listen.
Darvish. Stop playing.
No, y'all stop playing. That word did not mean that in those days. And while y'all
Well,
superimposing
you
the
can't go to
where it don't go at,
etymology.com to get
then
that. We
that's
gotta
where the
go
issue comes.
to
You gonna have it confused because y'all using the word the wrong way.
we gotta go to the
How?
The word
primary
argument was used. I mean,
Hold
if it
on.
was written, if the
Hold on.
article was
Are
written in the
you meaning
1600s,
to tell me? Hold on,
in the
Darvish.
1600s,
Are
that
you
word had to
meaning
mean
to tell
something. So we
me
got to find out what the word meant in the 1600s.
Hold on, Darvish.
Hold on, y'all,
You
real
meaning
quick.
to tell me that a consultant? Hold on,
Where do
Darvish.
we
You're
need to
meaning
look
to
for
tell
that
me.
at? Hey, straight. Hold on, real quick.
Hold on. Don't ask him.
Pardon?
I'm pulling it up. But let's Straight Smoke talk. I'm pulling it up.
I'm saying you're going to sit here and say that the depictions and any documentation that they have is not suitable.
That's what I'm saying. Because of the picture, anybody can apply a picture. You got Google got put pictures on all kind of different people. It don't necessarily mean that people look like that, or that's a reflection of them.
Google. I don't know who uses.
I'm just saying. I'm using that for example.
No, that's not an example.
Yeah, you said depiction. No. I said depiction. They got depiction of all kind of people. You got paintings of people that we thought were white.
No.
But when you dig into their family history, you find out they were black. What we call black.
I'm saying.
So the depiction.
That is not a clear reference for research.
Yes, it is. You got to start doing that.
You said Google is a what?
No, man. Listen, I'm gonna say it again. All right. I said I use Google as an example. Google. You can look up somebody's name on Google, and they would have a drawing, a painting of them.
Bro, that's not gonna fly with me. Come on, man.
Listen, what I'm saying.
Come on, man. Come on.
You may have a picture like who that right there.
Okay, so this is Webster's in the beginning, 1828. So that's Noah Webster right here. And so we have the definition of slave as of 1828 that I want to get into this the 1670 to 80s Slave Act in Virginia, because I get that you want to go to etymology, but I think what you said, hold on 1 second. But I'll go to the 1600 for you in just 1 second. Primary
Okay.
source. But what I want to explain is what you said before you got to that point was so good because it's true. We do have to see the context of these words at the specific time. So no one's disagreeing with you that slave comes from Slavic, but you're trying to attribute that all into the 1800s and say even in the 1700s, even in the 1600s, it was that, and that's not true. When we're talking about Slavic etymology, we're talking about something that was happening previous to when they started using slave as a status. And we can see that they use slave as a status, not towards like a nationality of people. So if you go here, I just want to go here really quickly. You can see here, this is the first session of the Virginia legislature in the year 1619. It's the Henning Statutes. And here we can see that it says Indians or any other trafficking with us as for slaves are hereby adjudged, deemed, and taken, and shall be adjudged, deemed, and taken to be slaves to all intent. So your etymology would say, oh, that they're deemed to be Slavic people. Their nationality. No. This is where it
But
already
they were Slavic
changed.
people in those days.
It already changed
use
to
that
be a
term
status.
Indian.
No. This is not Slavic people. You're reading it. Are Moors Slavic people? Well, don't answer that, Darvis. Wait, don't answer that. Just read. So we don't want to get into that. But here, the Moors, mulattoes, or Indians who or whose parentage and native country are not Christian at the time of their first purchase of such servant by some Christian, although afterwards or before such their importation. And then we get down, are adjudged, deemed, or taken as slaves. It no longer means Slavic. You can't say that that's a nationality here. Does everybody else see that that's not a nationality here?
No. All right, cool. All right, let's look the word up in the etymology dictionary. First of all, you're looking inside an 1800 dictionary, and that's not an etymology dictionary. You talk about something happened in the 1600s. The word used in the 1600s. You got to find an etymology dictionary.
Oh, hold on.
Etymology dictionary.
Lord.
I said this a while back. Everybody recently is starting to say this word, and they didn't know it 20 years ago. They didn't even know that word.
But you know it now. And you understand what it means.
Oh, no, that's a newfound language.
That's a newfound what?
Share my screen, please.
Okay. Watch what I say.
Okay, so here, go to etymology dictionary. So this is a definition of slave, right, as used as a noun. So, person who is the chattel property of another, from Old French, East Slav, and directly from medieval Latin sclavus, quote unquote slave. It gives the source, and it says originally Slav, so used in a secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples, and then it gives this kind of thing.
The phone, mic going in and out, or maybe that's
yeah, your mic was going low, but
do you hear now? Is it higher?
There you
Is
go.
it better?
You're good.
Yeah.
Good
How
now.
much did you guys hear?
Go to the beginning. You could start with the 1300, like we're saying.
Please.
Okay.
Shouts
So it
out
says
to the other channel. Shouts out to the other channel playing my music right now. You know what I mean? Shouts out. They got it though. See, huh? My bad.
can't.
Right?
You can't make this up. You cannot make this up.
And Sister Freedom, come up. I'm dropping the link.
He's back. He's back.
You know what I mean? I got
on
love for you know what I mean? I got love.
Oh my God! You can't make this up.
Dosey, you see I'm not playing, right? You see I'm not playing, right, Dose?
Right,
Yeah,
I see it. I definitely see it.
Go ahead.
So we gonna wait until he does his promo, and then when he realizes that we can hear him and mute up, we can continue with the definition.
Oh okay, no, I wasn't doing my promo. I was just saying, shouts out to the channel playing me. The other channel that's out there on YouTube playing my song right now.
Got you. Salute.
That's
All
another
right.
channel playing my song right now that I saw. Shouts
That's
out
what's
to them,
up.
man. Shouts out Round Table Gang.
That's what's up. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
so it says
The next
slave
time,
now.
and the next time,
1300.
OTK,
Oh my God.
let me go ahead and simulcast this, bro.
Never mind.
Let me
I'm
go ahead
good.
and do that, bro.
I can't.
Straight up. Dulcie,
Say
you
that
got it.
again now, bro. What you gotta say this now, bro?
OTK, I'm telling you, let me go ahead and simulcast this to my other ones, you know? Yeah.
You mean show it to your other channels? Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
gotta
don't got
get your
no problem
consent
with
first.
that.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
get
I
your
don't got
consent
no
first,
problem
G.
with that, man. Yeah, share it. If you can stream it to your audience right now, go ahead, bro. I don't got no problem with that. I am not like that, man. I'm about getting this information out because I'm hoping with this information that we bringing out, somebody else can come back and be like, "Yo, boom, look what we found," and they can bring even more information out, dog. And we can just keep on going, man. Let's just keep on learning. Let's get back to
My,
learning on YouTube, man. All this
say it
fucking
again,
beef
man.
that's going on. We lost control of the information. And now that this
You know why?
American Indian history and this American uh information is coming out, people are like, what is that? What is that? You know why? Because they never study American history.
It was never taught to these idiots. It was never taught. That was the purpose of it. It was never taught. Why would you teach somebody their history rather than teach them how they got colonialized and taken over? You keep a slave a slave. How do you keep the divided? You keep them divided because they are divided. Keep the divided. Argue about who you are versus who is doing your worst intentions. That's what they're doing. That's what they're showing you. You're arguing amongst yourselves instead of arguing about a solution to the problem. The problem is not you all. The problem is how you all think that you have to be against each other about knowledge. I think that they're doing a good job. I mean, give them their flowers. Ain't that what man gives another man flowers? Ask me that one. Doesn't that sound funny? Think about that. Why would you have to give another man flowers on his credential? Flowers? For real? Huh. Something ain't adding up. Something ain't adding up. OTK, we got to do this timeline, dude. I kid you not.
Did y'all get that the definition down?
Yeah. What was that book you were
No,
showing?
we
This
were
Yes,
interrupted.
basic.
We were
That was the
Yeah, we
interrupted.
were interrupted. It was it, but basically, Darvish, you can see that the Slavs is from the 1300s, and what you said was correct. We need to see how slaves is being used at the time, and we were on a source that was at 1740. So it's only about how slave was used
Yeah, I
in
know, but
1740, and
yeah, I know,
not.
but the word. If you look at the etymology dictionary, it said if about the 1300s to medieval time. Well, I said Middle English time, so that's up to the 1500s.
Exactly.
All right, so when you over here, it's also come from you got Latin on it.
Right, but
Latin was
Darvish,
you.
you understand where we're in the 1600s and 1700s right now.
Yeah, I got you. But you talk about the article go back to the 1600s, and the people that we talk about, the word slave was borrowed from Slav, and there was a people. That's what I'm saying.
Borrow from?
Yeah, the name of a people. They were called Slavic.
Yeah,
Or it would turn into when you convert into English, they use the word slave. They drop the C and all that and use slave.
we get that. We get that. We
Yeah. So when
understand
we
that
that's
slaves
all I'm
come
saying.
from Slavic, but all we're saying
Cool.
is right now we're talking about slaves that are not Slavic because no longer is it just the Slavic nationality, it's slave as a force of labor, as she read. as a chattel labor source.
But it's not.
It's not
Listen,
for the,
man.
it's not the Slavic people we talking about.
I tell you what. We pull it back up we pull it up one more time.
No, we're
Etymology
talking about
dictionary.
Indian slavery. We
Yeah, I
know
understand what you're saying. I
for a
understand what you're
fact
saying.
it's not the
I
Slavic
understand
people.
what you're
We're
saying. But when you
talking
use
about
the
Indian
term,
slavery.
calm down, Dosey. When you use the term Indian, there were more than just melanated Indians around the 1600s. You still got these mosquitoes that was already there.
You already did that, Darvis.
Yeah, I understand that. So I say that because when we look at a word, if it said Indian, we gotta get more in depth into trying to find out what Indian they're talking about.
We already covered the mulatto problem, Darvis.
We're not talking about mulattoes, man.
It's the word Indian.
No, you not.
And I know that the term African. Listen, man, listen. For those who understand research, right? We understand these words. We understand these words have different meaning over time. So we deal with historical books. We gotta be aware of that. So when we draw a conclusion from the book, and we misunderstand the word. That's what I'm saying, King.
You got to be careful when you use certain words because they didn't use them then.
Exactly.
They didn't use the word Indian. That's why I just said what word was used before the word Indian, because we know there was a word before Africa.
Yeah.
Okay, so to answer that, Sister Freedom, in North America, we didn't have no name. We called ourselves by our tribes.
I can agree to that.
Man, that's
but again,
blank.
too,
wasn't no
OTK,
name
we're
for the
not
whole
talking
continent.
about the time
You know?
period before, because these people are already slaves. So by this point, Indian is being used and slaves
Indian
are
is
being used
definitely-
because we're talking
Indian
about
is being used, Chelsea.
Yeah, at this time, because we're talking about
what
during
year was this?
1619 through 1680, and we were at 1740. But by 1619, Indian was being used.
But Indian was being used even up until before the 1400s. By the time that quote unquote Columbus
Correct.
conquered America, he's named them
Correct.
Indian. So Indian's been around for a very long time.
Yeah,
I think
that time.
Indios. I
But
think
it came from the church.
those
when the
say
church-
Indios though, just in
Yeah, that's Latin though. That's Latin. We
Yeah.
talk about it in the English version. When translated into English,
Yeah,
it's basically
but
Indian.
in the English version. That's what
Yeah.
we're using. The Indian version is by the 1600s being used.
Yeah.
The English Indian is being used.
The British also
seen
was
it,
using
OTK.
Indians, but instead
This
of
is
just
for
using
Columbus,
Indian
the
by
right word.
itself, they combined it. They called them Ameridans.
Come on, OTK. You
Y'all
seen
ever
it.
heard of that word? Y'all ever heard of the American and the Indian combined together?
Yes,
The
the
Ameridians.
Ameridians or Ameridians.
So those
those
the Americans and Indians were two different people?
The
So you
word
think the American
they
and the two
No.
different people combined, they combined the two words together.
Hold on.
That's what
No,
the
it's in the
English and
timeline.
the French was doing. Now in the Spanish, they was calling them indigos or of like that, or Indios.
Indios, I got you.
They was
Well, they say
calling
it's
them
an
from the Spanish.
Asian word. It's an Asian word.
Not.
Yeah.
It's not.
So the people that
not.
came, those people that came from India.
It's not. I'm reading it. I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
but the people that they're slaves that also came from that area over there they call India. That came
Hold
around
on.
the West Coast and South America.
Hold on. See, that's what I love right there. Everybody says that, well, you got to be from India to be an Indian.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying. Have you ever heard anyone say
It said
if
over
you're
here in
an
the
Indian, you got to be from India?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. She's not
That
saying
is the
that because
most
I know the
farthest
source
from the
she's
truth.
pulling up though. She's going as far as the script word.
Yeah.
Like as far as it's like
I'm
a
definitely
Hindu word, and it's still
as
meaning
far as
the
Bharat.
same thing. It's basically the
Yeah.
children of God. It's meaning the same thing. That's where Indus Valley comes
Right.
from, because it's talking
Right.
about the children of God, and
It is.
Indios is the Spanish version of that. So yeah, it's being used in different contexts throughout the thing, but we want to stick with the timeline because this is about American Indian slavery in South Carolina. So I want to keep it on this source. Darvish is trying to take us back to the 1300s. but
No,
we
babe,
were-
I'm from South Carolina.
We were at
And you got these funny
1740.
looking Indians here right now. They always been here.
Darvish,
You had these people ain't from it. I'm from South Carolina.
I'm saying.
I done
We're
been to
at
some of these
1740.
reservations.
Darvish.
I done been there.
No,
Them ain't the people you thinking about, mama.
Jarvis. What she's
Jarvis,
saying
Jarvis.
is, what she's saying is,
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say.
This
What
was
I'm
a
saying is
presentation
the term,
on
the
American
etymology of the
Indians.
word is not just the 1800s. See, that's a
But we're not.
curveball you throw in the beginning.
We're not
It's,
talking
So
about the
it's
etymology.
Middle
We
English.
don't disagree. We don't
All right,
disagree with
cool.
the etymology
All right, cool.
at
So
all.
I got you.
It's
I got
just
you.
the fact that we're not talking about the
Cool.
etymology.
I
The
got you. But do you know what
etymology
I'm
is going
saying?
to take us back
All right, well,
way
listen to what I'm
before
saying.
this point.
Cool,
Wait,
but
Darvis,
mom, listen to what I'm
Darvis,
saying.
hold
hold
on,
on,
Darvis.
Darvis.
We got
We
Listen,
you. We
understand
got
Darvis,
you,
what you're
Darvis.
saying,
listen.
We
bro.
heard you.
Yeah,
We
we
understand. We
understand.
got
You
it. We
gotta
got it.
listen 1 second, Darvis, because we're talking about a specific thing here, right? So we don't want to go back to the 1300s. We don't even want to go back to the 1500s. Where we left off is the slave code of 1740. So what we want to do right now is continue on building from 1740 to the present, and we don't need to go back before then. We can stick
Right.
here at 1740. You get it?
I thought it was the
And what
1600s.
No,
and
we're
what
in the
they was
1740.
yeah, we already done left the 1600s. We in the 1740s now.
All right, man. Listen, man.
No, chill. Listen to what she's saying. What she's
I
saying
heard,
is
listen, I heard what you're saying.
we agree with
Listen,
what you're
listen,
saying.
man. Listen, I hear you,
What
babe.
she's
I hear
saying
you.
is she don't want you to take this bill because it's a presentation that I'm showing. It actually supposed to have been a presentation with nobody into it, but I said no. You know what? I want people to interject, but she just don't want you to take it too far off from where we at with this conversation right now, as far as the South Carolina American Indian slave trade.
All right, well,
So
cool.
what she's
That,
saying is we know what the
I
slave is,
understand what
but
you're
we
saying. I
just don't
understand
want
what
to
you're
take it
saying.
off that name.
And
We
I'm
just
not
don't want
taking
to
off
take
of that. I'm not taking off that. Y'all guessing what I'm about to say. Ain't nobody let me talk yet. Every time I get 3 words out, somebody cut in and say, no. But you know what I'm going to do, man? I'm going to go ahead on mute. Go ahead and let y'all boy build. Go ahead, y'all do your thing, man.
$9, man. I've been here the whole time, man. You did have time to talk. Ain't only time somebody would say hold on is when you say something that they wanted to interject with. I'll make sure nobody interrupt the next person on this show. Everybody got a free voice. Everybody gonna have time to talk. I don't care who you is. I'm not gonna do that. I will make sure that nobody else does that because it's all for the bill. It ain't like we here arguing or something like that. We're here giving our information. So I will not stop nobody from talking, and I don't want nobody else to stop them from talking. You know what I mean? So no, it ain't like that. It ain't like that, fam. For real. Seriously. All right. So let's get back into this, man, and then we can go back in. Sister Freedom, thank you for tuning in too. So here we go. So the slave code of 1740, which determined the legal destiny of slaves, was to endure to the end of the 18th century. This code, dated May 10th, 1740, defined slaves and chattel property, thereby abandoning the definition of slaves continued since 1696. So that kind of answers that question. That goes into that about going into the etymology and stuff like that. So we know how this word slave is being used in this context. So slavery was thus based upon this law and its comprehensive definition, and not upon the custom as it was in the past. Children of slaves were to follow the condition of their mother. This was the most comprehensive slave code of the colonial period. It regulated the slave from cradle to the grave. After the enactment of 1740 slave code, Indians and descendants of Indians were regarded as free Indians or free people of color. Okay, so there go your free people of color on the census. Now, you know, we include in that, and this right here is telling you that after the enactment of 1740 slave codes, y'all can hear me. Am I clear?
Yeah. Did you say cradle to the grave?
Yes, you are what your mother are. That's why over here in North America, we always roll what you are what your mother are. We go by a matriotic line, not the patriotic line. The patriotic line came later. The patriotic line came with Christianity. in South Carolina. Okay. So where did I stop at? Okay, so here we go. After the enactment of the 1740 Slave Code, Indians and descendants of Indians were regarded as free Indians or free people of color. In amity with the government until the contrary could be shown to differentiate between the enslaved Indians. So now they're letting you know right here, the only way that you can change it, they got to be able to tell the difference between you. Okay? It is this phasing in that code of 1740, which later interrupted by the courts as the ending of the Indian slavery in South Carolina. However, at least 25 Indian slaves are recorded during the 1770s, with 12 of them as runaways and 3 included as a part of the inventory of estates. The included phase of the Indian slavery in South Carolina was incorporated in a series of laws enacted in 1790s. A statute enacted on December 21st, 1792, 2 years after the first United States Census, was to prohibit further importation of slaves in the state, which included Indian, mulatto, and mestizo. As late as 1838, Native Americans were in South Carolina fighting for their rights and reevaluating the interpretation of the Slave Code of 1740. During the course of the Indian slavery in South Carolina, the Indians were used in various ways. They were employed in the same ways that the Negro slaves were utilized. So in this article, it's showing you that where we're getting classified as free people of color, right? So now they're showing you where like that intermixing and all of that is going on, and like, yo, they can't tell the difference. You got to be able to tell the difference. So now we're getting in the point also to where they're saying the difference between American Indian and the difference between the Negro, right? Y'all see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's smart. Thank you, TK, for allowing me to come on the panel too. And I think it's smart when you said your matriarchal instead of patriarchal, because with the mom you can't go wrong. With the dad, you could be wrong.
Mama, what was it? What was it?
Mama's baby. Mama's baby.
Papa's
baby. Can't go wrong with mama. Hey, sisters.
Hey. And I think Sister Freedom
Hey,
at the
boo.
time, and
Hey,
people can
boo.
say if I'm wrong about this, it also made it a point where, if there was any kind of mulattoes or mixing outside, you would just go by your mother. You would go by your mother's culture, your mother's, to be like, okay, this is what you're raised in, whatever your mother is.
And also, if your mother was in slavery, the child was in slavery from the cradle to the grave. That's also what it's saying. That's what it's also saying. So, this was the next slide. Why y'all? What y'all come here for? You know what I mean?
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
I want to get into that article. My next article that I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Give me 1 second, then I'll put it back on the screen.
Another article in there is going to show you. So remember, keep that in mind now. Right now in 1740, we're getting classified as free people of color, right? In 1740, straight smoke timeline. 1740, we getting classified as free people of color now. Okay, you got me. And now they're separating. They're separating the Indians, the mulatto, the mestizos from the Negroes, right? Yeah. Okay. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind now. Just keep that in mind. Go ahead, Dosey. Pull up. Pull up. Okay. Keep that in mind now, the separation, okay?
Boy, I swear. I can't believe you.
Go ahead, man. You can open that link too, Dosey.
Yeah, I'm opening it right now.
Damn.
So,
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. Colonial. This is from Brown University. So this is what I was gonna bring up on Sister Bethany show. Remember, she said, "You OTK, you gotta be right with them sources now because I'm picky." Oh yes, baby. So straight smoke. Any source that I brought up so far, do you agree with? Or you respect? In other words, I don't say you agree with, you respect the sources that I brought up and who it's coming from.
I'll do one better than this. Every piece of information should always be scrutinized.
Bet.
Would you concur with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Every piece of
Definitely.
information should be scrutinized because we have to go through the terminology that's applied.
Right. Right. So with a cousin like Darvis that I have, when I look at certain words and I'm reading, he'll be the one like, yo, look that word up. So this what he's doing right now, this ain't nothing new. This is how he is. He will tell me, grab that book off the shelf and look up that word in that etymology book or that etymology book, however they want to pronounce it. He's that dude like that. And he helps me get a better understanding with some words. You know what I mean? Because me being a researcher, sometimes I don't look into the words. I figure, oh, I know what that word means because it's a compound word or whatever. I know the root of the word, or so I figure I know what it means. Just like bondsman earlier. You know what I mean? You had to break it down like, no, brother, in this content it's meaning slave. But I'm like, well, damn, a
Yeah.
bondsman mean you can work and you can get out, right? Or you can pay your way out. You was like, no, brother,
No.
this content, it means slave. So that's why I had to say, you know what? Okay, now I understand what you're talking about. Just that easy. Just that simple. That's what you call understanding.
Thank you so much.
Bet.
right. And like this is a great source and you put it in a great time in there. You know, I brought this source up before to some people and what they like to
Mhm.
do is scrutinize, even though it's Cambridge, who
Even though
the
it's
associate professor of history is, what his motivations were, what kind of books did he write, all this other stuff to try to make him a non-credible source. But because you put it
Brown,
after the Smithsonian, after all, like everything saying the same thing, it just is that knife to be like, okay, now you're not only just saying you don't agree with him, you're disagreeing with all the sources that are saying the same thing.
all the sources.
Yeah, make that make
All
sense.
Make that make sense. So
Make that
this
make
source
sense.
is from Brown University right here. Straight smoke. This from Brown University. Show them the heading real quick. Show everybody the heading real quick so they can see. Yep, Brown University. So it's colonial enslavement of Native Americans, included those who surrender. So you remember when I was telling you about telling Sister Bethany about the King Philip's War?
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Study by Brown University, historian finds that the Native Americans who surrendered during the King Philip War were sold into slavery with long-lasting effects. So,
Providence.
right. So,
I
Providence,
already
Rhode
know.
Island.
Yeah, I already
Uh-huh.
know.
The study
Yeah.
by Langford D. Fisher, associate professor of history at Brown University, finds that Native Americans, including non-combatants who surrendered during the King Philip War to avoid enslavement, were enslaved at nearly the same rate as captured. So now let me build a little comment or a little context around this. So during this period, King Philip them boys was done fighting. Remember, I told you who King Philip was. King Philip was King what was it, Metacom? I think that was Metacom's son. Okay, so but let me take his name out of it. King Philip's dad and the pilgrims who came across here, who were Thanksgiving pilgrims. Him and King Philip's dad had a treaty to where they was, you know what I mean? They was doing their thing. So King Philip, his son, and the son of that pilgrim, I can't remember his name right now, and I'm so sorry. But the son of that pilgrim, they ended up beefing, and it broke the treaty, and that's what led to this, the King Philip's War. So the Native American slavery is a piece of history of slavery that has been glossed over, Fisher said. Between 1492 and 1880, between 2 to 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved to the Americas, in addition to 12.5 million African slaves. So that's why I love this source, because it ain't just going to sit on our side. It's telling you how much the number that they say that was enslaved in Africa. But they didn't say that was brought to America. They just say that was enslaved, period. So in this 2 million to 5.5 million, they're not saying all of these American Indians were shipped out. They're saying that they was enslaved, period. It's a period thing. You understand what I'm saying? So when they go into the farther Americas, the number get even bigger. Scroll on down, Dulcie, for me, please, sis. So this is what I was gonna show. Oh, okay. Ooh, you made it big. Tell JB leave you alone for a second, please. Okay. So Metacom was King Philip. So I had that. So that, I knew I had the Metacom.
That was a computer issue.
Yeah, I know. I'm just tripping. I know I had the Metacom name right. So King Philip was Metacom. Metacom was his real name, but King Philip was his American name. Okay. So while natives have been forced into slavery and servitude as early as 1636, it was not until King Philip's War that the natives was enslaved in large numbers. Fisher wrote in his study, the 1675 to 1676 war pitted Native American leader King Philip, also known as Metacom, and his allies against the English colonial settlers. During the war, New England colonies routinely shipped Native Americans as slaves to Barbados. They go my dots. Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, Tangier, and North Africa. You remember when Sister Bethany said, yeah, I know they was getting took over to Africa like in the 1800s. I said, no, Queen, I think I can show you like 16, 1700. She said, well, I have to see that. This is what I was trying to pull up and send to you, Straight Smoke. What y'all think about just this little part right here before I go deeper?
Sounds about right to me, according to what my husband said. He's Jamaican, of course.
Dots, Sister Dots, my Barbados queen, huh?
Yeah.
So you see my people. You see how people's getting taken down there where you at?
Mm-hmm.
So I see. And I have to read more up on that, because that is a piece of the story that really and truly I don't know much about. I've heard about it, but it's not like, I would never front and be like, yeah, I know. So I'm intrigued. And that is a rare thing. So I'm intrigued.
Not only that, I know the Indians were Taino and Erwick Indians. Now,
yes.
Yeah,
But I'm intrigued in terms of
Hold up now.
OTK, wait, hold on. I want to be
I'm gonna show
clear.
you them.
Wait, I want to be clear. I'm intrigued, and I'm interested more. I'm talking about the Indians being taken to Barbados and other Caribbean islands as slaves. Yeah, that part.
Get my tea, Delcy.
Okay. No problem. So while Africans who were enslaved, check this out now. So while the Africans who were enslaved did not know where they would be taken, the Native Americans understood that they could be sent to the Caribbean plantations and face extremely harsh treatment far from their homes and communities, according to the study. Fear of this fate spurred some natives to pledge to fight to death, while others surrender, hoping to avoid being sent overseas, the study found. So now, here we go. These people already know where they're going at. So how can you already know where you're going at? That means somebody else already been taken and they came back and told you. Right? I mean, how can
Or
you
no,
know
no,
about
no. Wait, that could be
Barbados?
one. Wait, hold on. That there's more than
Go ahead.
one conclusion to that, right? That's one
I was about to get
conclusion.
to the other one. Go ahead.
There's many others that one could deduce from that, right? Like another conclusion just off the top of my dome. I'm just thinking off the rip. Like another conclusion could be that they because a person can flip this. Remember, this is just a source, and there's other sources. Someone else can flip it and say, I'm playing devil's advocate, right? That means that most of them were not all sent as slaves. They could have been paid as indentured servants. And then when they got to the islands, right, because the islands had a different code in terms of how they identify you as a slave, right, and skin color did play a role in that you then would be identified as a slave, right? So one could deduce it that way too, because if you know to some degree, to some rationale, you're in agreement, you're complicit. Because if you know you're being shipped somewhere, it almost implies that there could have been a choice. I have other conclusions I could deduce from that as well, but I'll just land that there if I'm playing the other
Yeah,
one. Just to
I
bring
love
in another angle.
Yes, I love that, Dots. I love that, Dots. I'm glad you came up with that. You know what I mean? That just shows how broad your mind is, that you're not in the one-dimensional mind. You know what I mean? That lets you know that you're always thinking, and the first thing come to your mind is something different than the first thing that comes to my mind. And that's something we got to respect. Everybody expect what I'm thinking, you need to be thinking. No. Okay. So in Fisher's study, check out what they said. We why shall we have peace to be made slaves? Indian surrenders during and after the King Philip's War. So this is what they were saying, and this appears in the journal Ethnohistory, a volume devoted to scholarship and indigenous slavery in the New World. Native American enslavement was documented in colonial correspondence. So here you go, Dots, just where you look at shipping records, court cases, town records, colonial government orders, and petition from the colonists to the British government. I don't know if you was on here earlier, but my problem at first, I'm steady trying to find my family history and my state's history in Spanish records until I did the history and see that the Spanish didn't have no control over South Carolina. It was the English, the British, and the French. So this is what
Why
this
did
is
you
telling
think the
us. If
span?
you up north,
Why did you think the span? I'm confused a little bit. Why did you assume? Why did you think that
oh,
that it was the Spaniards
because of
more?
the I'm in the South. I'm in the South, so I was told the Christopher Columbus story in school.
Yeah, but that was for the
You see what
Caribbean.
I'm
That was
saying?
for Hispaniola. That was for like the Dominican Republic and now Haiti. Not for
But
us.
we
Not for
didn't
the
know
North.
that.
Not for North.
All they taught us, all they taught us that Columbus found America. We didn't
Oh,
know
baby,
that
they
he
weren't
never
talking about
touched
North
North
America.
America.
He didn't even touch
We
most of
never
the other
did know that.
islands. He only touched, yeah, he didn't touch most of the islands. He
Right.
didn't touch 98% of the Americas. He only touched. So, yeah, that's interesting. Because I was taught, I knew that. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Mm, right. Right. So I'm just telling you, that's why I had that construct that I had when I first started. I was like, damn, why I can't find nothing? You know what I mean? I was finding a little something, but I'm finding these people who was leaving from over here and going over there, being in the king's court and and all that because they had Spanish descent. They was of a Spanish conquistador mixed with an American Indian from the islands over there, and they took their kids them back over there to Europe, and they was in the, oh man, I got plenty of research, baby girl. I found these people. I found a couple of these people who was getting transported back, who became real famous once they got over there. So I you know what I mean? I found these people. So even contemporary official histories of war all point to the same thing. Indians were enslaved en masse and either distributed locally or sent overseas to a variety of destinations. Fisher wrote in his study. Studies in native slavery bring me down a little bit. Those have opened up in recent years, Fisher said, with award-winning books published. So this guy has award-winning books, so you know what I mean. So he's definitely getting judged by his peers and people in his category. Josie, can you go down for me a little bit, Queen, please? Okay. I just want to skim through this real quick. Let's let me find something real quick because I already done showed the article, so people can pull it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, keep on going down. Just scroll down slowly and household. Yeah, that shows like where they was going at New England in households. They was serving in people's households. So this article like goes into like the different roles of what the slaves was being do. It didn't go too much in depth, but this article leads you into more sources that you can go into to get deeper. Okay, stop right there. Some free Native Americans working with the English tried to influence where Native American surrenderers will be settled and how they would be treated, Fisher wrote. Like Uncas, the sachem of the Mohegans in Connecticut. Uncas, who fought on the side of the English, seemed determined post-war to keep Indians out of English households and, even more important, off of English merchant ships that threatened to take them to the Caribbean. Fisher wrote, Uncas and other Native Americans also encouraged captives to run away and shelter them when they did, or help them resettle elsewhere, according to the study. In other cases, Fisher wrote, Native Americans requested captives as servants for themselves, sometimes to keep them out of English households or serve as slave trading middlemen. In one case, Fisher notes, so now check out how smart they is. They was like, you know what? Boy, let me buy my own peoples them back and they my slaves then. And then use them. You know what I mean? So let's keep them from getting sent overseas. And let's keep them out of these English households. They don't need to be there. So now this
Is that what that
sparks
said? Is that what that meant?
Okay. Uncas, who fought on the side of the English, seemed determined post-war to keep Indians out of English households, and even more important, off of English merchant ships. So Uncas, this is his whole plan that threatened to take them to the Caribbean. Uncas and other Native Americans also encouraged captives to run away and shelter them when they did, or help them resettle elsewhere, according to study. So this is like an underground railroad. In other words.
Yes, got it. Mm-hmm.
Sound like they gave the African slaves the same story as they gave the Indians.
Ooh, that's a good one, Freedom.
Yeah, I
No,
see.
it is the same story for
Say
sure.
that again,
And I
Freedom.
see
Say that
where
again.
he's talking about, but I think it's both OTK. Like it could be family members, but it looks like it's all captives. Like I could see Dots and she's in my tribe and she's not a family member, but someone trying to take Dots somewhere else. So I'm like, boom,
Yeah,
okay, I'm
yeah.
gonna shelter
I'm gonna buy
Dots.
her. Yeah, let me get
Exactly.
her. Let me get
Yeah.
I
her.
don't know,
Right,
Jones. It almost
right.
sounds like it happens to the Native Americans or original people of these lands, and now they putting this story on the slaves again to
Yeah.
somehow mask the fact that we were already here, and the stories is like given to other people. Like it almost sounds like that to me. The same thing they always do with everything,
Yep.
put different faces on it.
Yep. Yep.
That's
Yep.
just
Yep.
how it sounds
No,
because
good point. Good point.
just
Good
think
point.
Africans wouldn't. They wouldn't. How could you buy your own people when you weren't here? Like where you? It's not adding up. The Native Americans would know where to go, would know where to hide, would know what to do. The Africans would not.
Exactly. And
So
so
you
even
know that
with to try to make sense of that, they say they don't necessarily say that Africans bought themselves. You got to remember, what do they say? They
They would
say
say
not only the English had African slaves, but the Indians had African slaves too.
facts. Well,
yes.
So
so
that's what they
see
say
that they're gonna
that
get
it
their own people, but they should have been able to tell the difference between an African and a Native American. Now, we may have been able to tell the difference. You see what I'm saying? Like they may not, but we know the difference because the jawbone structure, a lot of things are different. When you see a natural African, you can tell them versus us, even though our complexions may be the same.
And there's a lot of documentation and sources and verified, like artifacts and archaeology and stuff like that, referencing just also how the Indians provided like refuge and a sanctuary for Africans
Right,
seeking freedom,
right.
Yes,
and
and
that's
why not
how a
let
lot of
them
that
go back? If that was
interbreeding,
the situation,
intermixing
why not
happened
let them
too,
go back?
Yeah, they provided a
Right.
lot of protection. I know that,
But see,
yeah,
but
for
that's
sure.
part of the writing
Why not let
over is what we're basically
them
saying because of the fact that what all they saw is two Negroes and they see a Negro that owns another Negro. So now when they're saying, "Oh, that's an Indian, that's
but,
African,
but,
that's
but
this,"
even
Oh,
the
right,
all they see
right,
is
right,
that
right,
people are looking to enslave or having
right.
servants of
Good
people that
point.
look like them. They've been
I thought
able
he
to write
said,
that in and say that it was African, but no, it's just you. They see Negroes, colored people, free. Well, let's say free Negroes, free colored people going and
Right,
having slaves
right.
that are colored people,
I
slaves
can,
that are
I can,
Negroes.
I can adapt to that, but OTK said to stop them from getting sent to different islands.
Right,
So at that
exactly.
time,
Mhm.
that's what I'm trying to say. At that time, there was no certain names. I mean, why wouldn't they want to go back? Why would you want to stop somebody from going home?
No. This is
Mhm.
not people going to certain islands to go home. This is that they know that they're going to be sold into European households. They're going to
Oh,
be a
okay. I thought you
servant to
said.
someone else,
I'm sorry.
and
Mhm.
they're saying that the Native Americans started to purchase each other as servants just to be like,
Yes.
but you're not going to go to someone else. You're going to
Okay. I
stay
thought he
here.
said
Right,
go
as
to
a way of
different islands.
protection.
I'm sorry. I thought he said to go to get sent to different islands for
Yeah, but
slavery.
that's not their home, It's saying that they knew that
Yeah.
they were going to be threatened to take to the Caribbean,
Mhm.
and sometimes the Caribbean meant that it was going to be harsh labor that they
Okay.
would experience
Right.
or harsh slave owners.
Yeah, so
Mm.
Right.
worse
Plus they wouldn't
type of
like slavery.
Because
slavery. The Caribbean was
and
even worse
the
than the
reason
American part
why
of slavery.
they
Very
know it
harsh.
was gonna be harsh labor because the same people who are doing this stuff here in America, in North America, these
Mhm.
are the plantation owners that's in the Caribbeans.
Mhm.
These are
I
their
heard
grandsons and kids. You understand what I'm
See,
saying?
and we just needed to scroll down a little bit more, Sister Freedom, to see what you're talking about. Because you see that right
Let's see
there?
what you
In
talking
one
about.
case, Fisher
Okay.
notes a Native American slave owned by a Pequot leader was sold by him to an enslaved African woman. So, to your point, how, Slay? How did that enslaved African woman even get the money?
Okay. Hey, Dulcie, you did it. You
Hey,
did
read
it,
that
Dulcie,
again.
but I was gonna wait. I didn't wanna do it, but you did it, Dulcie. You just scrolled on
Well, no,
down.
because
But
I know, but I
this
just wanted to
article
show
is
Sister
serious.
Freedom, like,
No, I thought I'm agreeing with you, Dulcie. I thought something else was said. I
no,
thought
I'm saying of this sentence. I'm bringing this sentence into what you just said of the
Yes.
writing over things that don't make sense and just writing
Mhm.
things in. Because if you read this sentence, it says in one case, Fisher notes a Native American slave owned by a Pequot leader was sold by him to an enslaved African woman. So the enslaved African woman bought a Native American slave from a Pequot leader.
wow.
Sound crazy, don't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds crazy.
So
Word. That's
wasn't
what we were
Pequot
saying.
considered? So they didn't consider Pequot as Indians?
Yes, the Pequot was Indians.
Oh,
They
so
are
there's a difference between a
Pequot.
Pequot
Check it out.
Indian
The
and a Native
Pequots are the
American.
first. No. They are okay. So in this instant, on this instant, when we're reading right now, the Native American is not the Native American who we think of today. These Native
Okay, so
Americans
That enslaved
using Native
African woman
American as
can't be who
American
we think
Indian.
of.
You understand what I'm
How did that
saying,
enslaved
Darvin?
African woman, if she's enslaved and
Right.
she's from Africa, where was her source of income? How did she even purchase this slave? She's enslaved
So
her
the
damn
Pequot
self.
and
is
what
the
Native
tribe.
American? Where were the Native Americans? Were they like the mestizos, or were they like
No,
the melanated
no.
ones, or
The
which
Native
Native
American
American you
pretty
talking
much.
about?
The Native Americans that they're talking about in this article is what we call American Indians. So don't let that Native in the front of that American throw you off, because this
Well,
article is
Yeah, but the
talking about
Pequot was also Indians though.
the
you
Pequot
can't
are
even
Indians.
take this as face value. Think
And
of it
so the
like this.
citizens, so the
First,
citizens got
that
to be derogative there.
enslaved, X that enslaved out because how slave, X out that African. Now it would be a woman that most likely is already here for her to even have the money and capital to even pay for this slave. And just because they wrote that in, back to OTK's point, this could be a woman purchasing her own cousin to keep them from being a slave to a Pequot leader that was going to send them over to the Caribbeans. Now that's just one thing. It's not necessarily just that, but all they saw was, that's what the point that Sister Freedom was saying. All they saw was a Negro purchasing a Negro from, and then they were like, okay, we're going to write it in as that one was an enslaved African, and we're going to write that in as that's a Native American. To really know the story, we would need to know who that woman was, who that slave was, and who that leader was. And then we would be like, okay, now we can really see, but ain't no way, slave, that an enslaved African came and purchased a slave here from a leader.
She could have been a free African. She could have been a free
Yeah, she could have been a
African,
free African, but not an
but
enslaved
not
one.
no enslaved African buying no Pequot, when the Pequot was the first to get enslaved up there up north. They was the first Indians to get enslaved and put into slavery, the Pequot.
Basically, what I get out of that, man. Basically, what I get out of it, there's a difference between Pequot and these Native Americans and this enslaved African lady.
No.
Well, it is a difference,
It
but
got
it's
to be.
not a difference.
But according to the
No,
author,
it doesn't have to. In the article, yes, but it doesn't have to be in real life. That's why I said we would need to know the names of these people, because this could be a mother getting her own son, and they wouldn't tell us that.
I say keep in mind they mixed in because she could have a baby by a Native American.
Right, exactly.
So
but
instead of them saying a Native American slave,
instead of
saying,
so the Pequot wasn't considered to be Native American.
No.
That's why again they said we went by the mom, not the dad.
Right here. No, instead of me saying a Native American slave owned by a Native American leader, instead of saying that, they saying like, look, I'm telling y'all what tribe this leader came from. He was a Pequot. So Native American is just saying, oh, you're Indian. The Pequot is letting you know what tribe they came from. That's the difference. Don't let
Not
that
to
Native
mention they didn't
American
even
fool
use the
you.
word
They just
Africa
saying
back
Native
then.
American. That just means Indian. But the Pequot is letting you know what brand of Indian that did this.
And
That's what
just
this
keep
is
in
telling
mind,
you.
please, OTK, they didn't
Not
use
different.
the word Africa back then. The 1700s, it didn't spread all over Africa. They only used tribal names because it didn't spread all over Africa. It didn't become Africa until the 1700s. Are we at the 1700s?
Yeah,
And did
like
it spread completely all over Africa? Because
We
remember,
are in the 1700s, but I don't know if it spread all completely over over
some little
African. But
part.
we know that it can't be, because what it would be at the time, because she ain't enslaved. So
would
at the
be
time in the
Negro.
1700s,
Right.
she'd be a free Negro. Exactly.
A
So
free
look at it like
Negro.
this: a Choctaw slave owned by a Pequot slave was sold to a free Negro woman. Maybe that free
Pretty
Negro woman was also Choctaw. So there's so
Pretty
many things that it could have been, especially since the previous point was saying, hey, someone of a particular tribe may get captives or runaways from their tribe and keep them safe. So
And look how manipulative they are too, Darcy, by saying
That's what
no
I was
blacks
saying.
own slaves too, to make us look bad when we really just trying to save our brother and sister, daughter and son. But they trying to say like, no, they own slaves too. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make it look negative when here we reading this something positive.
Yeah, but either the author try to manipulate it, or
Right.
we ain't quite understanding the meaning of
Not
those terms
them.
they're using.
Why the undone people's
Whoever wrote it down, I'm saying. Who wrote the article?
his name is Fisher, Lyndon Fisher or something like that. I have to scroll back up to see. But he's a associate professor at Brown University and a historian.
Okay, he used the word Indian and Native without this article, correct?
No. This article, he basically only uses Native Americans and Africans.
Okay, but he called it Pequot.
Yeah, but he called the Pequot, this Pequot leader. Would that be because I'm not as familiar with the Phillips War? I have seen a lot of it, but I just don't know all the intricate details. Are the Pequots big in the King Philip War, OTK?
Okay, so before the King Philip's War, the Pequot was some of the first to get enslaved. So remember now, we got to think King Philip, he said that he was warned, so he surrendered. They was trying to surrender so they wouldn't get taken into that type of slavery. So they already know what happened prior to that. So like I said about the Pequots from the in Indian slave trade, they were some of the first to be enslaved and enslaving their people. They was who they was, I think they was getting enslaved by the Iroquois. I think that's what it said, the Iroquois, which got enslaved or got pushed out by the Algonquians. So it's just a trickle down effect. The Algonquians pushed down the Iroquois pushed down the Pequot, and then the Pequot came on and down to the Powhatans and so forth and so forth. So it's not no difference and no separation when they're saying Native American and then they're saying the Pequot. They're just letting you know what Native American it was. That's it. That's just
let me ask you a question, right?
They're the same people. This whole article is about nothing but Native Americans. They're going to go into more tribes, but they're specifically calling all of these tribes Native Americans. Now, what you made is a good point. Because now that I'm thinking about the Pequot that's down there like in Virginia, that area like that, in Connecticut. Now that you saying this, the Native Americans, are they saying that the Native Americans are the Iroquois or the Algonquian that was coming from Canada down into the States? And that's why they're separating it, saying Native American and Pequot. I like that, Davis. I'm gonna do more research on that to see if this really why they separated a Native American slave and then say Pequot to say that they're two different people.
So
So
here it
we
is.
can know that
Exactly.
OTT, I'm
from
getting
Canada.
confused.
So
Someone took on the identity of the
yes,
Native Americans later on in history. And that's where the confusion in some minds come. And that's what my mom is upset about. She
Yeah.
said our people was here, right? Prior to the Native Americans.
And I agree.
My mom says that our people was already here. And then these Native Americans, that's what she calls original, aboriginal, were the people here before the Native Americans, or they two different types of people.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
but you got to understand by the source. You can't get caught up with that to say that they're calling a real Native American that they would call now. I'm saying as far as when it comes to the source, they're not calling them Native Americans to be say they're being accurate of who we call Native Americans now. What this person and what all historians
they can confuse the minds of the people.
Right, exactly.
The Native
They call them all Native
Americans look like them people that from off the movie Cowboys and Indians.
Right.
Versus
that's what got everybody
like us.
You gotta remember now, them people was coming from Siberia for a long time.
If they're Aboriginal, if
And wait a minute, so
they're going to call them Native American.
Tonight, Dulcie, I was studying something where it says that the Egyptians are the people that's over here in North America.
Metacom.
Yeah, the place was called Egypt one time.
No, they're saying that the actual people from Egypt, the original African-looking black people from over in Egypt, were the people that's now over in the Americas. Wait a minute. Let me get it right now.
Go ahead.
That were the original people that was on these lands prior to any so-called Africans coming over or anything. The people that was on these lands are the original people from Egypt. I'll find where I was getting the information at.
Yeah, that comes from Noble Jew
and
Ali.
had that information for you. Listen to it tonight.
That come from Noble Jew Ali.
No, it did not.
Yeah, she has a source for it, but you have to understand, and that's what I was saying on the phone too earlier that y'all weren't privy to, some people, but like we have to understand that when there's an exchange, they are guessing who came first. All they're seeing is the exchange. I'll take, for instance, the Mayans and what we call India or Hindustan. We know that there was connections and trade that was happening amongst them. They're going to say that's because Hindustan initiated that with the Mayans. But how do we know that? All we see is that they were trading and the remnants of culture that are shared between them. Now the historians, like you said, will manipulate things to make us think a certain way that they don't have the information for, or that they haven't actually really dug in to just say, oh, well, India's more advanced. India is the first. So it had to be that India came and taught the Mayans. Well, that's not, you can't say that just based on the cultural shared aspects and the trade. You get what I'm saying? Just because they trade and have the same cultural aspects and education, what made you say that India was the one that gave it to the Mayans and not the other way around?
Yeah, we don't know who.
And another thing too. Another thing to add on to that. There was a place over here called Egypt already. Before that, people left here went over to name that place Egypt. There was Egypt already over here.
$8.
Yeah, they say that that's in between. And did they cut that off where we can't even see that? Because they say that's in between. And Sword come back. Sword was just on. But they say that's in between the what is it? The Grand Canyon, right? That they got the Egyptian.
Yeah, there was Egypt over there.
Oh my
there
God.
was Egypt down in South America. There was one in North America around Philly, up around the Mississippi River. That was also called Egypt.
Hey, Dulcie. Hey, remember we was tripping? Boy, we said, boy, if Darvas get a hold of this right here.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I want to be saying something.
Thomas, we got something for you, boy.
Yeah, and I'll be
What's
like,
that?
no, Darvis can't get this one. Darvis
Well, we
can't
got
have
something
this.
for you,
Okay,
bro.
please, can I let y'all listen to this?
Interpretation of
Oh
this
yeah,
study,
go ahead.
the Abu Sir El Malik paper, commissioned by Dr. Hawass. But this study is completely flawed. Here is why. Number one, it does not deal with ancient Egypt at all, as the period covered was a period in which Kemet had already ended. Number two, the location of these mummies is at the frontier and not
I
at the
hope this
core
is
of the
it.
Nubio-Kemetic civilization. Number three, the sample size is dubious at best, or indicative of data
This don't
manipulation,
sound like this is gonna be
which would be in line with the whole spirit of the
Wait a minute.
study.
This don't
In
sound
fact,
like this
the
is.
study and its conclusion are as accurate as saying that Native Americans had European DNA by selecting DNA from New York from 1600 to 1900. The popularity of this study is causing Kemet deniers to say things like these.
Here is scientific proof that ancient Egyptians weren't black. The Afrocentric movement claims
He's
that the
saying
great
they saying
pharaohs
that's
were
a
actually what
lie.
they called black,
Wait a
or
minute.
Central
It's
Western
gonna go
African,
into
and
it.
modern Egyptians are just the invaders. Here is why this is false. A study done in 2017 by 2 German universities examines the DNA of 160 Egyptian mummies. The results were shocking. First of all, they found that the genes of ancient Egyptians resembled Eastern and Mediterranean people. What was even more shocking and ironic, they found that the mummies had 0 sub-Saharan African genes. Modern Egyptians had 15 to 20% African genes. That means that modern Egyptians are actually more black than their ancestors ever were.
As we shall see, not only has she been misled, but her conclusion is, in whole, wrong. I strongly suspect that there is big money paying for this study to show up in any web search about ancient Egypt and genetics, to the point where even ChatGPT cannot give any answers about
I
Egypt
hope this is
origins
it. Wait a minute.
without quoting this study first. Maybe someday, if I have the time, I'll do some investigative work on this. For now, let us look at actual studies from really trusted sources and methodologies, and what they say about the Nubio-Kemetic civilization and its linkage to Africa.
It's gonna get to it, but it's gonna say that they're the people that's in North America.
A recent study was done and determined that both Ramses II, also called Ramesses the Great, and Ramses III had the haplogroup E1b1a. The haplogroup E1b1a is of great importance, as it is very prevalent in Black Africa. In fact, here is a map of the concentration of this haplogroup. When you
I
look
don't want
at
to
the
play it all.
origins
I'm
of
gonna put it on mute. When it get to it, I'll play it back.
patterns, it shows that it comes from Eastern
Yeah,
Africa.
but that's interesting because that's what people are saying, that it
West.
could be that there's like
Oh, wait a minute,
colonization.
Factor that I want you to remember
Wait a minute,
because it
wait a
will
minute.
come back many times throughout this video study. Note that E1b1a is often referred to as M2. So haplogroup E1b1a is the most common haplogroup in Africa. It is also the most common Y-DNA haplogroup for current-day African Americans.
Okay.
That's logical since African Americans predominantly come from Western and Central Africa. One of the most revealing pieces of this paper is that its original aim was in fact to gather more evidence on.
But
the
I'm just trying to
conspiracy.
say, I'm sorry,
This was the
y'all.
plot set in
I'm
motion.
trying to say that the people in America are the people from Egypt. You see what I'm saying? Now, how we got here, I wouldn't know. But if you,
Well, you know what? Okay, so I think. Okay, so I'm
am I
curious.
wrong about something though? Because I thought I was.
Well, that's why I put the
Definitely
point
my
just
thoughts.
saying as far as we don't know who is first though. So my point is
Well, I
that
guess-
if I'm from America and I go have children with someone in Egypt, and over time they're going to share my haplogroup. Now 5,000 years later, you may say, "Oh, they're from Egypt," and all this other stuff, and it's shared with America, but you don't know what's first just by a haplogroup.
Yeah, I
that's
guess
all I
so.
was saying.
I see what you're saying.
But hold on, wouldn't it be backed up by like artifacts and like?
But that's what they did. They found Egyptian artifacts here in America. Am I right to say that?
Right. It can be proven. It definitely can be proven. It's not just so much through observation. It can be proven by what's left behind, things that we can touch, we can see, we can feel, things that archaeology, artifacts, whatever sources, primary.
But what I'm trying to say is how
it's definitely artifacts that resemble each other, but we can't say whether if you find these artifacts in Egypt that they American, and you find these artifacts in America that they Egyptian,
That's
especially
okay.
if they was
I'm
trading,
on mute
especially
'cause
if they was trading. So what I'm saying is, I believe that life started everywhere at the same time on
I
multiple
do too.
continents.
I do too. I've said
Okay,
that many times.
all right. So if
Not
you
at the same
believe
time,
that,
but
like the way I
with all
believe it, then you understand where I'm coming from. I can't say who started it first. I can't say this is Egyptian art or this American art when it comes down to things getting found in different places. All I can say is, you know what? Boy, them boys had contact with each other. And I'm gonna leave it like that. Them boys had knew each other or something. Something had to happen. Ain't no way I'm gonna draw a statue over here and you draw a statue over there, the same kind of statue, and we ain't never meet. No, 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 nah. That math ain't mathing. Somewhere down the line we met to where we
I
can
feel
have
y'all
that same.
saying, man. I'm gonna
You know
go
what
ahead
I
and say
mean?
this way because I know y'all gonna talk a lot of shit about it, but all
Either we
that through the
see the
Morse
same
connection, baby.
God, unless we seen the same God.
It was the Moors, man.
Oh, here we go. God damn.
Hey, man, it is what it is. That's the common denominator.
Of the wars that started the wars.
No, I said the Moors.
Yeah, I know. That started the wars.
Of course, they've been war before the Moors.
Mm.
You got a bunch of different people that were at war with each other all over the world.
Don't do it, OTK. Come on, let's continue. Don't do it.
still listening because I know
No.
like the American people being taken over.
We're gonna go in another direction.
Yeah. Like as if we were the beginning of Egypt and America. That's why I'm still listening because I know I heard something this morning because the reason why I sent it to the group. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm still listening.
See,
No, it's no problem or anything. These sororities said the people in America were here during the time of Egypt. But again, that's why I'm saying, like, with the whole trading and when you have different people from each other, that's why I use the Indian and Mayan connection. Well, we call it India, but we know that's not called India at the time. But we still know,
it was called
when I'm
Bharat.
saying exactly,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
It was
talking
called
about.
Bharat.
So
It was called Bharat.
historians will write in.
Called, Hindustan.
Exactly. Historians will write in India is the oldest, and that India came and influenced the Mayans. And what I'm saying is that the historians don't know that from archaeology and even a haplogroup alone. The haplogroup alone doesn't tell you which region is older. All you can get from that is, oh, these regions were probably having sex with each other. You see what I'm saying? You're seeing now they're mixing together, but you don't have the full story just because some two different groups mixed together. The only way you get the full story is through actually studying and seeing what culture was passed down and all this other stuff. So what they tend to do is they find something and say, we have the full story. For instance, I don't believe the whole, how they always say everything is sacrifice. So they'll find a little baby, a graveyard, and say, oh, that's because they were sacrificing babies. How do we know that? How do we not know? How do we know if a whole group of babies got sick and now they did a big memorial for them because they all died at a certain time?
Right.
So you just don't know just because you found something and just because you can get DNA off of it. And that's all I'm saying is they make conclusions of things that you can't just come to the conclusion, kind of like Dots was saying. Yeah, that could be one possible conclusion, but then there's several more that we can explore. And not just stop.
I had to respect that. Right. And I had to respect that. You know what I mean? Like, yo, this
right. I was just saying that historians don't do that normally. Historians say, oh, I have the conclusion and it's this. And it's like, yeah, no, that's not the only conclusion.
Let me ask you something.
In order for the research to keep going, they have to provide results in order for their research to keep going, for them to keep getting their funding.
That and I always say history is told in the eyes of the victor, usually in terms of a
That's
mass
it.
story, right?
The
And
only time you
so
hear a loser
it's going to
is when he
be,
get
yeah,
defeated.
it's go
Let me
and
just let
and
me
so
Dots get done,
There you
please.
go, Dots. Your
yeah.
mic way better now, Dots. Yes. Go ahead, Dots.
No, that go ahead, it's fine. Go ahead, Freedom.
You sound like you was
You
in a
sure?
bubble bath earlier, man. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Oh
Go ahead and
man.
talk.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to ask the question, right? Everybody in the whole world, right, came from some root. Now, I often thought about where did those people just didn't become extinct in Egypt prior to the invasions. You know what I'm saying now? Because you know it's a lot of Arabs and all that over there now. Okay, I don't know how long ago or that all this has taken place, because remember Dr. Walter Williams always say there's nobody over in Egypt left to tell them about any of the writings on the walls or anything. There's nobody there to tell them what those languages are and the hieroglyphics and you know, there's nobody left there. Where did the people go? Now, I often wonder that, because they say that the Africans that's over here now from West Africa. Egypt, if I'm not wrong, is not West African people. Am I correct to say that, Dulcie?
No, not based on what they're saying. What they're saying is the Egyptians that you're talking about escaped to West Africa, and then they were taken into the transatlantic slave trade
And
and
that's how they
coming
go.
here.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so
okay.
that's the story of why they have E1B1A, according to what you're listening to.
Okay, just making sure. I'm like, where did those
And the
people go?
beat
I'm just trying to
goes
mentally put it
on.
together. You
And
know,
the
just
But
people from
see, like
Germany.
Sword was saying, the pyramid that they can't even date it is a structure so old and
Kukala
layered
poo.
that it's at least 8,500 years old. So
yeah,
again, what people are saying is, what other people are saying is, yeah, you found one thing and you summed it up to be this, but what you didn't sum up to say is, oh, possibly people from America came and had a colony in Egypt. You didn't even think
right.
that that's a
That's
possibility
the
when that
opposite.
is a
My mind is
possibility.
off.
That's
Yes.
what that's where I was agreeing with you. Is sometimes,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm
sum it
trying to
up.
say too,
Yes,
because of the Egyptian stuff that they found on these lands. They could easily went over into Egypt and created Egypt. You see,
exactly. And that's where I was concurring with you for. But that guy that you're listening to, he not saying that. That guy is saying that it's coming from the slave trade. Why it is it?
okay.
But like
Well, there has been an argument too that y'all did you hear X? What's his name? Chief X was trying to say the American Africans that came up from Africa, not Egyptians.
yeah,
Remember he
that
was
they're West African. Yeah, that's a
so that clears that argument up. So it's very easily though what you're saying though. I could agree with what you're saying. The opposite could have happened very easily.
Do y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
But
Now,
yeah,
It's not an either, but this
now
is
we can
my
hear you now, Dots. Yes.
okay. Thank you guys. Um. Okay, so this is something I always also say. It doesn't have to be an either or. Both could have happened simultaneously. Both could have happened one after. It doesn't have to be an either or. Now, here's the thing. I didn't get that from what we just listened to. My
okay.
understanding was what I heard, in like a little bit in the very beginning was I heard a female's voice, and the female was trying to say that that haplogroup, if you will, or that the what we would think of the Kemetic or the Nubian Egyptians or whatever we want to call them, that they were they had about what she said 20% or so West African blood, which makes some, I guess, right? And
But
he
she
was
was
saying,
wrong.
and what he was saying was, and this, no, see, she probably got paid to say that. That's absolutely ridiculous. And here's why. And then he began to break down why she was wrong. And I think what he was trying to say is that the Egyptians were not what we would think of as sub-Saharan African.
No,
That
he
the
said they were. I could play it back. He
I
said
thought
they
he
were.
said that they had more like what we would consider like Middle Eastern. Maybe yeah,
No, he
maybe
did
I'm
not.
saying I
He
could have
said she was
misunderstood.
trying to lie and say that, and
I
that
thought he was debunking what she was saying. Like he
he
was
was
saying,
debunking what she
Yeah,
was,
because she was saying that they are Mediterranean,
and
more
he was
Middle
saying no, they
Eastern, and they
all
okay,
don't
black
have
chocolate.
sub-Saharan
yeah,
African
I
or
could have
anything like that.
misunderstood.
And
Okay,
yeah, the E1B1A thing, and that's why I'm very familiar with this DNA haplogroup. It's a
okay,
DNA group that they're saying comes from the A00 that's largely in West Africa, and they're saying came over to the America through the slave
Yeah,
trade.
you're right though.
So they're
Sis.
saying that the E1B1A is what was found in the actual Ramesses is found with E1B1A. So they're
now
saying this girl that's saying that they're not African is incorrect. We're finding this haplogroup all across West Africa
right,
and
And
right,
he
right, right, right,
he
right.
said that all the
Absolutely.
Egypt Ramses was black African.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tut was black African. He's saying all the people was black African, and that they were kind of, I guess, through the fights and stuff, they ended up in West Africa, and then they ended up over here. What I'm
yes,
That
and the
was
also
Israelites
okay.
claim
what I'm
E1B1A as well. So they say that the lost tribes are
He
E1B1A.
also
No,
say that was
I had a
MT,
question,
right?
That's
y'all. This
some
is my
Jewish
question.
Israelis.
Hold on. I
Go
had
ahead,
a
my
follow-up
bad.
question to that. I'm sorry, please. Okay. And then my question was to Swordfish's point about the pyramids and the dating and layered, right? Now, don't they use carbon dating to test the soil, to test like the whatever was used, let's say that they find on the pyramids. Am I could be wrong, but don't they use carbon dating as a
Yes,
Yes,
tool
there
to
are
but
other
determine?
methods, but I think what I believe is carbon 14 is the
Mhm.
most accurate that we have thus far, and I believe most of it is carbon 14 if they're dating it.
Okay.
so
And
you
then
got carbon.
sorry, go
You
ahead.
got carbon
You got it.
dating what they find, the things that they find in the soil at as far as the stratus level, as far as the dating. But when you got stuff that's going up, now you got to test the material that it was built with.
okay. I know what I was thinking now.
If that makes
When y'all
sense,
was
Dot.
talking about, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Sister Freedom. Hold
I
on,
said,
Sister Freedom. Real quick.
sorry. I'm
So,
sorry.
Sister Dots, do that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, if they find like a pyramid going up, they will see what kind of rock is that, whether it's limestone,
Right.
granite, or
Absolutely.
something
Mm-hmm.
like that, and then they would try to find out like that, which is very hard.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're going down, they say it's more easier because now they got like a level of fossilization. You know what
Right.
I
I was
mean?
asking.
So
Absolutely. Yeah. No. I was asking for because I was talking about the chronology of it, how long it was, right? How long the structure or whatever the soil, how long it's been there for. When we're talking about dating, I was
Something,
just
yeah,
Swordfish's
exactly. Because the
comment. Yeah.
rock alone, I do believe that what you're saying is correct, Dots. Because the rock alone, even though when it's a big structure like that, then they don't necessarily believe it was moved. But if you're just doing the granite, it's like, okay, oh, that's going to show the granite. So they have to actually, do all the components, try to do all the components around it, and that's why they have brought the carbon 14, because before it would be fossilization. That's how they dated how old the Colosseums are in Greek, by the degradation of those Colosseums and different things, and fossilization, to say it had to be around this time. But since the pyramids, first off, are lasting way longer than that, can last way longer than that because they're granite and such huge things, I think the different kind of speculations that people can come up with have been, wow, like giants put it there, stuff like that. So I think they do have to kind of do like the carbon dating all around, but they can only do a best guess with that too, because the granite's going to be very old and everything around it is going to come back very old.
And now,
Right.
Delcy, I don't want to forget what I wanted to ask you. Okay, remember you were saying that the Africans actually was taking the slaves and bringing them in their homes, and and they bought them to try to save. Do you think tribe at that time could recognize tribe like you was my family and I knew it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I believe what's happening, not only family, but if I see you as a certain tribe, that's my tribe, Sister Freedom, I'm gonna be like, no, we're gonna employ her so
Yeah.
she doesn't get
So
sent off.
when they were saying that the Egyptian West African people are here in America from Africa, right? And like you said, it could have been Americans that went over into Egypt. We talking so many thousands of years ago and started. I mean, if I'd been on the boat for 3 or 4 months getting it, once I got there, believe me, I wasn't probably riding back. It'd take too long. But what I'm saying is, do you think it's possible they could have recognized tribal things? Like, do you think they could have recognized each other?
Yeah, I don't think it's someone coming across like that where it would be like, oh,
Or
recognize they were or anything like that. I think they were in their own tribes, if that makes sense. Like most of these people are doing it for their own people. Like they see their own tribe trying to be taken, and they're like, no, that person's been in Virginia all her life. She's a Pamunkey Indian. You're not gonna take her over to the Caribbean. I think it was more so of that. But to the other point of just we still could be the same people. Chief Ali, for instance, says we can't really understand how haplogroups work because of a long bottom catastrophe that would happen in America that would lead Americans to Africans. And then that's how Africans were even started, is because of Americans. That don't shoot the messenger. That's Chief Ali.
I'm with you.
Don't shoot the messenger. So all we're saying is that we don't know the whole story.
We
And
don't know the whole story. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know where this
the messenger. You know I ain't shooting nothing.
right, exactly. We ain't gonna shoot them. Y'all might want to shoot them, but we gonna.
I know that's right.
But no, but only real thing, because a big thing about that was the History Channel was doing that. I forgot which place in Mexico. I don't know if it's where the Pyramid of the Sun is, but I think that's where it is. And they found a civilization, and the civilization is pretty much like untouched, right? Meaning like the people, based on what was left there, how things were left, the people had to leave abruptly. Like, oh, there's something going down and we got to get out of here now.
The Mayas,
so
they say the Mayas just disappeared like that.
Yeah, so it's like, who knows where they could have ended up, you know? To your point.
Yeah, I'm hearing OTK, and I'm saying somehow they blended somewhere.
Exactly, and I ain't one to always believe. I think there are people that are strictly like, oh, my people, my people, my people when it comes to sex. But honestly, I believe that some people are like, oh, you look similar to me and you're attracted to me, and they mix with outside tribes. I just believe that. I know a lot of people feel like that people remain pure, and they were just like, no, we're gonna do. But no, I believe even in ancient times, people weren't just staying pure. Meaning pure, meaning like we're just gonna be with our people.
Facts.
Yeah, just being with your people is gonna eventually lead to incest.
Exactly. And some people was like cousins is okay, but I have a grotesque kind of feeling about a cousin, so I can't do it. So I think other people would be like me of being like, nah, I don't want my cousin.
They married.
What's your last name? Okay, do you have in your family?
You know they did that. They married family together to keep the wealth in the family.
Yes. So in these king countries, like Sister Freedom just got through saying, they got betrothed ahead of time to their third cousins, second cousins. They keep not only the bloodline strong, but to unite kingdoms or to keep peace. So
yes.
You know what I mean? They've been doing that. And that's what led to the pure Aryan nation. Okay. All right.
So what?
Oh.
All right.
It's true what he just said.
The pure Aryan nation. They strictly incest, bro. They stick within they do not mess around with nothing outside of what they don't know, bro.
Just what OTK is saying. The
They are
DuPont
straight
did it.
incest, bro.
Y'all heard of the
Straight up.
DuPont. The DuPonts did it.
Hell, the Israelites did it.
Would you say that's more of a European thing?
Yes.
I would say,
Oh,
but
yes,
like, what do y'all say?
yes, but no. Because I think they did that in Africa with the tribes. I don't know.
Now, see,
Maybe
the thing
royal,
about-
but I don't
see,
know.
now,
I
the
don't think
thing about
so personally.
They
Because
had
I think
different
in
tribes,
Africa, it was more so, even though that was discussed in what happened with Prophet Muhammad and stuff, but I think it was more so that, promising a particular family to another particular family and being like, hey, you're going to get your wives from this family. Y'all not related, but this is an important family. You're an important family. Now you're going to get your wives from this family.
You're right about that, because I just was looking at something like that tonight on TV. You're right. They did do that a lot.
So if they didn't want us to breed together and do this intermixing, why would they give us names? Why would they give us last names for us to identify ourselves with? So we didn't do it. You see what I'm saying? That's
you
why
saying we're the ones that came up with last names? You're saying?
No. What I'm saying is the good thing about last names is for you to trace your peoples them, so you don't do this. But if people don't do their genealogy, they're thinking, oh, my last name is let's use our last name though. Say, oh, my last name is Wheeler, and that's just it. What?
But that's actually cultural. I was just telling people, talking about this the other day, and we all can know that that's cultural, that someone in your family was like, hey, before you start dating, stay away from Thomases, stay away from Thompsons, stay away from Kings, stay away from this, stay away from that.
The damn family
You
reunions
never
did that.
know. And it doesn't matter
Right.
if they might not be, but you never know. So just stay away from all these last names. That's why I was laughing about my ancestry, and I think that portion of it is fake too. Because I'm like, how much of it did you guys actually go in to see if they were last names that are in my family, or they're just last names that people I'm related to have now? Because now I see that they're just giving me last names that people have now, and not necessarily last names that are going to end up on my family tree. But when I was going through my family tree, I was like, oh, my grandma was giving me some of these names. Some of these names are correct. Like, she was like, oh, Thompsons, stay away from Thompsons. Stay away from Thomas and Thompson. And I'm finding both of them.
THOMPSON?
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's heavy here too. That's my bloodline too.
Exactly. So see, if
all y'all bloodline,
stay away from them. But no, can't we all relate to that, Sister Freedom? Can't you relate to that in your family, like where you got a list of last names just to not even consider because they might be family members?
Hold on, say that again, Dosey.
I was asking Sister Freedom, is she familiar with that, of getting that from like her elders, like them giving like a list of last names just to not even.
Definitely. I didn't know you had said me. I'm sorry. I thought you were just asking the panel, baby.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna ask Dots after that because I wanted to see the Caribbean way. Like, is that the same? Like, Caribbean people be like, oh, stay away from the, or do y'all be like, Caribbeans don't take a chance?
And not only that, there in my family, everybody has the Q. Even if you get married, they keep the Q for quarrels.
Oh yeah, like a hyphen type of thing.
That Q. Everybody carries the Q.
That's smart. That is so smart, because now you know that Q. That's cousin. Stay away from that Q. That's a girls over there.
We all got the Q. Even my son, and it's a problem. Because on my IRS papers, my sons, everybody, it's a problem. Kendra actually carries quarrels, period. But me, Rodru, and all of us, we got quarrels. The Q, we carry the Q because I also got my dad's last name too, and so do my kids. And I wanted it that way because of how many children he has. You know what I mean? But we all carry the Q anyway. Annie's name is
That's
actually
a
my
family.
name with the
That's a
Q.
family crest and a family letter.
Yeah, carry
Y'all
that.
done created a family letter for identification. That is
Well, I
real
mean,
smart.
we
Mm-hmm.
even if you look at Langston Hughes, all everybody that got his quarrels, they carry that Q. That
Oh, so he's Langston Q Hughes?
no.
Yes.
I'm saying
No.
he's a quarrels. We wanted our family to know how the people that was in the families were quarrels is. That's why we carried.
Right. I thought he kept the Q too. Sorry.
No. But I'm just saying the quarrels. It's his mom's a quarrels.
Yeah, so y'all know. So see, that's another thing why I don't feel like we were just all trying to mess around with our cousins like that. We've been too on top of it. But Dots,
Yeah.
are you here still?
I'm here. Here.
Is the Caribbean like that? Like where they, go less last names, or do they go like, oh, stay away from these particular individuals?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you usually will ask a person where's their base, where's home, meaning like what parish they're from. So you ask them what parish they're from, and it's always about your last name. So if they don't recognize your face, feature, whatever, or the parish it's immediately what is your last name, and your last name immediately identify you. 10 times out of 10.
But it's a shame, though. It really is a shame because we know that quarrels came from the slave, that thing. But in most last names,
The slave owners,
yeah,
your family could have been
the
slave owners.
quarrels. I think they married in somehow. I don't know how it happened where they married in or something, but that's how it starts. My Captain Ralph Quarles came over from, I think, Britain or England. I'm not sure, but that's how far back it goes. That's why we could trace it all the way back to the 1600s.
You find any white quarrels?
Yes.
Do you know for sure they're white?
DNA and everything.
Yeah.
It says what? They're white where?
It came up in our DNA and everything.
Well, that European, but not necessarily that they're white, right?
Well, I'm not sure about that, Dulcie.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah, they definitely.
I do understand.
Dulcie, she's saying she need help. She need to check it out.
We're definitely going into it. But I understand what you're saying though, with them marrying in, because they would do that, because that's one of the things, like we were talking about with the companies. They were trying to figure out, like, how can we make claim to the land, and they saw, well, we can't make claim to the land without marrying into some of these people that own this land. So they
not only that, my grandfather is the Quarles. My grandmother is the Carrington. But remember, the white gonna come up in us anyway because of what happened with my great grandmother. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna come up in us regardless from the Carrington side.
Right.
It's gonna come up anyway because of that.
When you gonna let me interview you over here?
Well, I don't know because my stomach
because
hurts.
you got a story to tell. You done say you connected to Langston Hughes
and Benjamin Quarles, who wrote all those books. Daniel Quarles,
Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, Daniel Quarles is the one who.
Daniel Quarles or Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, he was the original Jim. That's where the story came from.
Who you used to say?
Billy Porter, the actor. The Braxton. Huh?
Who you used to sing with?
Oh, I sang with Patti LaBelle, Jean Carn. I background Phyllis Hyman on her last album before she passed on. I myself had a few records out myself. And but I mean, I ain't never get real big at it. So it's not really, Yeah, I loved meeting all the people. That's for sure.
Oh, it ain't the point of getting on that bright light, because we see they got way more problems than what we got. Baby girl, and
I wrote songs
you're famous to me. I don't know if that means anything.
Yeah, definitely famous to me too. And you got a
You
like he's
famous.
saying, it's not
Yes.
talent. That's not based on talent. That could be because I can tell you're not gonna sell your soul. Like, so you got to
You're
understand
not
that a
gonna
lot
sell
of
your soul.
people they weren't
You
in those
famous.
positions because they could sing better or have better songs. They were in those positions because they, did what they had to do to climb up the ladder. If you
Yeah,
know what I
did
mean, and I
something
know you know
strange
what I
for a
mean.
little piece of change. Yeah,
Oh no, I
they did
wasn't
something
none
strange
of
for a
that.
little
Oh, I
piece
know
of
you
change.
I
weren't.
do love the experiences that I had in life and the people that I met, the people that I affiliated with, to be great friends with Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff of Philly International Records. I could just call them whenever I want and all kind. I felt just great that Mimi and Cutmaster was my first managers, and you know what I'm saying. I felt great as a
Hold on,
young.
hold on.
A
So
young
you can sit
you
here
know.
and tell us all this right here, but when I ask you when can I interview you, you say,
Oh, I
"Oh,
apologize.
don't know."
I,
But you can sit
my
right here.
stomach
I can tell y'all about this. But you're doing an interview
Why don't
right
you set
now.
it up for this week?
One day I
Huh?
will come on and tell. I had a really weird lifetime,
Why
but
don't you
it's
do
okay.
Friday? But I
One
mean,
day
you
I
don't
will. I'm
gotta
not
go
sure
into
about that. I will have to think about some stuff that I want to not say.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no.
Friday's
I
enough
think
time. We
that,
don't have to go into that.
yeah, I
I'm gonna
think,
give you the open floor. I'm gonna give you
I
the
think the
open
good,
floor.
I think the beautiful thing about I think the beautiful thing with conversations and when people are taking the time to let people talk and let people speak or whatever is that you start to hear things and you start to learn things about one another that you never knew, because and we all have so many layers to us, so many things that of course I come from the school of thought that you protect what matters to you, especially on these YouTube streets, and there is such a thing as oversharing. So we were just having this conversation also on the phone earlier, or maybe another day. Even when we were talking about genealogy and each of us on Unscrambled Minds sharing our genealogy, and we were talking even to Dulcie about oversharing or being careful, and even with Freedom. So I understand her being hesitant because you oversharing can it can be weaponized, and
Yeah,
and that's
That's all
information
right.
and
If
everybody
somebody tear my
understands.
legacy down, I'm gonna be very upset.
So that's one piece of it. But yeah, no, I think that's why conversations
I agree.
conversations like this, not so much of the topic, but just in terms of just like letting the conversation naturally flow and listening and da da da. It allows the opportunity for people to start dropping little hints or dropping little things about themselves that they
Right,
probably wouldn't normally say in another conversation,
right.
But let me just plug this real quickly because it's a good segue. Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday on Unscrambled Minds, y'all. If you haven't subscribed,
Right.
please do. So on Unscrambled
Share.
Minds, upcoming Wednesday, we have a guest coming on, Global Enterprise Entertainment. And the sister has been in the music industry as well in entertainment. And she's going to share her journey, right, in entertainment. And she has an online magazine. And so upcoming artists or people who are in the industry, be it producers, be it you name it, right, promoters, managers, whatever, she's like the plug. She's in Chicago and she has a lot of links also on the West Coast. So it's a good plug because Freedom was just talking about her experience in the with music and stuff like that.
And I
So
was about to do the
check
same
us
thing,
out. That's
guys.
9:00 on Wednesday on
Oh,
Scramble Minds.
wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wednesday. Thank you. And I was
definitely.
gonna say too, Freedom, to your point, not getting too deep in any other aspect of your life. But if we wanted to make this a music entertainment week, we could have her on Wednesday, and then you just go into your music entertainment background on Friday.
See if he could come on and talk. But here's the thing, Arthur.
But you're the star, though. We don't need someone else. You're the star.
I ain't no star.
I know you keep being like, I gotta get no you.
Yeah,
I get it.
you.
I had some great
You steady
adventures.
pushing it off on somebody
And
else.
I have dated some people I would like to keep quiet too.
Oh, yeah.
No, baby.
But see,
Ooh.
one thing
You know
about
you've been fine for Freedom.
Don't
We
be
I
got
talking
talked
too
about
many
that
names.
behind
I
the
want to
scenes.
get back into the
You might have
entertainment.
dated my cousin or my uncle. Don't be saying too much.
You know that I wrote a play
I'm telling
once
you.
about me, him, and the mother-in-law. And
One
I would really
thing.
like to finish that play. And my son and them that's saying, it ain't too late. Because I started feeling like it was too late for me to do anything else. I can still write and all that. And I would love to put that play out there. And I wrote a movie called The Slow Walk. Y'all
Oh,
can almost guess what that's about.
get lazy. Dulcinea, Sister Freedom got lazy. Dots, y'all. We done woke her back up.
I didn't get lazy. I became a mother for real. Because I think in
yeah,
my
it ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with
I think
becoming a
Rodrigo
mother.
pulled me up.
But,
My son
but
actually
we
was
trying
what
to
pulled
bring
me
you
up.
back. We trying to bring you back to your passion, your gift, what you started, and you say you want to do it, and you're gonna do it because we're gonna push you. We want to see a book. If you don't want to talk to nobody, and you know you gotta watch your stuff, drop a couple of books out. You got
Or
stories where you could have had
and that
10
play
books.
though, like we really
Yes,
could put on
let's
that
do it.
play, and we
Let's
could
do
do
it,
it.
Sister Freedom.
We could. You just gotta believe in
Yeah, it
yourself.
ain't
But
never too late.
Sword's coming at you, Sister Freedom. You see?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Sword
because
is wanting you to
Well,
sing right now. That's why he's saying that. He's like, "Oh, sing right now."
yeah,
I'm telling you,
right.
I love that play, Be Him and the Mother-in-Law, because it told such a story on how mothers' relationships are with their sons. And you know, she was so overbearing that the woman couldn't really be a wife, because I mean, I really like how I wrote it because it was comedy in it. You know, she come home and the house is rearranged, and you know what I'm saying? It's like the son would always take up for the mom, no matter what. That's my mom, and you know what I'm saying? She had a key to their house, and you know, it just, I love the play. I really did. I was hoping it could have one day got, and I'm a very good promoter.
But what we're saying is get on top of it, okay? Because you can still do it. So stop saying what
And
you
we
couldn't.
got
You
your
can do
back.
it now.
Yeah,
And,
we
and,
could
and
do it
did you have
now.
anybody?
your
Why don't you send it to
We
us?
gonna put it
Send
on
it
in
to
New
us.
York.
We can give
Dodge
you
can get some
feedback
actors and
on that. You know what I
actresses
mean?
together. We put them in front of your face,
No,
and
we
then
don't want to
you give us
hear.
a script.
We know you got the talent. We like do it. That's it. That's
But
all.
you know what? The
We are
moral of
the
the whole story was why she was so overprotective of her son. At the end, it all came out.
Don't tell a story
Yeah,
yet.
So,
cool.
Yeah, save it because we
Damn,
gonna
Read it.
see
Sister
it.
Freedom.
We want to read it or
Don't
see
tell
it.
a
Exactly.
No, we
story.
gonna see it. We gonna see it in New York. That's why. Like
Yeah.
I said, when we said events, we didn't know we was gonna be putting on plays too. But now
okay,
I know.
that part, because we
Yeah.
can, I would love to.
Hey,
And you
Dots,
also
turn
No,
your
write
mic
we
up
gotta
just
bring
a
that
little
back
bit,
because
Dots.
really
Turn
Tyler
your
Perry
mic
got
up just a
super
little bit,
big
please,
on
Dots.
that, and we always talk about that of just like
Yeah,
the plays portion. Because I saw the Tyler Perry plays and they were better than the movies. But
Wasn't
like they
Swordfish supposed to come up here?
yeah, I think Sword should. He
Oh,
said he was coming
I would
back, then
like
he
to hear
lied,
that
and he was
as
like,
Well,
"Oh,
I
I'm gonna
want to
come
shout
back."
him out real quickly. I just want to say
I
Swordfish.
do. Swordfish is a
I want to
beast.
just
Love him.
quickly just to say salute. If you know, you know. I ain't got to rehash anything. If you know, you know. If you were there, you were there. But from the bottom of my heart, okay, from dots, I said dorts, from dots to Swordfish. Thank you so much for hanging with us on Wednesday, and just your moderation and your flow and your masculinity when it came on. Like just major respect, because you didn't have to insert yourself in that way. So just thank you on behalf of my sisters. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Dots, you know, you were mean to him the first time y'all met. No, I'm just saying.
Well, I
I
always
wanted
got
to
to
be
give
like, no, that's
tap.
just Dots. That's just Dots. I had to tell him.
That's right.
That's
Listen,
just
always
Dots.
got to give black type
Still
tap.
love you though.
The only
You're
one
very
that
light
loved me,
tap
the only
tap.
one that
You're
loved
very
me over
light.
here was Sister Freedom.
I
You're
love
light
you.
tap
Oh
tap.
man.
You gotta earn. You
Sister
gotta
Freedom was the
earn
only
it.
one
It's
that
just
loved
light.
me at
Gentle
first.
hazing. Gentle
I
hazing.
love you, OTK.
I know,
Right.
I
We
love
always
you
feel
too.
like we gotta get a little tap in. Just a
A
little.
little tap
We
tap.
always do.
All right.
Love tap.
Hey, I got more than a love tap. I had paddles. I had
Well, that's
Yeah,
switches.
because you
because
thought you
you
were
had
doing
me,
some
you,
big,
and
the big one
Nisha.
on us.
Nisha is in
Hey,
love time. Nisha goes straight
hey,
for the punches and
y'all made me
stomps.
go
I
pick
was
out
like,
my
Nisha, Nisha, it's enough.
Who you,
Let him breathe.
OTK? Who you say gave you the biggest hits in the
Hey,
beginning?
Nisha made me go get my switch, my own stick, and bring it back.
Okay.
Who gave me the most hits?
Who do you think in the
Oh,
beginning of Unscrambled Mind, like out of all of us? Who would
oh,
you say?
who
Like the ones that
came
gave you
at
the
me?
most,
Who
like
was
the hardest time?
Oh, it was Dulcinea from the jump. Because
Really?
remember now, I was going against that Moore stuff.
I didn't think
So
you was
me
gonna
and
say
her
that.
always was bickering. That was
Oh
before
no,
y'all
that's
even knew
why
I was
Jarvis
African
is so
American.
hurt right
Yeah,
now. He's
remember?
like he lost a friend because I remember I brought up that sundry
Right.
action. I was like, and the nerve of it to be your family.
Right.
I brought up the primary of that sundry action.
Dosey
Hey,
used to
Doc
have the
used to
head
get
wrap
us.
sometime.
Doc,
Remember that, Dosey?
Yes.
I said Dosey
what you
used to come
say?
in trying to look all Moorish. She used to have the hair wraps with her pretty locks.
Yeah,
Her locks.
right.
She's like,
so
girl,
pretty.
look at you, girl. Look at you
Hey, Doc.
said.
No, I
And Doc
did.
used to get on me.
I used to
OTK,
get, that's why I didn't think you was gonna say
right?
Dulcinea. I thought you was
No,
gonna say
check you
somebody
out.
else.
Check you
Uh-huh.
out, Doc. There you go, Doc. So OTK, right? So what I'm trying to get from this is all this. Follow me now. And trust me, I'm not trying to be rude or not none of that. So what I'm trying to figure is that and I used to be like, damn, the way she asked me this question, I'm pissed off. Ooh, but the way she asked me, I just can't get mad. And for real. And Nisha was like, hold on, OTK. You just don't know. I'm like, oh,
Nisha, I don't
oh
give a
man.
fuck. That's Nisha. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
I
Okay.
don't give a fuck. Hey man, those are good old days, man. You know, Gemini was another one too. That used to stay on me too.
Oh yeah, Gemini,
But
no joke.
Sister Sakina used to be like, y'all get off my nephew. OTK, hey chocolate drop. Like, yo, in other words, she said, hey, you African motherfucker. Excuse my language.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah,
Those who
hey,
used
you
to have on the
African
hair wrap trying to look all Moorish.
Do y'all did y'all ever see this? I'm skipping off. Look, I just was looking at how a twin. Y'all ever look at the court that
Sister Freedom, turn
yes.
the mic down just a
My
notch or
mic
so.
is up. I'm sorry.
No. You might have just got a little closer to it or something like that because
What
you're in a
about
different
now?
area. Oh yeah,
What
you
about
beautiful. Yeah, you was
okay?
beautiful over there though. But I'm just saying, go ahead. You
Have
was
y'all
just
ever
staticking.
looked at the fights in courts? I know it skipped off the subject. I just was looking at something where a twin, somebody killed his twin and he went off in the courtroom and the whole courtroom was fighting. I know it's off the subject, but it was just like how family could love family so much they don't even care that they get ready to go to jail. You just snap out. Wow.
Some
But okay,
people
back to
fast
it.
with-
I knew I skipped off the subject, but wow. He was after that man.
Swartz, he was in a play. So down here, I don't know about y'all, but down here in South Carolina right now, we doing a lot of black videos like on Hulu. Them boys putting out videos like on Hulu and Freevee and all kind of stuff like that, like right here in the local area. They're
Texas
doing it.
got a lot.
They got this one video called the Killer Sex Dolls, where you you buy like an animated, I mean not an animated, but a human sized doll. A woman can get a man can get a woman, but all the time, dog, them boys was killers. Where so I love it. I love to see, even though some of them just make me laugh, like, oh my God, I just love to see the excellence though of how people using their brains to do things. I love that.
Not a killer.
Christmas. Hell no, not a killer sex dog. Yeah, man. I'm a send. I gotta send y'all that video. Yeah, and they filmed it in the Gen X store. Like the thing about our area down here, man, like like we got stores that's willing to work with you. Like if you say, yo, man, I'm trying to get on, I'm trying to film a video in your store, how much you gonna charge me? Nah, man, you can do that for free. But versus the big city, oh, them boys got to give up a couple of stacks to do something if they not famous. So I love the South, man. We just got love, man. don't cross us the wrong way, but we just got love for everybody because we know all of y'all are our peoples, and a lot of y'all came from here, and somebody always traces back to South Carolina. So for me being here all my life, my bloodline here in South Carolina and not from nowhere else, not no other state.
There you go. Here you go with your Goose Creek stuff. Here you go. Everybody got to be from South Carolina. There you go. There you go.
No, I say everybody has a family member in South Carolina.
I'm joking, OTK. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know. No, Dots. I know. I got top cats for you. I know how to get you right. You know, let me but yeah, so tell me I'm lying. So everybody y'all know don't have a family member tied back to South Carolina?
I do.
I plead the fifth, Your Honor. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
Yeah, go on from your that crazy.
I do not recall at this time, Your Honor. Nah, but you know what? I really don't know.
You don't know?
Not that I could like off the. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think I have.
Dosey, go inside this presentation right here, Dosey, and go to a part where I think they have on this. I think I have it with where you see that picture. It look like Africans with the broom and stuff sweeping. Nigga Christopher.
You said bring up which screen?
Oh, he roasted in the back.
He's saying I'm so messed up right now, but I'm sorry.
You ain't shit, dog. Oh my god.
You having a good night.
It's just I saw the play. I could see the play in my Okay, what's this?
Hold up. Don't see. You talking about me?
Oh man! Oh, fight back, dog! Fight back!
Yeah, because we talked about this already, though. Remember, JB?
No, that's not a bad role. It's the role that it's the main character that all the ladies go after.
You talking about Swordfish, right? You talking about Sword, right?
No, he talking about the play.
Yeah, talking about the play.
Yeah, Sword can be that person, right?
That's what I say. I can see Sword as.
Hold on.
Yes, and that's what he said.
You just want him to be the dog, okay?
Hell yeah! My motherfucking real nigga, like, what the fuck do you mean?
So it has to be the nice guy, okay?
Nigga, your all piece of nice guys a sim.
Stop.
What's it?
Hey.
Can I get the page?
Hey. Okay. And Sword to be the one to shock you though. He'd be the twist in the movie. You would think it'd be me and JB doing the gangster shit, but all the time it'd be him.
That's the role they gotta play. Yeah, not the shit she talking about.
So it'd be like, so hold on.
So y'all would like the slow walk then if y'all talking about gangsters. Y'all could be the
So this is how Sword would come in. So like, Dulcinea, so what I'm trying to tell you right here, Dulcinea. So what we got to do right here, we got to look and listen to me now. We got to look into the actual research, and if you click right there, then you will see this right here being this. And I know they're gonna be looking for me, Top Cat, but I'm Sword. They can put a fish at the end or however they want to do it. It really don't matter to me. That nigga stay calm and mad at the same time.
Sword. You know what I'm saying? The Sword, I would love that for one of the brothers in the slow walk. But have you ever heard of Reverend J.S. Quarles from South Carolina?
A Mason.
Okay.
A Mason.
That's okay. That's all through my family, honey. We all
No,
that's yeah.
I'm just letting you know for real. Yeah, a Mason.
I ain't
You're a
got no
Mason.
problem with that. My grandfather, all of them was Masons. My aunts and all was Eastern Stars.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you, they got some Eastern Stars and then quarrels. Some of my first teachers was Muslims.
Mm-hmm. I can send you all the transcripts. Everything that was buried as one. Yeah, they all buried as Shriners and Masons, and they was all in sororities from colleges and all of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's
yep.
OTK, you don't like? Do you have an issue with Masons? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say that.
What is your feelings about that?
I don't got no problem with that. With this secret, so-called secret society.
And it is so-called because they. I mean,
my uncle, my uncle was before he died. Melvin Bennett. He was. He ran the head of Charleston Mason, the Masonic Hall. So he had a shed with all the little booklets and stuff, right? When he died, man, don't you know them boys came and took all of that stuff out of there? Them Masons came and they got that stuff. They was like, oh no, we can't just let this out here. And it was like damn near over 100.
They take care of theirs. They take care of theirs.
Yeah, it was like over 100 like little white pamphlets that you would read, like little small square pamphlets and stuff like that. So I know it was stuff that you would only get if you joined. You know what I mean?
Well, they take care of their people, that's for sure. I don't care where you are in this world. If your car break down, and they take care of theirs.
Of course,
now I'm talking about the Black Shriner and Mason and the Eastern Stars, because you know the Eastern Stars come off of the Mason. But I'm just saying, even though we gave it to them first, somehow it twist around. But I'm just saying, yeah, they take care of theirs. It's like being in a sorority or a brotherhood or like, you know. I like sisterhoods and brotherhoods though. To me, that's what this is too, a brother in a sisterhood, being of Native American or Indian or what do you call Aboriginal? I think it's a brotherhood and a sisterhood. Excuse me. You see how on Topcats, you see how on Topcats channel, it's like a brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? Or a sisterhood. It is sticking together, got each other's back, standing up for what you believe. Yeah. Or Unscrambled Minds, it's a sisterhood. I don't see the big difference. You understand? OTK.
Yep. Yes. Yes.
I mean.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
I never understood.
I think I got. Is mine
okay? It's pulling up.
Okay, let me see. Okay, y'all can see that.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. All right. So, boom. Right here. You see this picture right here, Dots?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see it. A little history about my city.
Okay. Dots. Damn. You know what? I asked that question, dog, and it got quiet. Damn. As soon as I start sharing, now the dumb effery starting to happen. So this picture right here is in the in the tax office in Berkeley County, right? So when you look at these pictures, you would say, "Oh, those are Africans, right?"
When you see it,
I mean, just be honest. Y'all first look at this picture.
Yeah, that's what we would always say, African Americans.
Yeah, that's what we've mentally been taught.
Right. So these are the people that was called the Barbadians. Okay. So let's go into these these secrets and stuff like that. Exile in our own land. No, let's go into the Barbadians because I want to let her know about these people. Boom, these Goose Creek men. The original. Okay. Open link. Boom. I got you. Once you pull up. Okay, y'all can see that. This tab now. The Charleston Mercury.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Many early Barbadians settled in the Goose Creek area and quickly became part of the richest and most powerful faction in the new colony called the Goose Creek Men. They were particularly politically or politically united by the Church of England and their common desire to preserve the enormous profits made through the illegal Indian slave trade and trafficking with pirates, the Pirates of the Caribbean, which I asked Dosey, let's do a show on the Pirates of the Caribbean because they are real detrimental to the slave trade, who sold their illegal gotten goods in Charleston at a fraction of the going rate. In their heyday, the Goose Creek Men were led by Sir John Yeames, which we have Yeames Hall today, Morris Matthews, Robin Daniel, James Moore Jr., and Arthur Middleton, which we have Middleton Plantation. We also have Arthur Middleton right here. He also started Crowfield out there, which was another name. So these are the Barbadians, right? Let me see if this is the article that actually tell you what they did. Oh, you know what? I think I brought this up because he was a major slave trader. So he's one of the people who they say, yeah, okay, yeah, he helped create Goose Creek from the Butchewee name. It transisted over from the Butchewee name into Goose Creek with these people right here. So the historians and all that, they were saying like, yo, these, okay, we can give them credit for calling this place Goose Creek or whatever, but these dogs was crazy. They did some messed up stuff. And this is coming from a white mayor of Goose Creek who wrote a lot of historian books about Goose Creek. His name is Mayor Heisler. And he's talking stuff about his own kind. Like, yeah, we can praise them and all that, but you know what I mean? So failure to eliminate the Spanish threat in the exposition, costs overran, gave the deserters an opportunity to ruin more politically. So we're talking about James Moore. This article is really more about James Moore. When the governor pursued it, the council to declare the certainty backed bills discriminating against the recent arrived Huguenots. So this is when the French is coming in now. You know what I mean? The deserters withdrew from the assembly and left without a rug. Riots followed. And so this is all by these Barbadians. Okay. See right here, James Moore, who inherited Butchewee Hall. So this is Goose Creek. This is the first name of Goose Creek right here. He was one of the people who helped named it. And to me, he was a black European because he came from Barbados. Okay. Let me get into founding fathers. Okay. So the founding fathers of the Deep South. Oh, no, don't copy. Let's open this real quick. And I'm going to share this real quick after it come up. off, but it's all good. I got it. Y'all can see that right there. Goose Creek Gazette. Y'all can hear me? Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, don't be ashamed because you related to some of the Moors. Everything good, bro. Everything good. So this is like St. James Church. And designed with Barbadian architect, not Moorish architect. Barbadian architect. Shouts out to Dots. You know what I mean? So here's Michael Heisler, the guy that I was telling you about, Goose Creek Mayor. So look what he said. The Goose Creek men were the founding fathers of the Deep South. That's what Heisler told a group of military officers, Association of America members gathered at the American Lodge. American Lodge, one thing. The forefathers of the Deep South were English plantation owners who came to Goose Creek from their Barbados colony. The Barbadian values they implemented on the Deep South were the Moors, Maoris, or the Moors, of an elite class ruling over a great amount of servants without no middle class. Heisler said, these men controlled Goose Creek for the area's first 50 years. They arrived by sea in 1670 and 1671. After brief sessions on the banks of the Ashley River, they explored beyond the thin, salty soils of the Charleston Peninsula and claimed the forests and wetlands bounding a broad, stately creek, later named Goose Creek in the southern Berkeley. The planting community dominated the Indian, animal, skin, and slave trade. No fruits, no vegetables. Just to go back on that. So it was the animal slave trade. They came here to make money. You see, and this was Mayor Heisler, and Mayor Heisler is of their complexion. Other North American settlers came for reasons such as religious freedom, replicating rural English manner life, or seeking liberty and freedom, or seeking the wilderness to escape persecution. So, Dosey, remember I kept telling you that everybody was coming to Goose Creek to run away from the bullshit because Goose Creek wasn't colonized or nothing like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's telling you that everybody is coming here because it's wooded. The Indians over here, they're cool. So the Barbadian settlers did not share Lord Anthony Ashley Cooper, which is Ashley River today, and Cooper Rivers Bridge, which got tore down. Dream of a perfect society, but rather wanted to make their own fortunes at any cost, according to an essay by Henry Fraser, a Barbados ambassador and University of the West Indies professor who visited Goose Creek recently. The Spanish pushed in from Florida. The French settled Mississippi. The Goose Creek men were the tip of the spear of the British Empire. The Barbados economy had great influence earned on the backs of the slaves, Heisler said. The Barbados colonists were known to live ostensious, wealthy lives. Barbados was the oldest, richest, and most densely populated colony in British America. It earned a reputation for immorality, arrogance, and excesses of its leaders. So a gentry here doth lie far be better than those ours in England, philosopher John Locke said. Captain Thomas Water wrote in his ship log, upon all new settlements the Spanish do make, The first thing they do is build a church. The first thing the Dutch do upon a new colony is build a fort. But the first thing the English do, be the most remote parts of the world or amongst the most Barbados, is set up a tavern and drinking house. Heisler also cited a historic document that says that the Goose Creek men would do anything, would no do anything without a bottle of rum. Barbados is half the size of Burke County, Heisler said. When rum became an industry, planters looked for places to grow sugarcane. So if Goose Creek was colonized, how could they just come and find places to try to grow their sugarcane? Sugarcane still go around here today. We still got it. In Colin Woodward's 2012 book, American Nation, he writes, those immigrants to Carolina were the sons and grandsons of the founders of Barbados, the richest and most horrifying society in English-speaking world. So remember I told you that the people that was coming over here that was in America, that they family them, that they was the grandsons and sons and stuff like that of the owners of the plantations in Barbados?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They weren't, but many of those settlers, the ones that they're talking about, referencing in this article in particular, when it comes to Barbados, they coming here, they would not be identified as Indian, they wouldn't be identified as African, they would be identified as white. So they were, they were white European. And so that's why when they came over here, the Americas, that's why they were able to buy plantations. That's why they were able to get into the market of growing and helping out with sugarcane, is because they were white. They were white European. They didn't look like
they hold on. Okay.
They did not. Most of them did not.
So now I want you to do your research on the first people that came to Barbados, and then the Barbadians that left Barbados.
Right, but by what I'm saying though,
hold on. Listen,
they weren't homogeneous.
It wasn't like came in with Barbados
at that time.
Oh, my bad.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Queen. In other words, what I'm saying is, if they came in with the Spanish or whatever like that, or they came in with the English per se.
Who's they?
These people was melanated.
You're saying who's they? Who you're saying if they came in? That's where
the English, the French, the Spanish, all of those people, when they settled in Barbados, even if they had a lighter complexion, their kids didn't.
Are you saying all? You're saying all, or are you saying some? Because that's
talking about these ones that came to Goose Creek, baby girl.
Okay, because what I'm all right. Because what I'm saying, right? I understand that. No, I'm just making clarification because this is what I'm saying. And here's again, I say there's a lot of nuance in these conversations, and oftentimes we try to make things either or, this way or that way, and that's not the case. We already know that there's a lot of intermixing, intermarrying, right? So by that time of even when they started migrating and moving over, yes, there were some that would be identified racially when they came to the United States as Negro or as whatever they want to label that. But many of them, especially those that, let's say, became owners of plantations here, right? Whether they were in Goose Creek, South Carolina, whether they went to Texas, they were able to blend into the society because of their complexion. And a lot of them were identified as European, white European, as we would call today. And they were mixed or mulatto. You see that even now on the island. It wasn't like they all were.
Exactly. Okay.
You know what I mean? You can't say that.
Okay. So
it's a lot of nuance.
So we in agreement. They was white, mixed, or mulatto. Okay.
Right, how they will be identified when they came here. Absolutely. That's how slavery
so now,
was based on.
We got their names. So what I'm telling you, Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, in Goose Creek, we got these people from Barbados names, so we know who they are. That's what I'm saying. So I agree with you. You do got to see wherever you at and whoever, and see who these people are. Okay. You want to say anything else, Dots? Cool. So I'm
Well,
in
that's
agreement
interesting. Interesting.
with you. I'm definitely in agreement with you. Okay. So the sons and the grandsons. Okay. So Heisler said this concept originated from the Woodward book, but he said Woodward gets it wrong in saying the men were from Charleston. They landed in Charleston, but settled in Goose Creek. Those were the guys who came from Barbados. What bothers me is the Goose Creek men were the founding fathers of the Deep South. Intellectually, I'm proud. Emotionally, I'm ashamed. Now, this the mayor talking about these Goose Creek men. Heiser said, and this him talking to the military people, telling them this story. Heiser said, and he writes a bunch of books. He's a Goose Creek historian. Heiser said the Deep South turned slavery into racism. Before that, the Irish and the Scots were slaves. Then Indians were used as slaves. Dosey, you hear that? Do y'all hear? Do y'all see what they
Yeah, we
said?
hear that.
They say before that, the Irish and the
What y'all hearing?
Scots. Go ahead. Did you? It said before the. It said in the Deep South turned slavery into racism. Before
Mm-hmm.
that, the Irish and the Scots were slaves. Then Indians were used as slaves. So now this telling you about the Irish and the Scottish are slaves too. So we know a lot of bad things happen in the Deep South. What are some good things that come from the Deep South? The noble second sons brought knighthoods. The Knights Templars. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'll go into that later.
Is
Used
this an
indentured
opinion article,
servants.
OTK?
Huh?
Okay, OTK, this is an opinion
This out
article?
of the Goose Creek.
Okay, yeah, it's
No,
an
this
opinion.
is out
It's
of the Goose Creek
on
Gazette.
a like a biography
This
thing
is
of
out
a
of
person.
yes. This is the Goose
Okay.
Creek Gazette. This is our newspaper in our city, and this dude who's writing this is was the Goose Creek mayor at one time,
Oh, okay. No, I was asking because they're
and
like some.
also the
Let's talk about
principal.
some good things, and then they mentioned the KKK.
Yeah, because he's not holding nothing back. So he's of the same kind, and he's saying, "Yo, these Goose Creek men ain't really as good as we think they would."
Yeah.
He was like, "Yo, they wouldn't do nothing without a bottle of rum." So that's why
Mm.
I like this article. And so y'all ever heard of Chicken George?
Yeah.
Okay, so his real name was George Chicken. So he also wrote about him
Mm-hmm.
coming from here. So the Goose Creek men created a carbon copy of the West Indian slave state left behind in Barbados. They had opportunities for enormous profits by creating an unadulterated slave society that spread across the Carolina lowlands, overwhelmed the utopian colony of Georgia, and spawned the dominant cultures of Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Eastern Texas, Arkansas, Western Tennessee, Northern Florida, and Southern North Carolina. These dudes were serious. And they was pretty much they're the ones who took the slave trade that they had going on in Barbados, they took that slave trade and they implemented it here when they got here.
Okay.
So I hope you could ooh, why is not showing up?
I'm
I
getting ready
hope
to
you
drop
could
down.
Me too. Me
Before
too.
yeah,
in the morning.
I'm
My
about to
time.
myself too, Dosey. Yeah, it's
Okay.
like 3:20.
Yeah,
Dosey,
it's like 2:21.
oh yeah,
It's
it's 2:21
3:21
for you.
here.
It's 21 for me too. So yeah,
It's
we can go. Hey
3:21
man,
for
I
me.
appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all, everybody in the chat, everybody who stopped through and said what's up, man. Man, appreciate y'all, man. Oh man, I got to do this again, you know. So I'm gonna finish this too. So we like halfway through. I started skipping through to some, so we like halfway through. So that means that to me, matter of fact, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and then I'm gonna close it. Y'all go ahead and
Thank you
Dulcinea,
for
you can
letting me come on,
go ahead.
OTK.
Sister Freedom. Go ahead, Sister
Thank you.
Freedom. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
peace.
Queen.
I said thank you so much for letting me come on. It always is fun. A good night, y'all.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Queen. Go ahead, Dots. How you?
Yes, good night. Good night to the chat. Good night, Dulcie. Good night, OTK. Of course,
Good night.
Freedom. Thanks for having me. Good conversation. Appreciate y'all and all that good stuff. And so we see y'all later. Have a good night. Be safe.
Right. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Goddess.
Yes, and yes, it was a great conversation, a great build. I know you have a lot more sources that just even shows, how much you're really trying to get into 10 minutes in a debate. It's a lot of information, but this is what's great about it, that you can come back and teach it. And it looks like you're going to have a few streams on it. But thank you guys. Thank you, OTK, for the wonderful build. Straight Smoke came up to give us some information. Darvis, of course, the ladies of Unscrambled Minds. And it was a wonderful build. Till next time, peace and love, you guys.
Yes. And thank you to Sister Freedom. Thank you to Straight Smoke. Thank you to my cousin Chill Darvis. Thank you to Dots. Man, Sword stopped in for a second and then went out. All the chat, man. Let me go through the chat and thank up everybody, man. Carrie Bay, Geechee Slow Motion, man. We call it Slow Measy. You feel me? You know what I mean? My family, my Georgia family, Sister Nisha. You know what I mean? We family, babe. You know, I already know. Bond Dog, man. One brother who stays solid, man, and stays 10 toes down. Um and stays even, man, and I love that brother for that, man. And Christopher, man, he says 12 where he at. So man, peace out to you. Shouts out to you too, man. Appreciate y'all boys for coming through. And the next bill I have, man, I'm gonna drop the link again. Y'all boys can come on up and y'all can politic with me. I'm gonna pick up where we left off from with this presentation, and then I'm gonna go into it more. And then eventually I'm gonna put it all together and just go through a presentation. So and just run through it all together because I want this build to be where we can get deeper and we can go and find other stuff. Um that's what it all should be about, man. Thank y'all for liking um the show, man. And if you didn't like it, man, please like it, man. Thumb it up, man. Share it. You know what I mean? If you can share it to your platform, man, I don't care. Share it to your platform. It's all about getting the information out. And hopefully I'm trying to see other people to where they can come and collaborate with me to where we can put our info together. You might have the other half. Like I met a brother today who has that Virginia knowledge that goes right along with my South Carolina American Indian slavery knowledge. So now I'm about to put them two together because you see in my research that Virginia was a major place, Salem, and then New Orleans along with Charleston. So when I get these areas together, it's gonna be a real informational build that I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be for you to research. Another thing, don't take what I say and run with it. Look it up. That's why I dropped the sources so you can read it for yourself. Cause you might read it and might find something different, man. You know what I mean? I love y'all, man. Thank y'all for coming. And I'm gonna drop this. I hope it play. And this is for my peoples them, my females them. And I hope this play, man. Love y'all. Of course, when it's time to play the song, it will do that, right? All right. All right. Just put a 1 in the chat and let me know when you can hear it. When it start playing. Yeah. Yeah. I feel the same way you feel. Y'all can hear that? Yeah. Okay. I feel the same way you feel. I just want to take one day at a time. And we can reach the highest vibration. My father take his flight. Just jump in the plane and fly. And then he born first. Just chill, baby. We don't have to run. We making changes. We taking ecstasy. Oh. No. Hey, wild Indian style, baby. We making changes. We taking ecstasy. I already know you. Let me show you. You don't have to trust. Reputation. I love me. Shake it. See every time I make you do my people off. I don't have to go laughter. See money is what I'm after. Chill. I'm chill on the grind. I'm trying to see your middle. Hey. Well, come on, let me hold you. Come on, let me hold you. Hey, baby, I got you. Close to me, next to me. You look beside me. Yeah. Oh, baby, we can take it. We making changes. Hey. Grown man music, man. Grown man shit. Oh, let me show you. And just chill. Hey. Take it there. Good life. See something that you want and get it. I come on side. What's your poon side? I can't lie. Stand aside. All day. All night. Baby, you know our motto, why bacon we can buy. Hey.
And that's just how it is. So keep it real. Then all
The rest is.
and don't give me to the mother.
I act a fool, but two, I lock it down just for you. You got a man, you could keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you gonna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby. Just yeah, that country boy music, man. You know what I'm talking about? Boy, OTK, man. Thank you, Sister Dulcinea. My brother JB. Unscrambled Minds, man. All my BCU family, man. Shouts out to y'all, man. Shout out to everybody else who was in here, man. For real. Word. Don't rush, man. Just take your time in life, period. You know what I mean? Don't jump in no flight unless you know where you going at. Word. Okay. Okay. Man, peace out, man. It's your boy OTK.